So I think there are some pretty good options available for King O, but if that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress or if the Jellicent are ever able to get at a pretty significant advantage, that could make life a little bit awkward for that Empoleon.
You mentioned the Alolan Ninetales, and obviously there are some matchups that Alolan Ninetales doesn't want to see. What motivated some trainers to bring that today?
The Alolan Ninetales recently got a second place finish at the Seattle Regional Championships. Just purely off of its typing, it offers some intriguing resistances. It is a fairy-type Pokemon that actually beats Corviknight, and a lot of trainers for Alolan Ninetales will typically opt for some specific stat spreads to improve that Corviknight matchup quite a bit, specifically higher defense. And on top of that, you as well just have ice coverage, which is very good, especially a Pokemon like Furret end up being very strong because you end up having a natural resistance to Sucker Punch. You have ice damage for the Altaria. You have ice damage for the Stunfisk when Stunfisk was a little bit more popular as well. So it ends up being kind of an interesting core breaker that not every team is prepared for. But in a world of Empoleon, it's always kind of a game of if you can dodge the Empoleon, it looks pretty nice, but that's always a bit of a tall task.
Yeah, because it would love to see like the Altaria, the Annihilate, the Drapion would be kind of tough. I think still a little bit with that Poison Sting damage, but Drapion can only really hit it with Charge Attack, Aqua Tail.
I definitely think if there's one thing we are going to see again and again in this matchup, it is that Empoleon, and then from there, for King O, it's how many Jellicent encounters do you want to pair with it? He does have several Pokemon, actually 3 Pokemon that do have a resistance to Ghost, so does Beach feel tempted to risk that Jellicent when half of the team would do very, very well there? Well, we don't have to wonder anymore because these battlers are locked in. Game number 1, Group H Losers Finals.
And we started off with the Battle of Steel Nerves. Which trainer is going to blink first? We have the Bug Bite Fortress against the Empoleon. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, where you're losing the Volt Switch damage. That makes Empoleon a lot more comfortable here.
Wow, look at the Shadow Bug Bites, though. Those Shadow Bug Bites have done so much damage onto that Fortress. Beach actually ends up playing to the Charge Attack Priority tie. King O's going to no shield, but after the Sand Tomb lands, does King O actually even win the Zero Shield? It does look like he will win the Zero Shield, but it's not going to be by much.
And we can also see a couple of Poison-type Pokemon in the back. There's that Shadow Drapion on the side of King O, and then that Clodsire being able to have that big, heavy Earthquake and Stone Edge to be able to hit back.
So Beach prioritizing switch advantage. King O is basically forced into bringing in the Licky Licky. The rollouts don't do much, and unfortunately after a Rock Tomb, the rollouts are going to do even less, so King O is forced to take quite a lot of damage, and as well, may be forced to end up firing off a Body Slam just because it's very difficult to try and roll out this down.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I think King O recognizes it as well, that just a rollout down is not going to happen before Fortress gets to another attack, so throwing a Body Slam to guarantee the knockout, Beach bringing in that Clodsire that has almost 0 fast attack pressure. You're worried about Clodsire's charge attacks and its bulk, because this Shadow Ball isn't going to do a whole lot.
King O stays in to fire off a Shadow Ball, but this is a debuffed Shadow Ball. It's not going to do much. My guess is King O is just waiting for Beach to throw energy, and then King O is going to try and sweep with the Shadow Drapion.
Let's see how Shadow Drapion fares in the back. Licky Licky goes down. Everything on Shadow Drapion. He saved both his shields for this very flexible Pokemon in the back. Drapion's able to use super effective Aqua Tails, and it paces so quickly to them.
King O knows that he even has to shield Stone Edges. If Beach is ever able to get an Aqua Tail catch onto an Altaria, that could be catastrophic, but he doesn't get it. He stays on the field. He no shields, but this is super effective damage. Clodsire will survive 1, but a second Aqua Tail should be very, very close to taking the knockout.
Ooh, and we see that Charge Attack Priority tie. Shadow Drapion is going to win that every single time. This is going to be very, very close to a knockout, and it does. Clodsire goes down, and now it's Altaria versus Drapion.
These Shadow Dragon Breaths do a lot of damage. King O gonna be full sending the crunch. Beach puts up the shield. Will we see the crunch debuff? Shield comes up. No debuff comes through. And now King O has to try and make 2 more crunches if he wants a chance to win this game.
So here comes the first crunch. It would be nice to get a debuff here. Let's see if it comes through. No, there it is. Crunch, debuff, maybe an Aqua Tail might be enough with the defense drop.
King O has to hope that he can outpace. If he can get the Aqua Tail, I think that he can win the game, but the Shadow Altaria has a lot of energy. It's going to be close, right down to the wire. Charge attack, priority tie, and King O wins it.
Yes, because that defense drop, along with those poison stings getting to do just a little bit more damage, that is going to be just barely enough to knock out the Altaria. You can see those trainers recognizing like, oh, that was close.
You can see there, King O, a deep breath, a sigh of relief at the end. Oh my goodness, that's as close as it can get. But King O, he's back from hiatus, and he looks to be back in regional winning form.
I'm not sure. Without that Crunch debuff, I'm not sure if the Poison Stings and the Aqua Tail would have done it. I think that Crunch debuff won it for King O.
And he did fire 2 crunches there, so the odds do tend to improve there. Obviously, the more crunches you throw, the more opportunities you have to get that debuff. And that debuff came through clutch because he did not have the energy to make that crunch, so he needed that debuff so the Aqua Tail would secure the knockout, and he managed to get it. But also a pivotal moment in the match, the Aqua Tail, basically exact HP knockout onto the Clodsire.
Incredible work. The closest you can get. The final slot in Group H going to tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Who is going to secure it? Can King O get one more victory with that Shadow Drapion? That was key. That was clutch.
The Empoleon honestly didn't feel as strong as I expected into the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress, but I guess that's the difference of the Shadow Bug Bites. Those Shadow Bug Bites, Empoleon really didn't feel like it had a bug resist there. Those Bug Bites still hit incredibly hard, but the shield advantage that it set up for King O was everything that Shadow Drapion needed.
I'm curious if these trainers are just going to run it back because it was so close. There weren't a lot of misplays. Maybe if circumstances changed just a little bit for Beach, if that Crunch debuff didn't occur, Beach could have and probably would have won that game 1.
For King O, does he try and read that Jellicent? Because Jellicent and the Fortress are probably the 2 most effective answers into that Empoleon. And I did a bit like his strategy of he just had 2 Pokemon in the back that were very strong into the Jellicent in case he ran into it. And I would love to see him run back 2 Jellicent answers in case it does get brought.
And I see a Jellicent on the field right now, but it is met with an answer in that Shadow Drapion, being able to do devastating damage with Crunch. We see Beach safe swap into the Shadow Fortress, and we're seeing just how impactful those Shadow Bug Bites are again, this time into the Shadow Drapion.
And Beach will put up the Protect Shield. Fortress is at its strongest when its health bar is highest. Oh, Crunch debuff again! King O debuff after debuff, and now in comes Empoleon.
Empoleon going to have to tank these Sand Tombs that are going to drop its defense and make these Bug Bites even more impactful.
Sand Tomb lands, King O farming up. Oh, the precision in counting from King O. He's firing off the Hydro Cannon. Shield comes up from Beach. Beach is doing everything he can to try and protect Fortress.
And the Empoleon going to just try to get as many charge attacks in as it can to be able to just continue, and it knocks out.
Oh my goodness, the Crunch debuff paying dividends. King O will get farmed down. Beach wanted to try and catch onto the Jellicent, but the Switch Timer was not available. He loses all his energy. He loses both his Protect Shields. What can he do at this point?
King Owl looks like he has an incredible advantage, actually bringing in the Licky Licky this time, recognizing perhaps that these Shadow Balls could be really impactful.
And Licky Licky, it absorbs Surf damage, no problem. First Surf is going to land. There's the pivot into the Altaria. It is the Shadow Altaria. King O farming up close to 100 energy there. At 91 energy, will fire off the Body Slam just to get a little bit of chip damage onto the Altaria.
Yeah, and then is just going to be able to continue throwing Body Slams. Comfortable to stay in with Licky Licky because he knows he has the Shadow Drapion in the back to handle the Jellicent later.
Another Body Slam at another critical amount of HP lost. Another Body Slam still. The Licky Licky, every rollout it throws, another Body Slam is available. This energy advantage just completely completely overwhelming Altaria.
This Licky Licky is just steamrolling through, and Beach recognizing he needed to get to multiple charge attacks and just could not get there fast enough. And now we're going to see Shadow Ball come through and is just going to put the hurt on this Jellicent. And I think it's like, what else could Beach possibly do?
And Beach knows it's over. He is basically conceding by not throwing his energy there. But King O, he is back. He's taken the series 2-0, and he's moving on and claiming our final spot in day number 2.
Congratulations to King O for taking that final spot and moving on. But congratulations to Beach for making a phenomenal run through Houston in the loser side of the bracket, where all of the matches have such high pressure.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the ice base! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Howdy and yeehaw, Pokemon trainers. We are back for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships right here in Houston, Texas. They call Houston the Space City, and we have battles for you this morning that are going to be out of this world. My name is Stephanie Christine, and I am joined by Home Slice Henry.
We had some absolutely unbelievable battles yesterday. So many great trainers entered this tournament. Coming into day 2, only 16 trainers remain. One of those 16 will emerge as our regional champion and claim that automatic invite to the World Championships later this year.
And we are just right about in the middle of our regional schedule. We're right here in Houston, but all roads lead to Worlds in San Francisco, California later in August.
After Houston, we have Orlando, followed up by Los Angeles, Indianapolis, the International Championship in New Orleans, and it all ends with the World Championships later this year in August in San Francisco.
And how do trainers get there? They get there with championship points. The top 75 trainers from the US and Canada will earn their spot. So trainers are not just here for the glory and the prizes, they are here for the points. Not just for their World Championship ticket either. They want to get the travel awards as well. It's important to place high on that leaderboard.
And speaking of the leaderboard, we have some trainers who have stacked up an incredible amount of points already. Nighttime Clasher at number 1, over 200 points more than the next closest Rise to Occasion at number 2.
There are more than just North American battles happening. There's also battles happening across the pond over in the European region. We have Patomon at the top of the leaderboards, but the final boss, Colin 6, is not far behind.
Stone Collection fresh off the win at the Seattle Regional Championships at 3rd, and a bit of a breakout star, Hikami at 6th with 1289 championship points already accumulated.
We just had a regional event in Curitiba. Let's take a look at that LATAM leaderboard. We have LNDS Rarjeff at the very top, and Zardy coming up in 2nd place. Marto Galde, Ashton Ash, Steinar, tons of trainers that are well recognized here in the community.
And not only have we had trainers accumulate a lot of championship points, we already have a lot of Worlds qualifiers. The world champion, Beelzeboy, topping the list. Stone Collection 2 weeks ago, punching his ticket to the World Championships as well. Rise to Occasion, Dunebug, Nighttime Clasher, Arreo. This is an incredibly stacked list of trainers.
And we have a trainer that might join them today. And that trainer might be running Medicham. We have seen a Pokemon reclaim dominance here this weekend. We are used to Medicham kind of being down and out after the nerf to counter, but it's back in the game.
With the big buff to Psycho Cut, Medicham emerged as a standout star here in day number 1 of Houston. Medicham can even defeat the top fairy type in the meta, Wigglytuff, in the Zero Protect Shield scenario, and that was a key contributor to Mountain Dugong able to emerge victorious and punching his ticket to day number 2.
Medicham is back, baby, although not on its Axon's team, which is kind of surprising. Now, the meta is locked with this metal-locked Pokemon of Fortress. It was top of all of our caster predictions, and for good reason, Henry.
Fortress with Volt Switch, Rock Tomb, and the newly buffed Sand Tomb proves to be a very interesting core breaker to many teams. A lot of teams rely on Empoleon to just be a strong neutral presence, but a lot of those water types really don't appreciate Volt Switch, and Fortress's ability to either debuff your attack with Rock Tomb or debuff your defense with Sand Tomb, a Fortress up energy, can be a nightmare for basically any team because it only has one weakness, the double weakness to fire.
These two trainers I want to highlight right now, that is Esteban and Greg. These two good friends. Esteban was hanging out in Greg's streams and Greg convinced him to come here to Houston to compete. And look at them, they're battling on stage. They're both in day 2 now. Greg on the loser side, but Esteban won this match, knocking his friend down onto the loser side of the bracket. And this is Esteban's first tournament ever.
Wow.
So if you are out there thinking, hey, I might want to try my hand at one of these regionals, definitely do it. You could end up in the same spot as Esteban on winner's side in day 2.
What a heartwarming story. 2 trainers, 2 friends facing it off and both being able to make it to day number 2. Now, throughout day number 1, we saw some incredible battles and some incredible Pokemon, specifically some MVP picks that these trainers had. For me, it has to be It's Axon and the Togekiss. I know there's finally a Medicham meta and Axon is not running Medicham, but in Axon's hands, Togekiss has looked like an absolute force to be reckoned with.
You brought up Medicham. I wonder where Medicham landed on day 2 usage stats. We saw that it was pretty popular on day number 1, and there it is, day number 2, 31%.
Medicham, actually the top fighter, beating out the newly buffed Annihilate. And Medicham just has so much play across the board into the top usage Pokemon. I understand why Medicham is being used. Honestly, I think it might even need to be used a little bit more because it looks incredible into the 6 Pokemon ranked above it.
Now, these are all of the tools of the trade that we are going to be taking a look at coming up, but let's take a look at the battles we are going to see these Pokemon face off in. We're going to have Sankalor versus Andy, Dunebug versus Jello Too Good. We'll see Esteban that we talked about earlier face off against Elam, but there's one battle I think that everyone has their eyes on, Henry.
Nighttime Clasher versus It's Axon. Nighttime Clasher, the reigning Latin American International Champion. It's Axon, the 2-time North American International Champion, former World Champion. That honestly feels like it could be the finals of a World Championship or an International. And it's a round 1 matchup here in day number 2 in Houston. Incredible.
The winner's bracket, that's kind of like a shortcut over to grand finals.
True.
But we have a lot of trainers that are over on the loser side of the bracket as well. My pick, Rise to Occasion, is on loser side against Dell. We have the Pokemango against BJ Pewat. We have Shadow Brandino versus Go League Greg. We talked about Go League Greg with his friend Esteban earlier in the intro. And then King O making that comeback that we saw yesterday, taking that very last spot, and he'll be versus Mountain Dugong.
So what started with so many trainers is now down to only 16. One of these 16 trainers is going to be claiming the title of the Houston Regional Champion. We've already had several regional champions this season. We still have a few more regional titles to hand out. And one of these trainers is going to be getting their picture up on this wall of champions following Stone Collection's win in Seattle.
Who is it going to be? Who is going to claim that spot? Is it going to be a storied pillar of this community, or is it going to be some new up-and-comer? You need to tune in to all of the channels to find out. You don't want to miss a moment. Be sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast so you don't miss a moment of the action.
And make sure to follow along with the action. Hashtag play Pokemon. We have all our socials listed below, because if you thought day one was good, you ain't seen anything yet.
I am so excited to go ahead and kick it off to these battles. I have nothing left to say. Speediest Chief, House Stark, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, DeFi and Henry. As they alluded to, we have incredible battles, and Championship Sunday takes on a vibe entirely of its own. And Speediest Chief with the House Stark 93. Stark, how are you feeling, man?
I am so pumped. I think this is the day we find our winner of the Houston Regional Championships. This is where champions are made. Day 2, we have some amazing matchups coming up. We got top to bottom, battle after battle. It's going to be intense. It's going to be exciting. We're going to be locked in.
You know what I really appreciate is that we have so many trainers that maybe have top cut once or twice. Maybe this is their first event and they're standing shoulder to shoulder with the greats like It's Accent, like Nighttime Clasher and Rise to Occasion. Anyone could win this. And when we were looking at that championship graphic, we saw trainers like Meteor Fallion and DHC who had won titles already this season. Anything could happen in competitive Pokemon Go, and that's one of the most exciting aspects.
Yeah, I love that aspect of it. It's like you're standing shoulder to shoulder with these giants in the Pokemon Go scene, and you can take them down. And that's the beauty of this game. Is it really comes down to who has the matchup lead, who has the right kind of skill set, who has the right team build for this type of meta, and it's a new meta. So you're trying to adjust on the fly.
It's also about consistency and minimizing mistakes. And a lot of our trainers that succeed at a high level consistently will do that over time. So we've seen flashes from all of these players. But on Sunday, the question becomes, can they keep up that momentum, especially when the battles only get more and more challenging as they move through that bracket? So loser side bracket is going to be a thrill to watch as well. We're going to dive in on that winner's side first, though, as we take a look at E4, Sankaylor, and Andy.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting matchup because we see some very off-meta picks on both sides, right? Obviously, we see that Shadow Steelix on the side of Andy, but then look at Sankaylor's team. Like, we see the Feraligatr.
Oh, yeah.
We see the Credilli. We see the Shelgon. What is happening here? Can you explain to me?
I'll tell you what's happening. Shelgon's Twister got a massive buff with this new Memories in Motion season, and that Pokemon is a threat. We don't see many Dragon Breath users outside of Altaria these days, but Shelgon must have been working for E4 Sankaylor yesterday because that flamethrower coverage into a Fortress meta sounds volatile.
I have to agree. There's a ton of steel types. We've seen multiple teams with double steel, including Andy's with the Corviknight and the Steelix. So it definitely has a lot of play into those steel typings while still having neutral play and resisting those Aqua Tails from Quagsire, which is, I think we both agree, the most dominant threat in this meta.
A trainer that you and I were just discussing, Sceptile Elias, he's made good use of Pokemon like Feraligatr in the past. I am really interested to see how Sankaylor uses it in this composition as well. Shadow Claw, Hydro Cannon. We might get a barrage of charge attacks as soon as we jump in. So let's get started, everybody. This is Winners Round 1 Championship Sunday in Houston.
We see a Credilli against the Wigglytuff. This is actually a fantastic matchup for Credilli. So you see an instant pivot into that Shadow Steelix for Andy, and there is not really a good answer on the side of Sankaylor.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this Steelix safe switch, normally safe swapping a steel type would be very, very detrimental, but there's only one answer on the team, and that is the Annihilate. So if we don't see the swap from Sankaylor, that tells Andy that the Annihilate is not lurking in the back.
Yeah, and I really like staying in and building up a lot of extra energy so that in case there's a switch out after this, you still have energy for the next Pokemon, but actually staying in with the Credilli here and going for another Grass Knot. This is going to put the Steelix dangerously low, so Andy might decide to shield.
This is really tough. Andy absorbs that damage. He's going to double resist all of the acids, so Steelix is really at no threat of being fast attacked down, which is probably the best thing about that matchup there. But crunch coming through here.
Yeah, this is a huge damage from that Steelix going into the Credilli, but actually you see a Wigglytuff mirror here as Sankular swapped first, so it does have the energy advantage.
Excuse me, I said double resist. Steelix actually triple resist the poison there, but we have the Wigglytuff mirror match. This is so informative as well because Sankular recognized he didn't have a solid counter to the Wigglytuff, so instead he brings it in the mirror match and is going to try to charm down. He's going to show up the Swift here to maintain the HP advantage.
Yeah, and as these shields are coming down, you kind of want to look at the back lines and see that Feraligatr with shields down might be very, very dangerous for Andy's backline of that Medicham, but at the same time, those dynamic punches are going to be hitting very, very hard. As we see this mirror match come through, the Swift is going to land. It's going to put the Wigglytuff into the red, and now we see the Swift coming in from Andy's side. This is probably, the same thing. Going to put the Wigglytuff very, very low, and now it comes down to who's going to be able to survive this last charm.
Switch timers up. Both trainers pulling the swap, and we get even energy matchup between Feraligatr and Medicham. You pointed out how hard those dynamic punches hit.
Yep.
I think that the 5 cycle cut pacing is what Sankular was worried about. That's why the instant swap came through. Now Feraligatr can win those cap ties.
Yep, exactly. And now it's really going to come down to, can you Shadow Claw down this Medicham from this range while still maintaining this advantage? And also, can Feraligatr survive? It's not a Shadow. It might be able to survive a dynamic punch from this Medicham.
Kind of budgeting the HP. I do think there's a pathway here to Shadow Clawing all the way through, but I like the Hydro Cannon to pull away that final Protect Shield.
This is going to be a really, really close endgame. I can't wait to see how this Dynamic Punch goes into this Feraligatr and how much health is going to remain on this Feraligatr in terms of its health, and to see, can you farm this down? Are people going to switch out? Actually, it does not do as much as we might think.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Can you get to the move? And it's not enough. Feraligatr is just farming everything down.
Devours Medicham, and now there's a weakened Steelix and a Wigglytuff in the back. Few options for Andy. Oh, but the peekaboo play as Steelix takes the Hydro Cannon on the chin for the team.
What a catch. That was insane. Really, really nice play there from Andy. Now, is it going to be enough? Because you can probably farm down this Feraligatr because those double resisted Shadow Claws are not going to be enough, but the Credilli and the Wigglytuff still remain, and Sankular is going to survive with that little bit of HP on the Credilli.
Yeah, in spite of the heroics there from Andy's Wigglytuff, unable to take the game in the end because, like you pointed out, Credilli was still waiting in the wings, probably could have absorbed the charms with the damage, and those assets would have added up really fast.
Yeah, and Credilli is honestly one of those Pokemon that we don't see as much in this updated meta because of all of the changes that have happened in the surrounding edges of the meta.
Well,
however,
the drop of Scizor, right?
The drop of Scizor. The drop of Scizor means that Credilli does have a little bit of more play into everything else. It's not as worried about any fast attack damage in this meta.
Exactly.
So it has play into a lot of things, but unfortunately, Fortress is a hard wall to it as well.
Yeah, that's one matchup I think that E4 Sankular needs to watch out for, but this swap right here is really the key moment for me in this game. Being able to keep pace with the Medicham and not be outpaced by those dynamic punches really set this Feraligatr apart, and surprisingly bulky too. That dynamic punch didn't do nearly as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, Feraligatr is a Pokemon that might be able to come back into the meta potentially. Seeing here used by Sankular, it is a really fun Pokemon. It gets to the Hydro Cannon so quickly, and there's no Pokemon in this meta other than Guzzlord that can resist both the Shadow Claw and the Hydro Cannon.
But then it has the Ice Beam coverage for the Guzzlord. So there are options. And speaking of options, I think that Andy is reviewing his because he's got to lock in a team that will allow him to win battle number 2 and start the reverse sweep to move on to winners round 2 in Championship Sunday. And I think it all starts with answering for that Credilli, that Shelgon, and maybe even the Feraligatr again.
All right, here we go. Locking into game number 2. We see the Shelgon against the Wigglytuff. This is Shelgon's nightmare. Speedy, we're going to have to see a switch out right away.
Immediate swap into the Feraligatr. Double resisted Shadow Claws, but in comes the Steelix to match it. But the 2 Shadow Claw advantage is going to put a lot of pressure on this ground and steel type.
Yeah, I think Steelix can maybe survive one Hydro Cannon, but it is super effective, and Hydro Cannon hits just so hard.
Is there a situation here, Alex, where Steelix would double shield, Thunderfang all the way through, and then just deploy that energy, or are we going to see the Feraligatr go?
Well, we actually do see a shield come up. This is a huge call from Sankular here to be able to get that shield in play so that you can get to another Hydro Cannon, but that defense drop is huge.
Massive defense drop. We saw that with King O yesterday. Those can really change the entire tempo of the battle as the Thunderfangs tear through the Feraligatr.
Yeah. I've never seen a Feraligatr melt so quickly from a Shadow Steelix. But here we see another crunch coming through. Andy has not thrown a single Psychic Fangs, has gone straight crunch every single time.
Absolutely attempting to cripple the opposition. Xiaogan does not get the defense fall. Dragon Breaths are going to be resisted here. Flamethrower still takes a while to build up to, and I don't think the Twister is enough, but great timing by E4.
Yeah, perfect timing, understanding that you need to get as much energy as possible so that you can maybe hinder another Pokemon on the other side. But in comes the Wigglytuff again. Once again, we see the Cradily pop out, and now this is actually a really tough matchup for the Cradily because those Dynamic Punches and Ice Punches are both super effective.
I'm telling you, if one of those charge attacks connect, it's going to hurt significantly. Cradily goes for the Grass Knot here. Does have a slight pacing edge in terms of energy, but it takes so much longer to get to those charge attacks than the Medicham does.
Not only that, but 2 Grass Knots are just barely not enough to knock out that Medicham, and so Medicham is going to be able to outpace and survive. It's got the combination of bulk and power that you really only see with a fighting and psychic type.
Does not throw the charge attack, instead allows Medicham to get to the Dynamic Punch here. I think Cradily would have won that charge attack priority tie, but instead opts to absorb the damage. In the meanwhile, I don't think you get to the double up either. This is really tough for Sankey-Lore.
Yeah, this is probably the worst case scenario for the Shelgon in the back, who's just waiting for that for that Wigglytuff. That's just going to be so charming.
Exactly. Wigglytuff comes in, and it looks so adorable, but it is menacing as the charms just disable this Shelgon. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and nowhere to hide.
The huge Icy Wind here is super effective, and it is going to be the knockout blow into Shelgon. Huge game 2 from Andy. I think the Steelix is going to be a really, really tough uphill battle for Sankey-Lore to come back from in game number 3.
And here's the thing, right? Andy keeps on bringing the Wigglytuff and the Steelix. He's trying to invite Sankey-Lore to bringing that Annihilate and to maybe leaving himself open to other counter options.
Yeah, and that Medicham, I think, is a huge pick for Andy over here because that Medicham is able to hit with super effective Dynamic Punches into the hardest answer into that Wigglytuff. So that Wigglytuff Medicham combination is also really, really powerful. We see here the Feraligatr putting in a ton of work, but that defense drop from that crunch didn't allow a Sankey-Lore to get to an extra Hydro Cannon, and obviously we see the Flamethrower coming through. That was a huge moment, but at the end of the day, the Medicham, I think, closed out this battle so well, being able to survive those 2 Grass Knots and then put out some huge damage into the Cradily.
The only ground-type pressure on Sankey-Lore's entire team is the Sand Tomb Fortress, and even that matchup is not great going into the Steelix. So I think if Sankey-Lore can count on anything, it's for that Steelix to show up yet again in battle number 3. Andy looking to continue to build on his best finish in his Championship Series career. I believe this might be his first top cut after several events attended, so he wants to push things even further.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a huge moment for both of these trainers. Who is going to move on to the next round, and who is going to the loser's bracket?
Keys in the ignition, engines on, everybody. Game number 3, Sankey-Lore taking on Andy, and a massive lead for Andy.
Yeah, this is a huge lead. Obviously, we see the Feraligatr come in right away and met again with the Steelix. Same thing as game number 2, but this time only a 1 Shadow Claw advantage for that Feraligatr.
Exactly. Feraligatr going to fire off the Hydro Cannon, just like we saw in game number 2. The shield comes up from Andy, wanting to preserve the Steelix. Last time he went straight for the crunch. He could go for the cheaper Psychic Fangs, but he wants to crunch this Feraligatr off the field.
Yeah, and this is a huge shield call. Do you shield? Actually letting it go, maybe expecting the Psychic Fangs, but no, it was not. And now you get farmed down, and you don't get off that second crucial Hydro Cannon.
This is brutal for Sankey-Lore. I do think that he needed to change the approach, so I understand letting the Feraligatr go, but like you called out, Alex, probably anticipated he'd at least get 1 more Hydro Cannon for his trouble.
Yeah, that was really tough, and now the crunch is going to come through, do some nice neutral damage into the Cradily. Cradily can survive. It is a very tanky Pokemon, but we see here building up a ton of energy, going for that Grass Knot, and having another Grass Knot waiting in the wings.
This is just so uncomfortable for the Cradily. Again, the Steelix triple resist the acids here, so you cannot farm down unless you want to take at least another charge attack. He's going to go ahead and throw this second Grass Knot immediately.
Yeah, this should be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Steelix. It is a very bulky Pokemon, but it can survive quite a few charge attacks. Not that one, unfortunately. But here we see another steel type in the back. You get rid of the Steelix, well, there's another one for you.
Tons of heavy metal here in Houston. We've seen tons of combinations of steel types, and this one is unique. The only Shadow Steelix in our top cut today. For Championship Sunday, but the Air Cutter connects. I want to talk win conditions though, Stark.
Yes.
I think that if Wigglytuff double shields through this matchup, I think that's probably Senkeilor's best chance. What do you say?
I think so, because you need to have that Wigglytuff to be able to deal with that Medicham in the back. If you can get the Wigglytuff out of this matchup, and you do have some shields remaining, you can potentially get through that Medicham.
Second Air Cutter connects. There was no attack boost on the first one, so Senkeilor saving the shields is going to allow the second one through. No attack boost yet again, but the third Air Cutter, I think you need to start respecting this, because even though the Cycle Cuts don't do much damage, Wigglytuff needs HP.
I think Senkeilor is now banking on the Credilli as the win condition in the back, potentially, thinking that you can get to multiple Grass Knots against the Medicham.
Well, there's still a Protect Shield for Andy, so you need to find a way to bring down those defenses. In comes the Cradilli, but it's so far behind on energy, and it's not going to catch up. Medicham is just that much faster with the newly reworked Psycho Cut.
Yeah, and at this health range on the Cradilli, because it had to deal with the Steelix as well, now you can just go straight Ice Punch, and it's less energy than the Dynamic Punch. So now it's really, really tough. It's an uphill battle for Senkeilor, going for the Rock Tomb to try to debuff the attack of the Medicham. I like this play, and now you're going to be able to potentially survive an Ice Punch.
Senkeilor needs time. He needs to get back to that timer, maybe landing a Grass Knot, swapping and catching another Ice Punch, and then landing another Grass Knot could be the recipe, but it's such a tough road to travel. He's going to try to build up to it, but he can't even get there in time because Medicham takes the Charge Attack priority tie.
Yeah, Medicham, very offensive for a Pokemon, not for a fighting type. So we might think that it has very low attack, but it actually has quite high attack. And now you can see here, even though you are taking super effective damage from these charms, Medicham does not care. Ice Punch after Ice Punch after Ice Punch, knocking out the Wigglytuff and taking game number 3, moving Andy on into the next round.
Andy is all smiles on stage. That looks like a 2-1 victory for the trainer on the right as he builds on his most impressive performance in his Championship Series career.
Yeah, I mean, Andy played really, really well. I think heavily relying on the Medicham Steelix core was really great, and also bringing the Wigglytuff in the first 2 games and then switching that to another Steel type to really counteract that Wigglytuff on the side of Senkeilor. I think that was a really smart strategy.
And I really like bringing the Corviknight in battle number 3 because, as we talked about, if you keep safe swapping that Steelix, then eventually I think that Senkeilor would get wise to it and bring the Annihilate.
Right.
So what do? You want another Steel, but you want a Steel that could potentially beat Annihilate, and that's Corviknight. So the strategy really came together there for Andy, and what a great reverse sweep to start off Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic. I think both players played really well, and then just having that Steelix really put Andy over the edge over Senkeilor. We saw him go straight crunch every single time.
Yeah.
Just going straight for the damage, not worrying about the debuffs, got one anyway, and then was able to just chomp and chomp and chomp and Thunderfang its way through that Feraligatr.
Yeah, personally, I'm a big fan of Shadow Steelix gameplay. Not so much fun when you're lined up against a Unova Stunfisk, a Galarian Stunfisk, or a Quagsire, but when none of those 3 opponents are on the other side of the field, it's safe to bring that Pokemon. That's exactly what Andy did. Kudos to him for recognizing his strengths. Meanwhile, Senkeilor will fall to that loser side bracket where he needs to battle his way through if he wants a chance at a rematch and a higher placement in the event.
Absolutely. I think Senkeilor has the potential to do so and has obviously showcased their skill, not just today, but yesterday as well. There is so much opportunity, and there is a huge amount of people. How many people have come through the losers bracket and won time and time again?
Yeah.
Andy, obviously, really, really well done. I love seeing unique Pokemon do so well.
I do as well. And I'll tell you what, we actually have Home-Sliced Henry out on the floor. He's going to catch up with Andy and see how he's feeling after that win. Let's take it to him.
Thank you so much, Speedy. Home-Sliced Henry live on the floor here with Andy, fresh off a massive win on stage. Now, this is Andy's best performance at a regional so far. Andy, I gotta know. Talk to me about the emotions right now.
Honestly, it feels amazing. Like, I didn't know I was just gonna come this far, you know? And it just feels really good, you know? I'm on a high right now because adrenaline, you know? Yeah.
Now, Andy, you got to talk to me about Medicham. Medicham really felt like it was an MVP at series. Medicham, even if it was down shields, down energy, its pacing, how much damage it was able to do, it really felt like time and time again, it was really able to put in an incredible amount of work for you in that series.
Yeah, Medicham's been my MVP the whole tournament. From yesterday, today's been great as well. Yeah.
And now, finally, Andy, we know when trainers get up here on this stage, they always have people they want to thank, people they help with scrims, with team building, friends, families cheering for you in the crowd and at home. So any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah. Shout out to my mom and family. I love you guys. Shout out to Caleb Pang. He's the GOAT. He actually helped me with my team. Shout out Lauren and SoCal Swab Blues. Pizza, Flying Pizza, helped me with scrims. M. Rinker with the team analysis. Dre, Dre Flames. And my community back home, my campfire community, Pogo Covina.
So, a pretty heartwarming story here. Andy, already at their best regionals performance ever, and he's not done yet. He's moving on in the winner's side of the bracket. And now we'll send it back to the casters for more exciting action here at the Houston Regionals.
All right, thank you so much, Henry. Great job by Andy. Obviously, tons of people that are helping him build his team, and also he showcased on the big stage that he can do it himself, and that's what I love about Pokemon Go, the amount of people that are helping each other out and building up communities together. That's my favorite thing.
No, absolutely. We've talked about this throughout all the broadcasts, right? It might feel like there's only 1 or 2 players up on stage at any given time, but behind those players is a massive community, and we're such a tight-knit group. We all know each other, we all scrim together, and it's very collaborative effort. I will say that Pokemon Go is so unique, right? Because we have to join together to do raids, to do battles, to play Community Day. We already had that community aspect to begin with, and then we became competitive, unlike a lot of other titles which are competitive first. So we do have such camaraderie and such good vibes throughout the entire group, and I think that's one of the things that really sets us apart, not only in Pokemon, but also in esports in general.
Yeah, and I love that. And speaking of good vibes, I'm feeling some good vibes today here with you.
Yeah,
So
dude, of course.
that.
Always.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday, right? Good
Yeah.
times.
It's
Well, we're going to keep the good times rolling because we have Dunebug 97 facing off against Jello 2 Good. Again, we talked about Titans standing next to trainers who are carving out their own names in Championship Series history, and this is yet another example.
Yeah, and I think we have some very fun Pokemon here on these teams. Dunebug we've seen obviously many times on these streams. Jello 2 Good, kind of a newer face, but has obviously done very well for himself as well. I think the fun picks here are going to be something like the Gourgeist on the side of Dunebug and the Charjabug on the side of Jello. Do you see any play for either of those 2 Pokemon?
No, I agree. I think that Charjabug will be a threat. I think that finding ways to use your signature Pokemon, whether it is the Guzzlord, whether it is the Politoed, that'll be the challenge. We're jumping right into it. This is winners round 1. Guzzlord staring down the Charjabug.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup, pretty even actually, because you are, as the Guzzlord, resisting the Volt Switch damage, but you will have to take super effective Bug X Scissors. So it is a very pretty neutral matchup on this side, but we see the Brutal Swing come through. This is going to pace much quicker than the X Scissors.
Yeah, and that's a key advantage, right, for Guzzlord, because the longer the battle goes on, and as we said yesterday, the more shields that go up, Guzzlord's advantage increases. No Protect Shield used on the first one. Oh, coming in with a Wicked Up, trying to take down the Guzzlord, and Dunebug bails it out just in time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge charm. Now the Guzzlord is very low, but now you're in a position where you are facing down a Steel type as a Fairy type, and now it's going to be really tough. Despite the fact that there are no Steel type moves on this Corviknight, it's still going to be able to resist all of that fast attack damage.
No boost on the first Air Cutter, which means that this Icy Wind is going to slow down the momentum of this Corviknight. If you thought Sand Attack was not very impressive before, just wait until it's debuffed.
Well, one thing that I love about this Wigglytuff is it's a beautiful shiny. It's mesmerizing eyes, making it, you know, maybe you want to just like not do as much damage because it's so beautiful.
I don't think Dunebug's focused on the eyes at all. I think he's focused on the prize, everybody. There comes the boost, and now the Corviknight is back up to its regular attack prowess. Gonna go for another Air Cutter here because the pacing on the Corviknight, only 9 turns to the Air Cutter. It's blazingly fast.
Absolutely, super duper fast. Here, I think Wigglytuff is gonna be able to survive, get to those one last ditch Icy Wind, but I don't think it's gonna be quite enough to take out this bulky bird.
Exactly, and if you're keeping track of the attack basis here, we had -1, +1, -1, +1, and now we see the Politoed come out. This is an interesting matchup because we have a water-type Politoed facing off against the Empoleon. I have not seen this Pokemon in action yet, and I'm excited to see what it can do.
It plays very, very similarly to that Quagsire, but instead of going for the Hydro Cannons, you have to go for that neutral Drill Peck because you are going to be able to resist that water typing from that Hydro Cannon.
For sure. Weather Ball doesn't do very much damage. You see the second charge attack here for Dunebug is Ice Beam. Great coverage for all the Altaria that he's seeing, but there are no targets for it here on the field. He's going to be forced to shield the second Drill Peck.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart play. You have to start gauging when you're going to use those shields, and Junebug decides that this is the time, going for that double Weather Ball energy so that you can throw back-to-back before the Empoleon gets to that Drill Peck.
When you see no shield here, I wonder what Junebug decides to do. He's got very low HP on both of his reserve Pokemon. Goes for the Weather Ball anyway. Jello Too Good still has 2 Protect Shields, and he uses the first one right here.
Yeah, I think I like this play because now you can guarantee getting off a charge attack or switch out. But unfortunately, now you're going to have this Politoed having more energy than before. This is really, really tough. You do have the Charge Bug in the back, which is super effective into all 3 Pokemon, though.
Jello switch locked himself. Oh, actually gets locked into a terrible situation because the Guzzlord pounces on the opportunity, throws the Brutal Swing, and takes away that final Protect Shield.
Yeah, and now you kind of have to force yourself to farm down this Guzzlord, which is going to be really tough because now it's going to get to another Brutal Swing. That's so brutal.
2 Dragon Tails for 6 turns. Second Volt Switch didn't apply till turn 8, which allows Junebug to get to the second Brutal Swing. That was pivotal because the Sand Attack is faster than the Discharge, and now Corviknight is looking to clean things up.
That was actually impeccable gameplay from Junebug, something that we have to talk about because that 1-turn fast attack goes through before the charge attack is able to get fired off. Fantastic gameplay from Junebug97, and that's why he's one of the best of the best.
It takes 1 turn to use a charge attack, and Sand Attack is also 1 turn. So that fast attack damage applied drained the remaining HP from the charge bug and denied all of that energy.
Beautifully done. Beautifully said. I mean, that's what I really enjoy about this Corviknight is it has that 1-turn fast attack. It may not do a lot of damage, but it still does damage.
One of the questions I had going into this is Junebug's been around. He's been competing for a long time. He's tied with LNDS Harjeff for the most Championship Series victories in his entire career with 6. And I was asking myself, does he still have the reflexes? Does he still have the speed, the awareness, the attention to maintain himself in these really clutch scenarios? And the answer to that question seems like a resounding yes.
Yeah, it's really tough to be able to do it time and time again, but Junebug has the skill set, he has the prowess, he has the mindset. He's been doing it for such a long time, and he's continuing to prove to us and to himself that he is one of the best in the world. Now, Jello Too Good, how do you come back? How do you adjust? What is your game plan in this game number 2? How do you come back against one of the best of the best?
Well, you can't get intimidated now. You made it this far. Jello Too Good with a key lead here in battle number 2. Gourgeist staring down the Empoleon.
Now, this is a very interesting matchup. We are going to see the Empoleon throw after exactly 7 Metal Sounds to go for that Drill Peck on good timing. This is a super effective hit, but I don't think it's quite enough to knock out Empoleon. Empoleon's not going to be able to knock out the Gourgeist, but Gourgeist puts up shield anyway.
Oh, great catch here, but the Seed Bomb is what you want to throw into the Wigglytuff matchup regardless. So Jello Too Good loves sending in that Wigglytuff to get to that heavy-hitting charm damage in, but I don't know if it's going to remain here longer because I think that Junebug's going to send in the Corviknight, and he does.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play. Unfortunately, Jello Too Good was able to get a ton of charms off, and now is going to be able to debuff this Corviknight on entry, so now it's going to be debuffed for the entirety of its switch timer.
Unless the Air Cutter pushes that attack stat back up. We're going to see what happens here. First Air Cutter of the battle is going to go through. I estimate it'll take at least 2 to pick up the KO here on the Wigglytuff, so there's still a lot of battle to be had.
Absolutely. Now, Jello is really trying to get to one more Swift or potentially an Icy Wind even, but actually decides to switch out. And now you're going to be able to get so much more energy on this Guzzlord, and that's a huge win for Jello.
That internal clock for Junebug is ticking right along. He knew that that switch timer was up. The 45 seconds had expired, and if he throws another Air Cutter, he will be able to bail out as well. Sends out his Guzzlord to try to catch the Brutal Swing, but Jello was aware of the switch clock as well.
Yeah, and now Jello's Guzzlord has so much energy for this mirror match. The Sludge Bomb's going to come out and it's going to do some heavy damage, and I believe it's going to be able to get to the Sludge Bomb at the same time as Junebug, and now it's going to be charge attack priority, and it looks like Jello's attack is a little bit higher on his Guzzlord as well.
And Doombug decides not to shield. He's going to let the Sludge Bomb connect into his Guzzlord. Does it hang on? It hangs on by a sliver, and this Sludge Bomb is going to devastate Jello's Guzzlord.
I guess that's why we see that Guzzlord had to lose that charge attack priority, because it knew it could tank the charge attack. That was huge.
That is an incredible Guzzlord as well. Switching in late, eating his 2 Sludge Bombs, and still coming out on top in the mirror matchup. Doombug, waiting at the switch timer, comes in with the Corviknight now into the Empoleon.
Yeah, and now this could be a payback, so you really have to decide, are you going to shield this potential payback? It is just an air cutter, so now it's going to be really tough, because we see the Wigglytuff come back in on the boosted air cutter. Now this is going to do even more damage. It's going to be more than enough to knock out.
Yeah, Jello tosses out that Wigglytuff just like in battle number 1, trying to move the pieces around a little bit, find some breathing room for the Empoleon, but it looks pretty uphill still. Don't forget, Gourgeist has a mountain of energy in the back.
Yeah, I believe it has 2 Seed Bombs waiting in the wings, ready for this matchup. It's going to be able to throw back-to-back and potentially knock out this Empoleon, and Jello throwing up his hands and looks and sighing in defeat, potentially just upset that this endgame did not play out the exact way that he wanted, but Doombug was methodical, was calculated, and was able to find the win condition that he needed.
Yeah, phone down, hands up. Jello says, well, I'm headed to that loser side bracket. I need to battle my way through, but it's tough no matter which way you cut it, because taking on a trainer like Doombug is never going to be easy, and he proves why he is still one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I think that was a really good showcase of not just the Corviknight, but also the Gourgeist. I have never seen Gourgeist bank up that much energy and then just switch out. And I think that was the big gameplay that we needed to see. The Corviknight, I think, was the mainstay on the side of Doombug this set.
I mean, it was such a key call, right? Because he leads it into the Empoleon, and then he has all that stored energy. The patience by Doombug as well, pivoting into the Corviknight. Even though he failed to catch with his Guzzlord later on in the battle, it still won that mirror match too. I mean, honestly, everything went right for Doombug in that game number 2. Great alignment, great team comp, great switch timer awareness, and all those things came together into a perfect picture. And that picture is winners round 2 for Doombug.
I really like that you brought up the Guzzlord, because I think winning that specific matchup was huge, right? If that Guzzlord is able to hang on as it did, it wins you the game. But if it was going to get knocked out, then it's like a whole nother game that you have to play, because you have to figure out how to take down the Guzzlord as well as the Empoleon and the Wigglytuff at the end of the game. But now, because that Guzzlord is able to hang on, you fire off the Sludge Bomb, you knock out that Guzzlord, because Guzzlord's one of the few Pokemon that can wall off all of Gourgeist's attacks. And that was that was the Pokemon that won him at the end.
Yeah, and if the Sludge Bomb from Jello's Guzzlord does KO Doombug's, not only does it hang on and become a problem later, but it has enough HP to kind of be neutral into every other matchup that's still on the field there. So how does Doombug beat a Gourgeist then? With Incinerates from, or excuse me, how does Doombug beat the Guzzlord from then? Yeah. With Incinerates from Gourgeist, from Sand Attacks from Corviknight? It's not pretty. So that moment, knowing his Guzzlord to a T and recognizing it could withstand the Sludge Bomb, absolute skill expression, and that comes from hours and hours of scrims and practice.
Right, and not only that, making sure that you train your Guzzlord in its defense and its HP, because that's the key. Because like we saw, Jello's Guzzlord was able to win that charge attack priority, which means it has a higher attack stat. But because of the higher defense stat, you're able to survive longer. And that's, I think, the key in Pokemon Go is you want to train your Pokemon to try to live as long as possible, so you can get those last second charge attacks and maybe flip a game that was unwinnable otherwise.
Exactly right. Well, D5's on the floor. I want to hear about the secrets of the Guzzlord. Doombug, what do you have to say to us?
Thank you so much, Will. And I am going to ask him all about those secrets in just a moment. But I want to talk to you about Texas. This is certainly not your first rodeo here. You have gotten top 8 every single time you've played in Texas. 2 championships and 5th place in San Antonio last season. What is it about this state that treats you so well?
Well, ever since I moved down here to Texas, it's been a good luck charm. I've gone top 8 at every tournament here in Texas. I've won two of them, hoping to get my 3rd here. It's been amazing here since I've come down to Texas.
And tell me a little bit about the local PvP scene, because we want to get more trainers coming to these tournaments, coming out to locals. What's the PvP scene like here in Texas?
Yeah, I definitely need to shout out my local scene here, like in the DFW area. We have a lot of really talented battlers like Rise to Occasion, Arrow, Nighttime Clasher. It's always a good time at the locals. I would definitely encourage people to come out to locals because I wouldn't be here without those for sure.
And let's focus in on that team. Will wanted to hear about the secrets of the Guzzlord, but you also have that Gourgeist, which is so much fun. You have the Politoed, which I love. Tell me about your really unique take on a team.
Yeah, if you looked at the top 12 graphic for day 2, I only have 3 out of those 12 picks on my team. So I feel like I really do thrive when I run some more of those off-meta picks, and it's just keep working out. So hopefully I can keep going.
Do you have any final thoughts, any final shout-outs for the camera before I let you get back to your tournament?
Yeah, shout out to the collective, AJ, Axon, everyone else. I love y'all so much. Looking forward to making you proud.
I think Dune has made so many different people proud today. Thank you so much for taking some time to chat with me. We are going to take just a quick break, but don't you go anywhere. We have some fun and games hosted by Will. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome in, trainers. Texas is known for its kickback, have a good time games. We're going to play some cornhole with 2 very talented teams. For Team 1, I've got Frankie T52 and Kevin Solidaris. For Team 2, I've got Master Me here and Arrow. Gentlemen, let's get started. Now, in order to get your throws, you have to answer a trivia question correctly. I'm going to ask these trainers a trivia question. They need to answer whether or not it is a fast or charge attack and name 1 Pokemon that learns that attack. All right, I believe Kevin is first up. Each question you get right is a throw. 3 points to get the hacky sack through the hole, 1 point on the board, and 2 points in the corner pockets. You ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, Kevin, let's begin. Volt Switch.
It is a fast move. Magnezone.
All right, question number 2 is Metal Claw.
Metal Claw. Dustmane Necrozma. Wait, it's a fast attack, sorry. Dustmane Necrozma learns that move.
That's correct, that's correct. And the last one, High Jump Kick.
It is a charge attack. Serena learns that charge move.
Well done, Kevin. You get 3 throws. Try your best.
Okay.
All right, throw number 1, Kevin Solidaris. Oh, a little bit high. All right, does not stay on the board there. Throw number 2. Okay, that's 1 point on the board. Throw number 3. Okay, so 1 point so far for Team 1. Let's get Frankie up here to go next. All right, Frankie, question number 1, Metal Sound.
Oh, Metal Sound? That is a fast move? And doesn't Aron learn that fast move?
That is correct. I'm surprised you chose Aron and not Empoleon, right? Number 2, Force Palm.
Ooh, Force Palm, that is a fast move, and that learns by Lucario.
Very well said, Frankie. Last one, Upper Hand.
Ooh, Upper Hand? Isn't that a charge move learned by, oh God, what's this? I'm terrible at remembering these. God, it's a dragon. Why can't I think of the? I don't.
It evolves from Jangmo.
Yes. Not Hakamo, but.
I'll give it to you. Como-o. You're really close. Okay. All right, Frankie, you go ahead and have three throws here. That's all right. All right, throw number 1. Ooh, not quite on the board. We're going to have to go fish that one out. Oh, that's 3 points. Okay. Oh, okay. 2 under the wall here. Frankie, if you could help me retrieve those, I'm going to grab these bean bags here, and we're going to get ready for the next team. This is going to be Team Arrow and Team Master Mahir. Frankie, thank you so much. All right, Arrow, this is going to be a breeze for you, my friend. You're a Pokemon Go veteran. Let's get started. Number 1, Vine Whip.
Vine Whip. That is a fast attack learned by everyone's favorite Venusaur.
Very well said. All right, Silver Wind.
Silver Wind. This is a move that I love back in the beginning stages of PvP. It is a charged move, and Venomoth learns it.
That was actually the first one that came to mind for me as well. Takedown.
Takedown.
Fast or charged?
I think it's a fast attack?
That's correct. All right, we're getting close.
It's got to be some normal type. Bidoof.
That is incorrect. One more guess.
Can I get a hint? You gave him.
It is a normal type.
Oh, thanks for helping me.
Okay. So I will say that for your weekly challenges you do with friends, you get an encounter with this Pokemon.
Cool. Household.
That's it. All right, 3 throws. 3 throws, Arrow. Here we go. For team 2, Arrow. Oh, off the rebound, everybody. That's 3 points. Okay, 1 point. It stayed. He's calling it. Oh, okay. So 4 points total. All right. Our final competitor here is Master Mihir. All right, Master Mihir, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Question number 1, Mirror Shot.
Mirror Shot is a charge attack. And it's learned by Fortress.
Very, very well done. Okay, number 2, Obstruct.
It's a charge attack. It's learned by Obstagoon.
The only Pokemon that can learn it, actually. Very, very well done. All right, this one's tough. I gotta warn you. Volt Tackle.
Volt Tackle. It's a charge attack learned by Pikachu.
Wow, all right. Master Mihira, master indeed. Let's go ahead and get these throws. All right, number 1. Master Mihira. Oh my gosh, sunk it. 3 points. All right. One more. Oh, so close. 4 points. That's his go. All right, everybody, let's tally up the scores. Here, bring it in. Bring it over here, guys. All right, team 1, what is your total score? Do you remember?
I believe I only had 1 point because one of my bags stayed on the bag over there.
Frankie? All right, so 4 for team 1. Team 2?
I had 4, and then Master here clutched it up. He had 4 as well. So that's 8. So we win.
That's 8, and that's quick maths. Quick maths with Pokemon Go. Guys, it's been really fun. Have a great time watching the stream this weekend. And speaking of that, let's go right back to those battles.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivios, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar, Jigglypuff.
Psyduck.
So
what's your favorite?
Pokemon trainers, what is your favorite? There are so many different kinds of Pokemon, and you can win with all of your different favorites. And coming up here in just a moment, we have some top-tier favorite trainers that we are going to be seeing duke it out. This is the match that everyone has been looking forward to. Home Slice Henry, tell me all about it.
This feels like a heavyweight bout. In one corner, Nighttime Clasher, regional champion, the reigning Latin American international champion versus its Axon, 2-time North American international champion, a former Pokemon Go world champion, a former regional champion. It does not get better than this.
This could be an international match. This could be a world final, but this is Winners C round 1 here in Houston. Everything is bigger in Texas, including these battles.
It's Axon famously won the World Championships with Medicham, has the Medicham plush, but no Medicham on his team. Instead, it's Nighttime Clasher who has brought the Medicham, and Medicham does look very strong into Axon's team.
Looking at this game screen, these trainers are set up. They are locked in. We have a regional champion, an international champion. But does the world champion make a difference? We have Corviknight versus Wigglytuff, a deceptively even matchup, but we see a quick pivot into Medicham.
This Medicham safe switch is incredibly strong into Axon's team because even Togekiss is not a convincing answer. Medicham's energy goes everywhere into this team. Air Cutter lands, no Air Cutter boost. Nighttime Clasher feeling content to stay on the field, go for Dynamic Punch, but what a catch by Axon.
It's the world champion difference right here, Togekiss. He is facing down his favorite Pokemon. He knows all of its tricks.
Oh, that was absolute magic from Axen. Ice Punch will hit for super effective damage, will not take the knockout, but will remove a lot of Togekiss' health bar. Axen will invest in a Protect Shield, and he's going to look to overfarm, maybe try and go for a Charge Type priority tie, Size Shock to the Ice Punch, but Nighttime Clasher will not go for it.
I'm looking at its Axen's double flyer strategy. We have the Corviknight, we have the Togekiss, but there's a Shadow Fortress lurking in the back for Nighttime Clasher. Will it meet up with one of these two flyers?
Another Ice Punch launched by the Medicham. It's Axen going to commit. He's investing in the Togekiss. Both Protect Shields down. Can he get the Peck farm down? It's going to be close. He does. Medicham falls, and it will not get that energy.
And here comes that Shadow Fortress looking for a flying type Pokemon, but it's going to have to withstand this Aura Sphere. This is one of the most bonkers charge attacks in PvP. It is so efficient and powerful. Takes the Fortress down nearly under half health, but look at those Shadow Volt switches to the Togekiss.
Nighttime Clasher lost a ton of health on this Fortress, going to have to give up the final Protect Shield as well. This Togekiss putting on an absolute show. Togekiss will get farmed down, but Axen got so much value out of that MVP Pokemon.
And now Shadow Fortress lurks in the back, loaded on energy. Corviknight comes out, as I was saying, at the top of the match. This is deceptively even. Wigglytuff just does not have what it takes to completely knock this out. Corviknight, you would think a Steel-type Pokemon should be dominating this matchup. It just doesn't. It doesn't have the charge attack pressure to be able to deal effectively with this Wigglytuff.
Axen got one boost, not going to get a second, but even just getting that first boost, Axen should now be in a winning position to close out this game, as this Air Cutter should be able to deliver the knockout onto Wigglytuff. Air Cutter lands, Wigglytuff gets KO'd, there's a second boost, and all that's left for Nighttime Clasher is the Fortress, but he's conceding. Fortress has no win con. Game 1 goes to Axen.
Very good. Well done by its Axen. Even though he doesn't have Medicham on his team, he knows Medicham very, very well and can handle it concisely during the battle.
We have to talk about that dynamic punch catch. We identified at the start, Medicham so strong into its Axen's team that Medicham energy could have run away with the game, but Axen with the perfect prediction, getting the catch and the Peck sneak as well. And that sneak of the Peck was actually what allowed Axen to get the farm down there. Not only anticipating the exact overfarm by Nighttime Clasher, but also switching out at the perfect half-second interval to actually get this catch. We do get to see it right here.
Taking a look, we are going to see the moment, and it arrives. Being able to catch this dynamic punch, all of that energy going down the drain.
And that is what set up its Axen for success. The Togekiss exiting fairly healthy, and even when the Volt Switch Fortress came in, this is supposed to be the Pokemon that deals with the Flyers, but Aura Sphere after Aura Sphere landing, forcing the shields, and Togekiss shone in game number 1 for Axen.
Yeah, you would think with Shadow Fortress up against its Axen's 2 flying-type Pokemon, you would think Nighttime Clasher would have an edge there. What do you think was the difference maker? Was it the catch?
That catch, it helped neutralize so much energy. It's a double resisted catch. That Medicham energy was looking to run away with the game. Nighttime Clasher, in my eyes, had the correct call of recognizing that Medicham on the safe switch is basically unanswerable from Axen. But if you're able to catch and nullify that huge energy head start, then suddenly the Medicham becomes a lot more manageable.
So we are going to have to see, can its Axen do it again? Can he pull off another game victory, sending him further into the winner's side of the bracket? We've got 2 Pokemon up on the field. We see that big, bulky Corviknight against the Guzzlord.
This is another very neutral matchup. It's Shadow Quagsire and the Corviknight in the back for Axen. But as always, that Medicham lurking in the back for Nighttime Clasher looks deadly.
Medicham is so safe into Axen's team as a safe swap, but it looks like both of these trainers can tend to stay in. Getting that Air Cutter boost early is critical. It's going to be more and more impactful as the match goes on.
Getting that first Air Cutter boost does swing this matchup pretty dramatically over to Corviknight, as Corviknight suddenly able to output some real damage, which normally it cannot do in this matchup.
Corviknight is there to absorb these brutal swings. It is an incredibly bulky Steel-type Pokemon, and going right for that next Air Cutter, almost at another one. Let's see if he can get even another boost on top of the one he already has.
Air Cutter is going to connect. Guzzlord is going to survive. No boost comes through. Axen fires off the Brutal Swing. He just wants damage onto the Corviknight. Corviknight will survive, but not by much. Nighttime Clasher investing in the Corviknight as the Protect Shield goes up.
Wants to be sure to get as much energy as possible. We see it's Axen bringing in his own Corviknight, but Shadow Fortress is ready. This is what it is here for, to deal with flyers, and you are going to be seeing Rock Tombs. I think what we're gonna be seeing is kind of a back and forth tennis match of attack boops. Goes right for the payback, and it lands.
That is a big swing of momentum for Axen. Suddenly the Fortress looks very beatable. Fortress returns fire with the Rock Tomb. This is only neutral damage. Corviknight will hang on, and Corviknight is guaranteed to make another charge stack as the Volt Switches will simply fail to take the knockout before the Air Cutter is available.
So this is one attack down for an Air Cutter, but it is not quite enough to knock out now with that attack drop, and the Fortress just going for a Sand Tomb.
This is an opportunity for its Axen to get a bit of an energy head start. Nighttime Clasher could look to pivot out of the matchup and will try and deny that farm down, sending in the Corviknight. Corviknight has so much energy. Nighttime Clasher farms up past the payback, baiting with the Air Cutter. Axen thinking through his options. Will he put up the Protect Shield? No, he calls the bait. What a read.
Calls the bait. It's the world champion difference coming in with that Air Cutter, trying to get a boost. No shield again. He has the payback energy, but Axen is not falling for the bait.
Axen holding on to those Protect Shields. He's reading its Medicham in the back, and if it is, the dynamic punches would hit harder than an Air Cutter. Aqua Tail lands, down goes Corviknight, and in comes that Medicham.
It's Axen has saved all of his resources for this low health Quagsire and low health Guzzlord. He's got 2 Protect Shields remaining, but does he have enough health to make it through the rest of this battle?
For Nighttime Clasher, he knows that he can survive 2 Aqua Tails. He doesn't need to go Dynamic Punch. He can go for the cheaper Ice Punch on that 10-turn, 8-turn alternating pacing. But Quagsire has the upper hand. It's up energy, and it still has those Protect Shields to hide behind, as it doesn't really fear the Psycho Cut fast move pressure.
But it is starting to build up. The Quagsire is getting down to the red. We've got another Aqua Tail coming through, taking Medicham down to the yellow. We're at shield parity. Guzzlord comes in. Now this is a Pokemon that is definitely not afraid of the Psycho Cuts.
Guzzlord will never be Psycho Cut down. Axen will put up the Protect Shield. Nighttime Clasher still has the Fortress available, but it's basically only with 1 hit point remaining. Does Nighttime Clasher try for a catch? No. Stays on the field. No catch attempt onto the Fortress. And now it's Axen. Fires off that Brutal Swing.
Pulling that final Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher. All charge attacks land. This is going to knock out the Guzzlord. It's just the Quagsire remaining. We have 2 low health Pokemon. This is so close.
Mudshot not going to do much, but neither will the Psycho Cut. It's going to be a race to the Aqua Tail. Does Nighttime Clasher go for the catch here? No! He's going to stay on the field, fire off the Ice Punch. Axen predicted the catch, but Nighttime Clasher predicted that prediction. Stays on the field, takes the knockout. We're going to Game 3.
Predicting predictions, mind games abound. We have Nighttime Clasher versus its Axen, 1 versus 1. The next game will catapult the winner into the next round of the bracket. The loser still in the tournament, but has a much tougher road ahead. This is a lot on the line.
DeFi, I gotta break down that end game. The mind game's there. Quagsire wins charge attack priority over Medicham. Both of these trainers know that. They're going to reach their charge attack at the exact same time. So Axen has to make the call. The Fortress is still alive in the back. Nighttime Clasher saved the Fortress from earlier. Does he go for the catch? Axen predicted the catch. That's why he went for the Mudshot, because if Nighttime Clasher switched in, the Mudshot would have knocked out the Fortress. He has the Aqua Tail. He wins charge attack priority and wins the game. But Nighttime Clasher predicted that Axen would predict the catch. He stays on the field, throws a charge attack that if Axen throws, Axen just wins. But those are the reads you have to make in the high-level competitive Pokemon Go PvP. Nighttime Clasher gets the read right. He stays alive, and it only feels fitting that a matchup between these 2 Titans is going to a Game 3.
We were complaining a little bit yesterday about some trainers that just if you would have thrown the move, you would have won. It feels like that again, but this was so high level. He was waiting for that catch that just did not appear.
The mind games and the decision by Nighttime Clasher to actually throw on alignment against the Guzzlord to ensure the Dragon Tail did not land, ensured that he could barely survive those mud shots, and he ends up making that correct read. We've got lock-ins. Game number 3, Nighttime Clasher versus its Axen. Good lead for Nighttime Clasher, and an immediate pivot out into the Corviknight for Axen.
And we have now we have Corviknight versus Guzzlord, 2 very bulky Pokemon. However, Corviknight has the benefit. It is going to be resisting all of these Dragon Tails.
The brutal swings do add up quite considerably over time. Corviknight going to be firing off the air cutter, no shield from Nighttime Clasher. Will we see that boost on the air cutter? We will! Corviknight boosting up its attack, and suddenly starting to feel a lot more threatening to the Guzzlord.
Yeah, as if Corviknight can get that very first attack boost, it swings the momentum far into its favor. You can see just how much more those air cutter, it gets a second boost!
Double boosted Corviknight, the sand attack suddenly starting to shred through the Guzzlord. Guzzlord is at the back-to-back brutal swings. Brutal swing is going to connect. A second brutal swing will get the Corviknight very low, but will miss the knockout. But it's Axen trying to prioritize switch advantage in this game, so will put up the Protect Shield and look to overfarm as much as possible.
Continuing on in this matchup, both Pokemon getting very low, but Corviknight just has such an energy advantage, knows that it cannot sand attack down this Guzzlord, throws the air cutter to try to dispose of it.
Shield comes up from Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher really trying to fight for switch advantage. There's the catch by Axen. Gets the catch and sneak back onto the fortress and preserves energy and health on that Corviknight.
But now he has given up that, Axen has given up that switch advantage, so Nighttime Clasher able to position the Medicham right onto the Fortress, and Fortress has to be afraid of these dynamic punches that'll be coming through.
Axen is opting for the Rock Tomb here. Rock Tomb is resisted, but Axen's idea is he wants to lower the damage output from the Medicham, so that way one dynamic punch will miss the knockout, and Nighttime Clasher will be forced to throw 2 charge attacks instead of 1.
Very high level thinking from its Axen. Sometimes it pays off to throw the ineffective move. Its Axen actually going right for the sand attack. So not only is this Medicham attack debuffed, it's about to be defense dropped as well.
Switch timer will be up for Axen. There's the pivot into the Corviknight, sniping with the air cutter. And now Nighttime Clasher, if he wants to hold on to this Medicham HP, he's going to have to put up the shield, but he lets it go. He thinks he survives. He does! Barely hangs on, saves the energy, and sends Corviknight into the mirror.
Nighttime Clasher has all 3 of his Pokemon available, but Guzzlord and Medicham are just at such low health, but he has this full health Corviknight. He is sending an air cutter, and its Axen puts up a shield.
That is a very wise play by Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher recognized that Axen wants this energy, so he can fire off the air cutter, force the Protect Shield, and its Axen could be in a position where he ends up getting fully farmed down. His switch clock's not available. He can't escape. Sand attacks are resisted, but he's gonna get the full farm down, but not before the air cutter is reached.
So getting just a little bit of chip damage, but its Axen really wanted that payback to go through. Instead, Axen still has his Quagsire full health as well. All charge attacks are going to land. Nighttime Clasher has the energy for the payback, as well as some residual energy to go for another charge attack.
The Medicham has loaded energy as well. Payback connects, big damage onto the Quagsire, and there's the combination play. Shock and awe from Nighttime Clasher. Payback lands, dynamic punch lands, down goes Quagsire. Nighttime Clasher in prime form here in Houston.
And the Fortress does remain, but it's just not going to have enough, I think, with this Rock Tomb, especially because Corviknight is going to get to this air cutter first. That is going to be a win for Nighttime Clasher. Moving on to winners round 2.
We have to talk about the shield call with the Medicham in that game number 3. Nighttime Clasher trusting his knowledge of damage ranges. He trusted he would survive. He did survive, and banking that dynamic punch, preserving that Protect Shield was everything.
What an intense battle. Momentum going back and forth. Both of these trainers are so skilled, but I don't think it's the end of the road for its Axen yet. He's going to go down to the loser side of the bracket where he can still make quite a deep run, but it is a tougher road down there.
You do have to win a lot more games on the loser side of the bracket than the winner side, but that was one of the best series I've ever seen in competitive Pokemon Go PvP. Catches left and right, very precise decision-making throughout. It's Axen, despite the bad lead, clawing his way back, Rock Tomb into Sand Tomb, pivoting into the Corviknight, and this was the moment. Nighttime Clasher trusting he would survive. Medicham, you can barely see the health bar, but he knew. He was able to save the energy, fire off the air cutter to pressure the final shield away from Axen, and then when shields were down, payback into Dynamic Punch was lethal.
This was such an incredible showing from these two battlers. The entire time felt like it's a standoff between two cowboys in an old Western movie, especially that moment in game number 2 with at the very end of the game where its Axen was predicting a catch that didn't come. It was kind of like the two cowboys just kind of looking at each other, seeing who's going to move first.
Oh, I am just And a little bit of a loss of words here in the booth for just the incredible high level of gameplay that we got to witness. That was an absolute treat between two of the best battlers in our game, not just in North America, two of the best in the world. And that was an incredible 3-game series.
And definitely one of the best in the world. We can say that Nighttime Clasher is Mr. Worldwide, a trainer who is very, very well traveled, going to regionals, going to locals, internationals, worlds, just all over the planet Earth. But right here, right now in Houston, in H-Town, Texas, it is Nighttime Clasher moving on to the next round.
I've got to hear from Nighttime Clasher. Some of those reads, the high-level gameplay, it was incredible. And we actually have House Stark live on the floor with Nighttime Clasher to talk us through that series, because that was magic.
All right, thank you so much to Henry and to DeFi. What an incredible showcase of some of the most high-level gameplay that we've seen today. The matchup between you and Axon, tell me what goes through your mind when you face and you're across the seat from Axon.
I've played a lot of matches with Axon, have a lot of respect for him as a battler. I think it's our fourth match, and now evening the series 2-2, but usually I'm pretty calm going into day 2, but this is probably like the most nervous I've felt in a long time. Seeing like Dunebug, Elam, like as potential next matches is always just a very scary thought, but having to get the job done versus Axon first, it doesn't get more difficult than that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some really nice plays with the Corviknight, with the Fortress. We saw the Metacham against Axon, all those things, very poetic. But you're Mr. Worldwide. You've been to a ton of tournaments. Why do you go to all these tournaments? Like, what is the inspiration for you?
I have a lot of friends who support me, a lot of family who are really invested in my journey playing the game, and it's just an honor to be able to like represent my country as well at these major tournaments all around the world, and also just do a really good job at regionals, internationals. It's a good feeling. I just love competing, and I also play the trading card game, so I just love Pokemon in general. So a lot of fun.
It's Mr. Pokemon over here. So awesome. I'm really, really excited for you. You have a huge path ahead of you. Obviously, we talked about the competitors here. Are you excited to continue your story here today?
I'm really just looking for a medal. To increase my championship points to 2,100, I need to get 3rd place or better. So let's shoot for the stars.
Awesome. I mean, we are in Houston. We are shooting for the stars here. This is an out-of-this-world human being, out-of-this-world battler. So let's bring it back to the casters and get some more battles out towards you.
Thank you so much, House Star. Great to hear from Nighttime Clasher emerging victorious in that incredible 3-game series. Such high-level gameplay, such terrific battlers. And man, that was an absolute treat to get to watch.
We have a great privilege here today to be behind the casting booth, getting a great view of these battles, but you at home as well get a wonderful show, whether you're here in the venue or at home. Let us know who you are rooting for. Be sure to put that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know. I want to see all of the hype out there on social media, but I am hyped right now for the next couple of battles. We have Esteban and Elam.
Esteban in his first ever tournament, making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket against Elam, a tenured veteran, 2-time regional champion, back on the winner's side of the bracket of day 2 in very familiar territory.
I am so looking forward to continuing Esteban's story here. I love the conversation with him and Go League Greg. Esteban in Go League's Greg's stream, he finds out that Esteban could go to Houston and convinces him to show up, and Esteban defeats Go League Greg and sends him down to the loser side of the bracket. But Esteban up here on winner's side, this is his very first tournament. If you out there are thinking, I wonder if I could do well at a regional event, you should try it. This is Esteban's first one, and here he is in winner's round 1 against Elam, one of the best of the best.
And he's running a Pokemon that no one else we've seen, at least on stream, have, and that is Noctowl. Noctowl used to be a top meta threat, but with the nerf to Wing Attack, it definitely fell out of favor. But with Wing Attack getting rebuffs, the question is, can Noctowl return to its former glory? So far, we've seen a lot of Altaria, a lot of Corviknight, a lot of Togekiss on Axon's team, but this is a flyer that we haven't really seen a lot of. I don't believe Esteban brought the Noctowl in his day 1 matches. I'm curious to see if it can have an impact here in day number 2.
Well, if Metacham can return to its former glory, perhaps Noctowl can as well. We can take a look at the teams. Actually, very interesting. No Metacham to be found. Instead, Esteban is running that Shadow Annihilate with that new low kick tech.
And with low kick, it does turn Annihilate into a lot less of a fast move pressure Mon, and instead into a Mon that reaches close combat at alarmingly fast speeds. So it's a lot less about boosting yourself up and farming things down, and much more about just if you get a small energy head start, suddenly you can just make Rage Fist after Rage Fist, or if they don't have a fighting resist, close combat after close combat, because you only have 2 Protect Shields per game, so if Annihilate makes 3 close combats, you're going to be feeling that damage.
And I am feeling excited for this battle. We have a true newcomer. We like to say that this is definitely not Elam's first rodeo. This is Esteban's very first rodeo here in Texas.
And Esteban, he is staring down greatness on the other side of the table. Elam, 2-time regional champion, won Atlanta and Toronto in the 2025 season, back-to-back, frequent top-cut competitor. Elam's consistency and his high level of play is what makes him stand out, and he's looking to continue that here in Houston.
The good lucks have been exchanged. We can cast our eyes onto the field of battle, and we have a great lead for Esteban with that Florges being able to do really great neutral damage, really great super effective fast attack damage. So we see Elam pulling away and bringing in that Shadow Quagsire. This Florges is not running Trailblaze.
And that's part of what makes that matchup so strong for the Florges. This Florges is opting for the tech that was piloted by Rise to Occasion in his Merida win, Disarming Voice Florges. You sacrifice the ability to hit for double super effective damage, but what you do gain is a very important ability to actually defeat Altaria. Oh, that's a very nice catch. Esteban able to preserve the Florges, make a catch onto his own Quagsire, but considering Elam has the Volt Switch Fortress in the back, this is a little bit what he was hoping for.
Shadow Quagsire versus Shadow Quagsire. Elam's Quagsire is at a big health disadvantage, but is a little bit ahead on energy right now.
That's a very good charge time priority time for Elam. Elam not only gains this information, but actually gets a Protect Shield up as well. Elam would greatly appreciate if this Aqua Tail knocked him out, because he would love to get the Shadow Altaria back on the field. As Shadow Altaria, if it can potentially try and go for like a 1-shield farm down here, that energy would be very strong into Esteban's team.
Ooh, and I can see that Shadow Drapion lurking in the back as well. Take a look at this.
He's going for the Aqua Tail bait, gets the shield. That could be the way for Esteban to try and pressure a final Protect Shield away, because that Aqua Tail bait is very efficient. Can Quagsire hang on here? It's going to be close. Quagsire would have gotten there, and that bait, brilliant bait from Esteban, forces Elam to fire off much of the energy that he just farmed up.
Ooh, but it looks like Esteban doesn't want to give up this Stone Edge. He's going to throw it, but it's going to land on the Shadow Fortress. I'm sure he would have much preferred the Altaria, but this is still going to sting.
This still does quite a lot of damage. In comes the Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion can threaten some pretty significant damage with Crunch and is able to outpace as well. Elam's going to be no Protect Shielding. A very good ranked Fortress should be able to hold on here. Crunch is going to connect. Fortress survives, and Elam is going to make it to the Rock Tomb.
These Poison Stings do absolutely nothing to the Shadow Fortress, so Elam able to very comfortably get to this Rock Tomb before the knockout occurs.
And Elam actually going to stop tapping because he wants as much farm as possible for the Shadow Altaria. If Shadow Altaria is going to win this game, it's going to be on the back of making it to back-to-back Sky attacks. But the switch timer's up for Esteban, so Esteban could now pivot into the Florges.
Are we going to see another Crunch debuff? We do! A Crunch debuff right away is going to, that could be so impactful. We saw it yesterday in day number 1 as well.
Has Elam been counting? Does he know this is the Aqua Tail? He does. He's going to let it go. He is now very low. There's the pivot into Florges. Florges going for the Chilling Water. Elam does have quite a lot of energy on this Altaria, and he's going to need the Altaria to pull off the 1v3.
Oh, but Altaria is now debuffed one time by the attack. Is the Sky attack going to be enough? Now that the Altaria has been debuffed, there's no Protect Shields remaining. Florges hangs on, can throw another Fairy Wind that could be decisive.
I believe he'll need to throw this charge attack into the Drapion, because Drapion will have more fast attack pressure. In comes the Drapion, and he will throw it, but the Poison Sting did register. Mudshot, I believe, only does 1 damage here. It's not going to do a lot. The Shadow Dragon Breath will add up. Altaria is very low. Can it farm down the Quagsire? It's going to be close, and it does. Game 1 to Elam.
That was a game of inches. So very close. I thought for sure that Crunch debuff was going to be enough so that all of those fast attacks could register and do just a little bit more damage, but it just wasn't quite enough. Elam really made the difference there.
Elam, I really liked how he tried to prioritize the energy advantage on the Shadow Altaria. Esteban had very nice counterplay, baiting with the Quagsire, because that forced Elam to fire off energy. Once Esteban shielded, Elam realized that he kind of couldn't give up that final Protect Shield because the Florges was so close to a Disarming Voice bank. So he makes the catch, and by keeping that Protect Shield intact, that really set himself up for success.
What a fantastic battle, though. Elam has so much experience here on the championship stage, and Esteban is giving him a run for his money right now.
That game was very, very close. Elam actually stopped tapping here in the mid-game to try and set up extra farm. It looks like we've got lock-ins here. These battlers are ready to go. Game number 2, we've got Wigglytuff for Elam, staring down Shadow Quagsire for Esteban.
It looks like both of these trainers willing to stick it out in this mid-game matchup. Ooh, I'm seeing that Noctowl, and I'm seeing a potential target for it in Elam's backline.
Ooh, this is our first Noctowl sighting on stream here in Houston. Aquatail lands. Elam able to survive that, no problem. The second Aquatail will miss the knockout, and Elam is actually going to be letting this go. No shield in the Wigglytuff, understanding that Aquatail, it's pretty efficient, but it will not be taking the knockout.
Elam sacrifices switch advantage to be able to pull in his own Shadow Quagsire, but we see a quick catch of an Aquatail onto the very bulky Noctowl. But now Noctowl is not going to be able to find that Galarian Corsola that's in the back.
This is a very good bait out for Elam. Elam as well, like quick pacing on the Quagsire. It almost feels like Noctowl at times can feel a little bit slow and clunky, and because it feels slow and clunky, that's an opportunity for some of these faster charging Pokemon to kind of just overwhelm it with pacing. Like Noctowl, it made the Shadow Ball, but there's already a super effective Stone Edge available, and these battlers will trade shields.
Yeah, this looks really good for the Quagsire just because of how quickly you see it's going to pace to that Stone Edge. It gets there at the exact same time, but we see Esteban going for a little bit more energy, a little bit of an overfarm, and actually investing both of his Protect Shields into Noctowl.
Could Elam go for the combination play here? He does go for the combination play, stored the energy on Wigglytuff, deploys it here, and that is going to connect for big damage onto the Noctowl.
Ooh, but Noctowl's not out of this yet, and he has a switch available, so actually going to go and probably get a full Fairy Wind down onto this Wigglytuff, but not before the Swift is reached by Elam.
That is a clutch survive for Elam. This is very, very valuable damage. Swift landing, that does a lot of damage onto the Florges, and now he has Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola, it almost feels like a wall at times. It can just absorb neutral hit after neutral hit and really allow Elam to reposition without having to burn that final Protect Shield.
Yeah, this Galarian Corsola, it seems like it's just made out of Protect Shields. It's just there to absorb damage. Sometimes it feels like only 1 HP of damage is going into this Galarian Corsola at a time.
Chilling Water deployed first, now the Disarming Voice. Disarming Voice does do quite a lot of damage. Corsola gonna try for the farm down. Forge is gonna try and make a move, but does not get there. Elam now has a charge tag loaded on the Corsola. There is still an Aquatail banked on that Quagsire, and unfortunately the Corsola has been debuffed. In comes the Noctowl. Noctowl throws the wing attack, and unfortunately, it's going to get immediately knocked out by the Power Gem.
I think Esteban was trying to peekaboo right there. Did you see him? He put out the Noctowl and was reaching for the Quagsire. I think that wing attack was an accident.
Oh, that is a little bit unfortunate here. Elam's going to be no shielding. He's hoping Corsola can hold on, but by letting this go, even if he does get knocked out, he should still be in an okay spot because he is only 3 away here. So he's going to get there. He gets the outpace. Very well played game by Elam. We know Elam for surgical gameplay on these stages, and Houston is no exception. Clean 2-0 victory. He's on to winners round 2.
Yes, congratulations to Elam. Experience ran the show here today, but Esteban's run is not over yet. He is going to join his friend Go League Greg over on the loser side of the bracket. I really enjoyed this gameplay. I thought I saw a spark of an idea over on Esteban. I saw him reaching for the switch after he put on the Noctowl. If it were me, I would have been trying a peekaboo play there, but I don't know if Elam would have allowed it to happen.
I unfortunately tried for it, but did trigger the wing attack. And when you're in the middle of that fast attack animation, you're not able to go for the catch. So Elam able to take the knockout, and he was pretty comfortable just letting the Corsola go, understanding that he was only 3 away on that Quagsire, and Esteban just did not have enough energy in reserve.
Taking a look We have our Noctowl. I really liked a lot of these catches. I think Esteban has a lot of potential here in the championship series. I've seen a lot of really great gameplay, and I love his team construction, showing us something a little bit different here today on Sunday in Houston.
Noctowl making a grand return. It felt like the moment that this game really flipped on its head was Florges failing the farm down before that Swift was reached, because that was a lot of health lost on that Florges. Corsola would have been forced to throw energy, but because that Swift landed, Corsola just got the perfect farm down. Elam also still keeping that Protect Shield intact as well just made it so difficult for Esteban, who had energy, but unfortunately was just never able to get through that shield.
Yeah, that was a tough survive, and then we can just kind of see able to finally get through that Corsola. It's just so bulky. It took a lot of resources for Esteban to be able to knock it out, and then Elam just having his healthier Quagsire with an energy advantage, hiding in the back to be able to knock out the opposing Quagsire on the side of Esteban. Again, this is not the end of the road for Esteban. This is a double elimination style tournament. We're on the winner's side of the bracket, so Esteban can still make a run over on the loser's side, and I hope that he does. I do think he has a lot of potential. His battles have been fun to watch. I love that he's bringing back Noctowl. I love that he's bringing back just some more fun picks. And there's Trainer that we're going to be seeing coming up pretty soon, who has another pretty fun pick on his team that I think you are quite the fan of.
I believe we have a Shelgon coming up here as we transition from the winner's side of the bracket to the losers. But first, we get to hear from the man himself. We got House Stark on the floor talking to Elam. He's back in familiar territory. Quick 2-0 win on stage as he's progressing through the winner's side of the bracket.
All right, thank you so much to DeFi and Henry. This has been an incredible day too. We have Elam with us, joining us from the battle stage. How do you feel about that last matchup that you just played?
It was a little bit all over the place, but I feel like at the end it felt nice. Like it went well, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I really like what you did. You were waiting a turn a lot, especially with that Corsola at the end, to make sure you landed the power gem onto that Noctowl. Did you? I mean, obviously you've played against Noctowl before, but it's a Pokemon that hasn't really come up in the meta in such a long time. You were able to utilize like all those rock-type charge attacks very effectively. Is there anything on your team that you feel like has been really helpful for you, especially in these last games?
Well, like I said yesterday, I think Shadow Crack is probably my MVP, but I don't know. It feels like it's the best Pokemon in terms of safety, so I would say that probably. But also, I guess, going a little bit on a tangent, like I used like Clodsire yesterday a little bit, not that much, but it has the Stone Edge, and then Corsola, like you were saying, it has the Power Gem. They're pretty bulky, and even though there's some stuff that RPS are pretty bad, or RPS them pretty bad, they still can deal some damage to stuff because of how bulky they are. So I guess, yeah, I like the team in general because of that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and talk to me about your Shadow Altaria pick. Why did you decide to go Shadow over the regular Altaria?
Well, so last season, the main thing was that Shadow Altaria had a breakpoint against Ufisk, but Ufisk isn't really used that much, at least this season. Like, it had some usage, but not as much since Shadow Quack is around. But I still prefer the Shadow Altaria because it's way better against Guzzlord. I think you win the one shield, whereas I think Altaria loses every shielding scenario against Guzzlord, like regular Altaria. So I would say that's like the biggest thing for me, and I don't know, I just like the oppressiveness of the Shadow.
Yeah, it almost feels like the Dragon Breaths do as much as they used to, which is kind of really nice. I like that. No, it's really good. Those matchups are very, very intricate and also very important, especially because Guzzlord is one of the top 3 most used Pokemon in Day 2. All right, thank you so much, Elam. Appreciate your time, and we'll get back to the casters and see another battle. These have been incredible battles so far. Let's see some more.
And do we have more for you in store? Thank you so much, Alex, for giving us a little bit more time with Elam. We are so excited to see him continue through the bracket. But we teased a little bit right before the interview that there's another very fun, spicy Pokemon that we're going to be seeing up on stage shortly.
And that is, as we now transition to the loser's side of the bracket in losers round 2, we get to take a look at Shelgon. Shelgon got access to Twister this season, and that does mean that with the big rework to Twister, it now functions as a bit more of an offensive version of an Altaria. It doesn't have that dual typing, so you no longer have that flying typing, but you are able to get the charge attacks faster than Altaria. You're a little bit less bulky, but Twister as a dragon type move is arguably more useful offensively than like a sky attack.
Yeah, what is Twister kind of comparable to as a charge attack? If you're not familiar with this attack, because it's not like we get to see it very often, what would you compare Twister to?
Twister is an exact clone, so it's a dragon type clone of the move Aqua Jet, which we've seen on Pokemon like Golisopod in the past.
Ooh, so perhaps we are going to see that Shelgon. I hope that we do, but there is certainly a Pokemon on screen that Shelgon does not want to see, and that's a Wigglytuff.
That's a pretty nice lead matchup for Sankaler. Immediate safe switch into the Shadow Dropion. No answer from Sankaler. Sankaler is running a line that is pretty soft to the Dropion in the back. Dropion so quick to the crunches, able to outpace, and this crunch is going to be connecting.
Yes, but Fortress, even though it's not a hard check to this Dropion, can certainly hit back hard with this Sand Tomb. Now, this is not a Shadow Fortress, so it's not going to hit as hard as the Shadow would, but still does quite a bit of nice damage, and now these Volt Switches are going to do even more with the defense drop.
Ooh, King-O trying to go for the charge type priority type, but Sankaler not going to fall for it. Instead, just going to take the free Volt Switch. King-O lands the crunch. Crunch connects. That's some pretty massive damage. And in comes the Wigglytuff to try and snipe down.
And that it does. Sankaler gets a nice head start with his Wigglytuff into whatever King-O brings in next. But what do? You kind of have to bring the mirror. You can't put Altaria into this.
But you're down energy in a mirror, and the Wigglytuff did not lose a meaningful amount of health. King-O is going to be, unfortunately, instantly met with a Swift, and being down energy in this mirror just really makes this matchup uncomfortable, knowing he has that Altaria in the back.
Yeah, but it's an uncomfortable matchup, but it was his only option because his other option was the Altaria, really stuck between a rock and a hard place.
He fires off the Icy Wind. Sankaler, potentially reading what is in the back, will put up the Protect Shield. Can King-O make it to the Swift? He's shaking his head. He doesn't think he gets there, and he doesn't get there, and that is disaster for King-O.
Yeah, and I think Sankaler knew exactly what was lurking in the back. There is no other reason you would bring in a Wigglytuff into the mirror in that situation, knowing it had to be the Altaria. So this brings Feraligatr in, and now this Altaria is permanently debuffed from that Icy Wind.
I think there's a very real chance that King-O ends up no-shielding here, because his only win condition is basically if the Feraligatr throws a bunch of Hydro Cannon baits for no reason. So King-O plays to the Wind Dawn, realizes that the Feraligatr will always win this endgame straight Ice Beam, so the only win condition is to try and call a bait, but Sankaler knows double Ice Beam is the guaranteed path to victory.
Yeah, King-O just had really few win conditions. Sankaler just was in a dominating position directly from the start.
That Fortress lead. King-O ran a little bit weak to that Fortress, and unfortunately did end up getting punished. Sankaler not falling for that charge stack priority tie attempt either, getting that free Volt Switch, really put him on a path to success, because I think King-O would have actually preferred a charge stack priority tie here, where the Dropion could have been KO'd, and then King-O could have got the energy advantage on the Wigglytuff. But instead, it didn't end up working out that way. Sankaler held the energy, got the energy advantage on the Wigglytuff, and that Wigglytuff just took over in the endgame.
Yeah, sometimes our matches here in Championship Series are tight. They're won by just a hair, and sometimes they are dominating victories, and that is exactly what we just saw.
That Altaria, unfortunately, really had nowhere to go in that game, but the battlers are locking in for game number 2, and it's like looking in the mirror. We've got Wigglytuff leading into Wigglytuff.
All right, now we're in a very different mirror situation. These two Pokemon are starting from the very same amount of energy. Let's see. Ooh, we're actually not going to see which one wins the charge attack priority tie, because King-O is going for the Icy Wind first.
Sankaler should have the ability to win the zero Protect Shield scenario by going for a double Swift, but actually going to bank the energy and send in the Feraligatr. There's not really a clean answer to Feraligatr on this team. Feraligatr could have fired off the Hydro Cannon there and immediately pressured that Wigglytuff, but instead Sankaler just going to look to overfarm and no shield. This Swift landing, that removes a lot of Feraligatr's health bar.
Yeah, Feraligatr's a tough bring, and then we bring in the Altaria. I think King-O was going to try to catch a Hydro Cannon, but just didn't pan out for him.
And now he's under threat from double super effective damage from the Ice Beam. He puts up the shield, does get the shield call right. But can Altaria get the farm down before the Ice Beam is reached? For Alligator makes the Hydro Cannon. King O was counting. He knows that this can only be the Hydro Cannon, so he is going to be not putting up the shield.
He knows exactly how much energy was on that for Alligator. But now the Wigglytuff comes in, and Altaria's met in a similar position it was in before. It doesn't want to take this Icy Wind, so King O forced to utilize his final Protect Shield to preserve the health of this Altaria. Look at how much charm damage is going through.
Down 2 shields with a Shadow Dropion in the back. This could be a very tall task for King O. Sky Attack will land the knockout. It's Fortress trying to 1v3 for Sankalor.
And actually going to be going for a Sky Attack and trying to pull that final Protect Shield away. A Flamethrower would have been fantastic. However, just not going to be able to get to 2 charge attacks.
In comes the Dropion. Dropion down on energy. Immediate Sand Tomb available for Sankalor. Sand Tomb will do a lot of damage onto that Shadow Dropion. Now this ramps up the Volt Switch damage as well. King O throwing 3 in the move. Not going to risk a potential charge attack priority tie. Sankalor is going to be saving that Protect Shield, knowing that a Flamethrower from Altaria would do more than the Crunch.
But take a Crunch does quite a bit. This is a tall task for Dropion, and I don't know if it's going to be able to handle this Sand Tomb. This is the second one to go through. Nope, Dropion is no more. It's just Wigglytuff and Altaria left. King O waiting out his switch timer. He's got to deal with this Steel Wall Fortress plus a Protect Shield.
In comes the Wigglytuff. These charms do not do much here. Sankalor ends up firing off the Sand Tomb. This is going to be very close as to whether this knocks out. Sand Tomb did get buffed this season. Can Wigglytuff hang on? Sand Tomb lands. Wigglytuff survives, and Wigglytuff will fire off the Swift.
This could draw that final Protect Shield. It does, but can Altaria get to another charge attack? It's very far away, but Fortress able to get to the Rock Tomb first.
Oh, that's about as close as it can get, but Fortress gets the outpace. Rock Tomb knocks Altaria out of the sky, and Sankalor takes the series 2-0.
King O made it about as close as he could there. That was a really tight battle, and he was asking a lot of his Pokemon. He invested resources early in the game, and it was just tough because Sankalor saved all of his resources, all of his shields for the end game.
I thought that Sankalor actually played a very smart line in game number 2. The decision to hold the Wigglytuff energy, charm it into a range where a Feraligatr Hydro Cannon could knock it out, and then aggressively pivot into the Feraligatr. Because suddenly, we were very used to Wigglytuff shutting down Feraligatr because there's no fast attack pressure. One Hydro Cannon never knocks it out, but if you get it to about half HP, suddenly that Hydro Cannon feels very threatening. King O had to try and make a play similar to what Axon did in the Game 1 vs. Nighttime Clasher, trying to make a catch to nullify the energy head start. Wasn't able to get that catch, and by not getting that catch, had to go down shields, and that set up that Fortress with the shield advantage to 1v3 fully in that endgame.
And here we can see a little bit of that setup. King O's Altaria just wanting to be able to throw that Flamethrower to really neutralize the Fortress, but with Sankalor still having shields up, not willing to risk using all of that energy.
And in that endgame, the Altaria did not have a lot of health remaining. It did not have a lot of energy. The Wigglytuff was able to burn the final Protect Shield with the Swift, but the Volt Switch that snuck through there, which King O had to throw on alignment because the Volt Switch would have knocked out, gave Fortress the slight energy head start. It came down to a single turn away. So close for the Altaria, but not close enough. Fortress takes the knockout, and Sankalor advances.
But it is not the end of the road yet for King O. He is a regional champion, winning back in Peoria a couple seasons ago. He can still make a run down on the loser side of the bracket. But Sankalor has really been showing us how great of a trainer that he can be this weekend, and he moves on towards getting closer and closer to the grand finals.
I do believe that was loser side of the bracket.
Oh, that was losers. Yes. I'm sorry. We've been classing winner side all day.
Go.
That was losers.
They switched it to a losers bracket on us really fast. I was unprepared, but yes. So King O's run is done, but much to be proud of there, as he is able to, I believe, make it into the top 12. Sankalor advances. We get some information from off stream. Rise to occasion 2-0 over Dell. BJ with the 2-0 over Mango. Goalie Greg with the 2-0 over Shadow Brandino, and that sets us up for we have Rise versus Esteban, Axon versus BJ, and Jello versus Go League Greg.
So many great battles over on loser side. Now that we're on loser side, winner's side is actually just waiting, trying to get over into winners finals. We have 4 trainers left on the winner's side of the bracket. Andy, Dunebug, Nighttime Clasher, and Elam. Nighttime Clasher versus Elam, that's going to be another star-studded battle. Andy, a little bit more of that newcomer, bringing that newcomer energy a little bit more. He's not on stream very often. We don't see him in as many regionals. Certainly not as many as Dunebug.
He definitely has a tough opponent ahead of him, but so did Sankaler, who was able to emerge victorious, and we do have Speedy sitting live down on the floor with Sankaler to talk about that win on stage over King O.
Thank you so much, Henry and DeFi. And absolutely, Sankaler, great win over King Alexander, a trainer that looked like he was returning to form. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him, but you were also impressive on stage. What was the key to that series there?
For Alligator, its flexibility into most of the meta people will bring it to this tournament. Gotta go quack hunting.
All right, I like the sound of that. I like the mindset. Speaking of mindset, you have a couple of other non-traditional Pokemon on your team, given the current meta. Can you talk to us about team building and not being afraid to kind of build your own team and take it boldly into the tournament?
It seems kind of most people opted for like the same cores in their team. So Cordilli, for example, was stuck out for being good to counter the Wigglies, the Schwartzers, and the Quags. So that's where that came in. And Shelgon, just a nice little tech for the steals that are running around.
How many Fortresses have you flamethrowered this weekend?
A couple.
Fortresses better be on watch for Sankaler and his Shelgon. Very impressive win. Rooting for you in the rest of the bracket. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my local community ambassador group. They're out here in the stands cheering me on. My friends at Wasted Potential and WAB.
Awesome. Sankaler, great plays, out of this world. And speaking of out of this world, we tried to uncover some mysteries of the Pokedex. Maybe some of these Pokemon have extraterrestrial origins. Let's check it out. Over the years, our Pokemon adventures have taken us to wonderful places. But this weekend, we're in Space City. I brought 3 incredible trainers here with me today, 3 Pokemon experts, I would venture to say, and they're going to help us unravel some of the mysteries of the Pokedex. If you can introduce yourself one by one.
I'm Manin the Planet.
My name is Munius.
Rise to Occasion from Earth Milky Way.
How this is going to work is I'll read the Pokedex entry, and then our experts will determine which Pokemon I'm speaking about. Are we ready? Okay, let's begin. When numerous meteors illuminate the night sky, sightings of this Pokemon strangely increase.
What are we thinking? That's what came to mind for me. I don't really know.
I do have one hint available if you'd like it. Okay, the hint is that this Pokemon's evolved form, was piloted to the 2024 Toronto Grand Finals by SS Thorn.
It has to be. Be Clefable?
It's Clefairy.
Clefairy, yeah.
It's Clefairy. That's close enough. Okay, we'll give you that one. Okay, next question. This Pokemon emerged from a virus that came from space. It is highly intelligent and wields psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon shoots lasers from a crystalline organ on its chest.
What is it?
Gonna be Deoxys.
That's what I thought too, yeah, Deoxys.
Another one. That's correct. Our experts do not disappoint. Next question. In an old legend in Lacunosa town, a large meteor fell from the sky, apparently containing this specific Pokemon. At night, the quote-unquote monster would bring cold winds and take people and Pokemon away.
Is it Spiritomb or Frostas?
Ooh, good guesses. Not quite.
I like the Spiritomb guess.
Would you like a hint?
Yes.
All right. This Pokemon's fusion form debuted at the Unova Tour.
Necrozma?
Close.
Fusion
forms.
Could it be... When I think of fusion forms, I think of like Kyurem, Zekrom, Reshiram.
Are you going with Kyurem?
Let's go with Kyurem.
That's correct. It is Kyurem. All right, next one. Here we go. This Pokemon has a geometric body. Because of its body, the locals suspect that it is an alien creature. That wasn't a lot of information, so I'll go ahead and give you the hint here. This Pokemon recently received the Fast Attack Psywave with the Dual Destiny Season update.
When he said shape, I was thinking Cryogonal, but now the hint's not that. Psywave users. Malamar? More recent. Oh, yes. Maybe.
Which one?
Can you repeat the Pokédex entry?
Sure, the Pokédex entry says this Pokemon has a geometric body. Because of its body, the locals suspect that it is an alien creature. All right, we got 5 seconds. Let's get a guess.
Let's go with yours, Starmie.
Starmie? Man of the Planet, you were on fire. I think you
Let's
know all
go.
the secrets of the Pokédex. That was absolutely stunning. All right, I have 2 more for you. The phase of the moon apparently has some effect on its power. It's active on the night of full moons.
Moonius. You should know
Yes,
this.
Moonius.
Ursaluna.
This is yours.
Very good guess. Do you have any other guesses?
Lunatone.
That's correct. It is Lunatone. It is Lunatone. Okay, one more. All right, you guys have unraveled so many mysteries. Thank you so much. 3 units generate magnetism. There have been many mistaken reports of UFO sightings when this Pokemon flies through the night sky.
Magneton? Magneton.
Close. I'll give you a hint. Palasha 97 is famous for cooking with this Pokemon on the Championship
Magnezone.
Series.
Lock it in, Speedy.
Magnezone is correct. Awesome work. We've unraveled a lot of mysteries here. There's always that question if a Pokemon is from someplace beyond, but only time will tell. But for now, let's get back over to the stream.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Eevee! Eevee!
Look who's here.
Welcome back, trainers, to Houston, Texas, where we have our regional championships, and we are in day 2. We are having such a beautiful time. The sun is shining. We're here. We're in our element. We're having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. Moisturized, flourishing in our lane, thriving, I would say. And we're gonna keep the action going, everybody, because we're gonna see Jello Too Good facing off against Go League Greg, 2 very talented trainers. And we've seen the Dunebugs, we've seen the Rises and the Axons. How about some trainers that are carving out their own names in Championship Series history? That's Jello and Go League Greg, and they're doing it with the powerful picks of Chargebug and Clefable.
Yeah, I mean, these are definitely Pokemon that are a little bit off kilter, but I wouldn't wouldn't say they're not meta eligible. They're definitely on the fringe though. They're on the edges. And we're seeing here also a Stunfisk, one of my favorites. We're seeing that Charge Bug. We're seeing the Guzzlord. We're seeing the Corviknight, a different steel type than the usual Fortress. But actually, both the trainers are ready to go. They're locked in. So we're going to get started right away into game one. Speedy, take it away.
Stunfisk looks insane for Greg in this matchup, and I think he realizes that leading his best Pokemon in this battle number one on loser's side bracket. Still leading into the Wigglytuff though, that Icy Wind will be super effective, but the pacing advantage has got to be on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, getting to this charge attack right before that Icy Wind is eligible to be thrown is always a great play. You want to throw your charge attacks before you get your attack drop, and it is a super effective Icy Wind incoming.
I wonder if Greg, okay, actually forgoes the shield here to start up the battle. A lot of the time when a trainer recognizes they have one Pokemon that really stands out in a matchup, they're more willing to protect shielded. But we saw Greg in day number one lean on that Annihilate as well. Don't forget about that Pokemon. He might do that in this series too.
Yeah, I'm thinking Goalie Greg might be able to get to another charge attack on good timing just before the charm was going to be enough to knock out, but we see a switch out from Jello catching the Mud Bomb. This is a debuffed Mud Bomb, so it's not going to do that much damage.
Decision point for Greg. Does he bring in the Clefable or the Annihilate? Actually goes with the Annihilate, which is good news for Jello. I'm sure he's happy to see this Pokemon here instead of against his Empoleon.
Absolutely, and now we're going to see the Clefable in the back. This could spell disaster for Greg, but first we have to see this matchup play out. We are going to see the Rage Fist getting queued up and going to be thrown into the Quagsire. Jello Too Good probably knows this is going to not be just enough to knock out, so doesn't shield that up and is still able to get to this Aqua Tail.
I mean, Quagsire is already a formidable pick. It's all over the top usage charts, but Quagsire with energy is intimidating as heck. And now we see the pivot into the Wigglytuff and the Swift in kind. This is going to be double resisted. If Greg no shields, I think he can hang on.
I agree. This is definitely not going to be a knockout. It's going to just tickle that Annihilate. And we see an immediate switch out. I love this pivot because now you can get a ton of energy with that Fairy Wind. It's going to just be able to... and the Swift is not able to be reached, but now we see the Empoleon. So now this is a really tough situation for the Clefable. It's going to be an uphill battle, but it's got its work cut out for it.
What do you think of the Meteor Mash here? I mean, there's a chance that the Moonblast will actually drop the Empoleon's attack, but do you think that 3 Meteor Mashes is the more efficient play?
I think that the Moonblast is more the efficient play. I thought grabbing the shield there was a huge play from Greg, but going for the Meteor Mash, this is double resisted by both the water and the steel typing of the Empoleon. And now Empoleon can kind of just chill and farm up as much energy as it wants.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a huge concern. Greg got a massive farm down on the opposing Wigglytuff, but this Clefable energy is going nowhere because Empoleon just bounces it right back. Gonna go for the Hydro Cannon here. He's got 2 charge attacks loaded. Greg is gonna give up this Unobin Stunfisk.
Yeah, I think Greg is just banking on the fact that the Annihilate might be able to do enough fast attack pressure to be able to punish this Empoleon, but it's going to be really tough. The Empoleon has so much energy and so much health remaining.
We've seen Jello Too Good switching in Pokemon, and then Goalie Greg does it in kind. Just trying to throw out some Pokemon, get some damage on the board, and he's going to pull away that final protection with the Rage Fist. But the question, Stark, can he get to another one?
I don't know. It's going to be really, really close. That Metal Sound just does so much damage. Actually going for the charge attack here might allow the Annihilate to get to that last second Rage Fist to be able to punish this Empoleon.
You can either get a fast attack or a charge attack, but you cannot have both. In comes the Quagsire.
Oh my goodness!
Committing to the win condition, farms down the Quagsire, doesn't blink. And the Hydro Cannon gets fired off.
This is crazy. This is back and forth. Last second, Hydro Cannon is going to be just enough to knock out the Empoleon on the charge attack priority, and now you could just farm down with the Metal Sounds. Huge win for Jello Too Good. Empoleon pulling its weight.
That's absolutely wild because we saw the charge attack energy on the Annihilate as well as the Empoleon, but Jello Too Good pulls it out in the end.
Yeah, I think because Annihilate is a little bit bulkier than you might expect, and Empoleon is more attack weighted than you might expect, it's able to win that charge attack priority. Maybe not all the time, but in this case, it was able to do that and able to take that win for Jello.
It's one of those that is very, very case specific. Depending on which Piplup you catch or which Mankey you capture and power up, it can really determine that matchup. So this is an interesting tech from Jello Too Good. Maybe he knew he wanted his Empoleon to win those exchanges every time.
Yeah, and what's interesting is those Pokemon get the charge attacks very quickly and very congruently. So because of that energy disparity, you can't really switch in Annihilate into an Empoleon now, knowing that matchup is not as cut and dry as you might expect.
That's such a valuable piece of information. I'm sure that Greg is going to keep that in mind as you move into battle number 2. I want to remind everybody, because we bounce around a lot, in the bracket, and I think that Pokemon Go is the only bracket here this weekend that is double elimination. We're on the loser's side. So if Greg loses this next battle, his run in Houston is over. He's got to figure out a way to fight his way back into the series, tie it up, and then see where he can go from there.
Yeah, it's a really tough scene for Greg here, but he can hang on and buckle on his bootstraps and, you know, ride that horse into the sunset if he so chooses, and if he gets the right situation here. We are riding into game number 2 with the Wigglytuff versus the Empoleon.
And this lead is the perfect way to spur that journey along, because the steel typing is going to be great for him. We see the instant pivot into the Quagsire. Goalie Greg goes for his trusty Annihilate.
Yeah, Annihilate is a really good answer into the Quagsire because it's able to tank with those Aqua Tails relatively well and fire back with boosted Rage Fist or close combats.
Exactly right. Rage Fist numero uno gets queued up here from the Annihilate. This is going to deal a little bit of damage into the Quagsire, but no threat as Jello forgoes the shield almost immediately, and he realizes he will get to the next Aqua Tail fast, and he's got time to spare.
Yeah, it's fast and furious. These Aqua Tails are getting fired off back to back to back, but Annihilate is able to utilize that shield effectively and potentially overfarm to get a little bit more energy for that next matchup, whether it's the Wigglytuff or something else in the back.
Keeping up the pressure, goalie Greg attempts another Rage Fist, and we get a Shield in Kind from Jello, too good, but the pacing is still on the Quagsire side.
Yeah, this is really tough because you don't want to just allow switch advantage to go back into the favor of Jello, because you know you have that Empoleon versus the Fairy type in the back, and now you can actually get even more ramped up energy, and you see a switch out right away into the Empoleon. I love this play because now you have the Clefable in the back to be able to Meteor Mash the potential Wigglytuff as well.
Almost a close combat loaded on the Annihilate, and Greg is able to save that Pokemon and its energy with the switch out. Like you said, very heads-up play, recognizing the position that he's in. Does go for the Hydro Cannon on Charge Tech priority, and Jello, his Empoleon, takes this one as well.
Yeah, I love that when you're able to recognize that you got switch advantage, but you can give it up in order to have a better matchup in the back. That is a heads-up, huge play, 10-head from Greg.
Think about it as well. With the Empoleon on the field here, Jello knows that this is the hardest counter to his Wigglytuff, so he's going to allow the Hydro Cannon through, go for his own Charge Attack again on Charge Attack priority, and save that final Protect Shield for his Charmer.
One thing to recognize is Jello Too Good has consistently gone for the Charge Attack priorities with that Empoleon, knowing that it might be just a little bit more attack weighted than people might think.
Whoa, actually sends in the Annihilate and then fast pivots out into the Clefable, but this is the power of the Clefable with the Meteor Mash. The Charm does leak through, however, this is going to command that last Protect Shield from Jello Too Good and start to open the door to either another Meteor Mash or even an Annihilate close combat.
Yeah, I think this is a huge play. This Icy Wind will definitely allow the Wigglytuff to survive that next Meteor Mash, but like you said, that close combat is waiting in the wings, so it really just depends on how much health is going to be remaining on that Annihilate when that Empoleon comes back in, and is Empoleon going to get to that Charge Attack? We'll have to see and find out.
Oh, the question actually becomes in my mind if the Rage Fist will be enough, because this Wigglytuff is really weak and you need a little energy to carry over. Goes for the Rage Fist, double resisted. This is the first stage, it's not boosted at all. Will it be enough?
This is really, really close. I think it's going to be just enough, and it knocks out the Wigglytuff. Now it comes down to Annihilate versus that Empoleon, and you're able to low kick down. Huge, huge win from Annihilate, fighting back into this set.
Backed into a corner, Greg releases his rage to tie up the series here 1-1 in Houston, staying alive in the bracket.
That was beautifully done. I really like what he was able to do and kind of utilize that Empoleon as a safe switch once he realized that the Quagsire was gone on the opposing side. He was able to just switch in the Empoleon, not have to worry about anything, and take that game number 2.
The key moment for me was bailing out the Annihilate after he was weakened and saving all that energy, because we saw Jello come back in with the Wigglytuff, and then Greg reached right here. Actually, oh my goodness. Great replays. Greg reaches for the Clefable, bails out that Annihilate, not once, but twice in that battle, and that energy at the end was the key.
Yeah, and getting that that last second knockout with the Rage Fist into that Wigglytuff, huge play, because that was not a guaranteed knockout. And then from there, you have those boosted low kicks to be able to do super effective damage into that Empoleon and take the win.
This is a pivotal battle for two trainers that are completing their best championship series runs in their competitive careers. Jello has seen the ups and the downs. It's been tough, but it's also been joyous. We're going to see how this battle number 3 goes. One of these trainers is about to be eliminated.
Here we go, decisive game number 3. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Here's the Annihilate into the Wigglytuff. We see an immediate safe switch into the Ferret. I really like this because there's no immediate answer on the team of 6 for Jello, bringing out the Ferret at the last second, but getting a charm through.
And that's the thing, right? Jello looks at the team from Go League Greg and he says, if you don't lead Empoleon, you really can't answer my Wigglytuff straight up. So I'm just going to go and play the numbers here. Wigglytuff reaching the Icy Wind versus the Ferret. The Sucker Punch is not doing much. This is going to start to add up.
Yeah, Ferret getting the cold shoulder here, lowering its attack, getting to that Swift just before it's getting knocked out from these charms. The charm still does a ton of damage. This Swift is going to be reduced damage, so it's not going to do as much as the last one. And we see the Wigglytuff definitely hang on there, and now is able to just charm down the Ferret.
Top usage Pokemon in Houston. Wigglytuff looks as dominant as ever, and with not a lot of great options, Greg is going to have to reveal his 3rd Pokemon here, right?
Absolutely, but we see there's no Empoleon waiting in the wings for this Fairy type in the back. And we actually see a Swift here instead of the guaranteed debuff with Icy Wind. Swift, I believe, does more damage, so that is probably why Jello went for the Swift here, trying to get as much damage as possible on to this Pokemon before the Wigglytuff goes down. And now you have a decision to make. In comes the Quagsire. We see an immediate swap into the Charjabug and met in kind by the Annihilate.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Annihilate doesn't have a great typing matchup fighting into Bug Electric, but it's got Protect Shields, and behind those shields, it can ramp up these Rage Fists and start to apply pressure. There is still a win condition here for Go League Greg, but he's got to be very careful about managing this Ghost and Fighting type.
Yeah, I really like the shield on the side of Greg because if you take that discharge damage, then you're in a potential situation where the Charjabug could just double shield and you could get Volt Switch down, and then you're left with just Clefable. So huge play there, going for the Rage Fist, boosting the attack again. We see another shield on the side of the Charjabug.
Yeah, this is a war of attrition between 2 Pokemon that do not want to budge, but one of them will eventually give in. Discharge number 2 gets shielded up. This is a great shield call as well. Go League Greg recognizes this is the pressure point, the pivot point of this entire battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see another Rage Fist coming through, throwing basically right away, getting that extra counter or low kick through to make sure that the damage does not register from that voltage. And now we're going to see a race to the charge move. Obviously, the Quagsire is going to win that charge attack or the charge move pacing because it's only 4.
Yeah, exactly. Annihilate did a great job there, but now it all comes down to Clefable, and I don't think there's enough time to get to 2 Moonblasts. This might be a bait scenario for the win. Go League Greg YOLOs the Moonblast, and the shield goes up.
There is one chance. The attack drop from the Moonblast might allow Clefable to survive. No attack drop, and now here comes the Aqua Tail. Can Clefable survive, or is Quagsire's oppressive Aqua Tail too much? And we see the Aqua Tail come through. It survives, but can you get to another move? No! The Mudshots come through, and Quagsire takes game number 3.
Down goes Clefable, down goes Go League Greg, and Jello Too Good with the fist pump stays alive in the loser's side bracket.
Oh, well done by Jello Too Good. Obviously, very disheartened by that loss from Dunebug 97 earlier, but you see him bounce back. And that's the beauty of this game, is you always have another chance to come back and win and showcase your prowess, and that's exactly what Jello Too Good just did.
I really appreciate the emotions that we see on stage. We had Greg wink at the camera yesterday, and we had Jello Too Good. You could see it, the ups, the downs. His emotions are on his sleeves at all times, and it looks like here Jello, moving on through the bracket, will get another chance to show us what he's made of. And Go League Greg, I'm telling you, has to feel very accomplished. I mean, first event, coming out here into Top Cut in Houston, losers round 2. You've got so many talented trainers walking around, and Go League Greg proved that he stands right next to them.
Yeah, I think what Jello Too Good did so well in that last match was bring the Empoleon in the first 2 games and kind of bait your opponent into consistently bringing that Annihilate.
Yeah.
And then in game 3 was ABA strong to it. So he had the Wigglytuff in the lead, and then also the Charjabug in the back, and the Quagsire in the middle. Like, there was nowhere for Annihilate to really go, right? So it allowed Jello to kind of play 2 against 3 in that match.
I think that Pokemon Go is a very prediction-heavy game, especially compared to the trading card and video game, and playing the odds, right? Looking at your Wigglytuff as Jello and saying, The only bad scenario truly is if I see Empoleon in the lead. So I'm just going to go ahead and pick my most powerful Pokemon and I'll put it in the lead. I'll try to see how much headway I can make, and then the rest of my team will supplement and support it along the way. And I think that's exactly what Jello did there. And without the Empoleon lead or even the Clefable lead, I mean, Greg was just at such a disadvantage as soon as the battle began.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of being able to adapt and fight through these different matchups, is that you can kind of counter pick and counter adjust as the match goes on, right? So as these games get tighter and tighter, it's those little small margins that make the difference between a win and a loss. It's not always before the battle, it's not always during the battle, it's a combination of both.
Well, I'd love to hear from our trainer that is finding those margins of victory, wearing his emotions on his sleeve. Henry is on the floor with Jello Too Good.
Thank you so much, Speedy. My name is Home/Henry, live here on the floor with Jello after his big win on stage. Now, Jello, this is your best tournament run to date. You're into the top 8. Talk to me about how that feels.
Dude, it's incredible. Like, I've always seen people on stage, and it's almost surreal to be up here myself. I hope that I can continue to be here, but we'll see.
And I believe you're the only Charjabug that's still alive in this tournament in top 8. And Charjabug ended up kind of being a key contributor in that game number 3, as Wigglytuff kind of had to deal with the fur, but then Charjabug helped getting both those projectiles off the Annihilate. So talk to me about the process of putting Charjabug on your team, because that has paid dividends.
Well, at the beginning of this season, I kind of started running 4-turn and 3-turn moves because I noticed that my play with them wasn't amazing. And so I decided on Charjabug, and I hate Fortress. I absolutely hate Fortress. So we're gonna go with Charjabug. It's really good at breaking the Annihilate, M-Core, and it's not even that bad into Fortress because it can take a Rock Tomb, Discharge, and Volt Switch adds up. So yeah.
And that Charjabug definitely was an MVP in that game number 3. Now, in our game, there's always going to be people to thank. People who helped you with team building, with scrims, friends and family, in the crowd, watch it at home. So what do you got?
I want to first and foremost thank my faction, Thunder Road. They've been the greatest help to me in terms of practicing and just being an overall family. And then PCP and Knight for driving me down with Pocket. And I'm so thankful to my parents for allowing me to be here.
That's awesome. Heartwarming there. Big congratulations. Oh, big win on stage. You're into the top 8. Big congratulations. And we'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Henry. Great to talk with Jello, and honestly, I feel very inspired hearing him say that he's so grateful, right? The first emotion he expressed was gratitude. Yeah. I think that's such an important way to think about your competitive career, and especially big accomplishments, right? Because don't take things for granted. They don't always come as easily as you think, and they're gone before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that he was able to thank his faction, his family. Like, those are little things that go such a long way for these competitors to be able to have that support system from not just your friends, your family, but your teammates. And I think the teammates are the real winners here, right? We have these huge tournaments, and we have these amazing communities that we're able to build, and it's great to see. It's great to see.
I've got a quote for you, Alex. Your friends are the family that you get to choose. So choose them carefully, everybody. It looks like Jello made some good decisions along the way. We're going to check out a matchup here pretty soon. One of these trainers needs no introduction. That is your 2023 World Champion. It's Axon. But you know what? Stark, we got to give the other trainer their flowers as well. This is a 2-time Thailand playoff champion.
Yes.
And when we look at the TPC region, it's very different from the TPCI region, right? We don't have the championship point system over there. It's basically if you win, you're in to the World Championships. And BJ Pawat has done it twice, 2023 and 2024. So he's a champion in his own right, in his own region. And I think that he is going to put on a show against It's Axon.
Absolutely. A very heavyweight of his own. He's also bringing the Medicham into It's Axon, who, as we know, loves Medicham. We see the little plushie on the screen there, but also lost to the Medicham earlier.
Do you think Axon's going to feel conflicted? He's like, I don't want to KO the Medicham. It's such an awesome Pokemon. Do you think he ever gets conflicted?
No, not the way he played against NTC earlier. Like he actually disrespected it, caught a dynamic punch on the Togekiss, and then farmed it down. It was
no love lost.
No love lost. He doesn't look into it that hard. But I think both trainers are actually ready to go, and as are we. Game number 1 coming right at you. Here we see the leads. Quagsire into Guzzlord. We've seen this lead before. It's a very neutral lead.
Yeah, most famously we saw Rise play this out several times in day number 1. He's very comfortable as the Guzzlord player to tank the first Stone Edge. Let's see if It's Axin plays it out the same way. Brutal Swing number 1 coming through.
Yeah, this does just under half damage and is just, I guess, just over half damage. And the Stone Edge is going to get queued up here after 4 mud shots. BJ Pawat, as we know, fantastic battler, knows the timing. Does Axin shield? He actually does shield this.
Ooh, might be a little bit of a greedy Guzzlord situation. Axin recognizes it's a powerful Pokemon. He does not want to let it get weakened as the battle has just begun. Brutal Swing into the Empoleon now.
Yeah, and now Axin might have to decide, does he want to stay in or actually leave this matchup? Decides to stay in and queue up some energy, throw another Brutal Swing. This is going to put the Empoleon dangerously low after those Dragon Tails. It's not going to KO, but yes, BJ Pawat decides, I'm going to use a shield here to make sure my Empoleon can stay healthy.
I really appreciate the team composition here from It's Axin. He leads the Guzzlord. He's invested in it so much, and it's still on the field. If you think about it, BJ would either need to bring the Wigglytuff or the Medicham to answer for the Guzzlord, and the Corviknight that Axin brought on his trio is perfectly positioned for that. So very cohesive team composition. That's what we expect from our champion here as the Brutal Swing connects. Hydro Cannon is ready to go, though.
Yeah, this Hydro Cannon is going to be more than enough to knock out. I really enjoy going for the Hydro Cannon here instead of the Drill Peck in case the Corviknight comes in to try to catch.
Exactly. Great call. Heads up play. In comes the Quagsire for the 2 mud shot head start, and there might be too much energy because now BJ Pawat is forced to bring out his own Quagsire.
Yeah, now this is a very dangerous position for BJ because Quagsire is coming in with a lot more health and just a little bit less energy. Now you see the Aqua Tail getting queued up. This is going to be more than enough to knock out. Do you shield? You actually let it go. And now all you're left is with Fortress. This is a really, really tough answer for the
Quagsire.
Yeah.
And look at how healthy it is, right? And these Volt Switches are not doing much damage at all. This is very uphill, and as It's Axin sees the final Pokemon revealed, I'm sure he's happy to have Quagsire around and not just his Corviknight facing off against a Fortress.
I agree. And now Quagsire and Fortress, or Quagsire and Corviknight actually making that really nice synergistic team. So we might see a little bit more of that potentially as the Sandtomb connects and does not knock out the Quagsire here, going for the Stone Edge, the big, harder hitting move. This is going to do quite a bit of damage. Even though this Fortress is not Shadow, it's going to do a ton.
Yeah, BJ Pawat not happy to take the Stone Edge. He gives the knowing nod. He realizes that's a lot of damage to take, and the Corviknight is completely healthy. He would need at least 2 Rock Tombs and some more, and there's just no way he gets there in time because payback is already ready.
Yeah. Corviknight has seen enough of Fortress and says, here's my payback for you for all those times you rock tombed me. And now we see Axin taking out game number 1. And what's the adjustment here from BJ Pawat? I think that's the question that we have here. Axin, game winner, world champion. How do you come back 0-1 against this type of opponent?
Well, I think BJ Pawat needs to put that Guzzlord back in the Beast Ball because It's Axin was just such a terror with that Pokemon, and if he doesn't bring the Wigglytuff or the Medicham, I don't know how he can respond. Going into battle number 2, It's Axin has no reason to not just keep hammering with the Guzzlord. I mean, my goodness, it took half of Quagsire's health, it almost KO'd the Empoleon, and it took a bunch of energy with it. It was just a menace in that battle.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of It's Axin's Togekiss in the back, because if you bring the Medicham or the Wigglytuff, that Togekiss does really well into both of them, especially with shields up. And Empoleon, you think of something that can resist the Dragon Tails from that Guzzlord, but we saw 2 Brutal Swings are enough to knock out the Empoleon anyway. So it's a really, really tough matchup here to try to figure out how do you neutralize that Guzzlord. And if you overpredict, does something like the Togekiss come back to bite you?
Oh my goodness, imagine, right? You try to adjust to your opponent's game 1 team, and in the meanwhile, you open yourself up to other weaknesses. That could be a situation that we see unfold here as BJ Pawat, your two-time Thailand playoff champion, takes on our world champion and two-time IC champion. It's Axin.
Yeah, I really enjoy both of these players and how they've played this entire tournament. And now we're going to see their gameplay on the highest stage. We've seen Axin. He's gone into the loser's bracket from that battle with NTC, and now BJ Pawat trying to double down on Axin's losses. But we'll see if something like the Medicham comes in here. As we see our leads, it is actually that Medicham against that Fortress from Axin.
All right, here we go. Fortress instant pivot into the Quagsire, getting that 2-shot head start. Looks like a dynamic punch will get queued up here, but not before the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, and this is what makes Quagsire such a difficult safe switch to deal with, is it can outpace almost every Pokemon and desync the switch timer. So even if you lose that lead matchup, you're still in a really good position as the Quagsire.
It's Axin not afraid to make the bold calls in the initial moments of the matchup, shielding a dynamic punch, and that allows him to leave his Quagsire in here against a Wigglytuff and get off at least 2 Aqua Tails.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Aqua Tail getting fired off. This could have potentially been a Stone Edge, but BJ Pawat says, I think this is an Aqua Tail, and he is correct.
Also interesting to see the Wigglytuff come in here. That does tell It's Axin that there's no Guzzlord on the opposing side, and this is the strongest Pokemon against his Guzzlord as well, so that means BJ Pawat probably has other checks to it. We're going to see the Fortress spin back in, though.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play because now you're allowing the Quagsire to still have play in the back, and you're allowing your Fortress to take neutral or resisted charge attack damage.
Gonna hit another Volt Switch for the KO there. It's Axin has displaced the switch timer heavily, and that slight energy advantage makes this Medicham matchup much more competitive for the Fortress.
Yeah, and I think we were talking, I was talking with Rise and Dune on the floor, and they were saying how Medicham has such an incredible matchup into Fortress. They can actually win this matchup even with a shield disadvantage. This is an incredibly strong Pokemon.
BJ Pawat, dynamic punch queued up, ready to go. Fortress gets rocked by that fighting type charge attack, but it's not quite enough to pick up the KO. And the Sand Tunes are starting to wear down the mighty Medicham. Got to respect this one with the shield.
Absolutely. We see the Sand Tomb get queued up. It is going to get shielded up, and now we see the dynamic punch getting fired off into the Fortress. You do not want to shield this Pokemon that's this low in health, so letting it go is the right play.
Firing it this time also negates that second Volt Switch damage, and now we see an instant counter swap. Empoleon versus Corviknight. BJ kind of looks around. He doesn't feel comfortable in this position because those sand attacks are adding up, especially when Corviknight can hide behind shields. But It's Axin wants the knockout. He's been jabbing all day long, but he does not connect with the uppercut.
Huge shield there from BJ. That was the absolute right play, because if you let that go, the sand attacks will be enough to farm down. So now here comes the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon number one getting fired off. It does about half, and you have another Hydro Cannon waiting in the wings. Empoleon flapping its wings, as it's not a flying type, but it does have that flying type coverage.
It looks grounded at the moment, but it might take off here, especially if it can get back to the switch timer and catch a charge attack on the Medicham. But he's just a second away, and BJ Pawat cannot get out in time.
Axin and his Corviknight gameplay has been absolutely impeccable and stellar. It is more than enough to knock out, and in comes the Medicham, but we know Corviknight paces just too fast.
Corviknight is too fast, too furious. It's Axin moves on in Houston, advancing from losers round 2 after toppling BJ Pawat. He will face his next opponent shortly.
Yeah, Axin, just impeccable gameplay. I think the Corviknight was probably the showcase, but I think the Quagsire was the real MVP there. Swapping in, misaligning the timers, allowing the Fortress to catch the moves all from that Wigglytuff. I think that was the main play there that he wanted to make. He used the steel types as the sponges and the water type as the pivot.
I really like, so I don't know how many people picked up on this, but you actually made a really good reference that I think historically is really important to consider. Back in the initial seasons of Go Battle League, we saw a lot of Swampert and Skarmory core. The steel and flying type, and then the water and ground type. Very complementary duo. Usually they were complemented by a third Pokemon, which is like a safe swap, like a Sableye, maybe a normal type Pokemon. The Corviknight and Quagsire feels like the new steel flyer and water ground type Pokemon combo. Do you agree?
I have to, right? Because Quagsire is only weak to one thing, which is the grass. Corviknight double resists that. The Corviknight is only weak to two things, electric and fire. The Quagsire resists both. So it's a very, very complementary duo. And not only are they complementary in terms of their style and their types, but also they get to these charge attacks so quickly, right? It's 9 turns to get to the Air Cutter. It's only 8 turns to get to the Aqua Tail, and they both have that hard-hitting Stone Edge and Payback.
That's exactly right. Well, I think that there are cores and trios built into all of these teams of 6, and it really depends on what composition you're facing. That determines largely what Pokemon you bring, but I think it's really cool to see kind of these shades or echoes of previous metas, because even though Pokemon Go changes so rapidly so often, there are some, I guess, tried and true methods and laws that we kind of still respect and adhere to.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of what we do here. We just enjoy, and we can see the beauty of the teams that are being built, right? There's always references to and callbacks to older times. And speaking of callbacks to older times, we also have a Noctowl in this meta, and I could not be more excited. I know one of your favorite Pokemon is that Fortress. One of my favorite Pokemon is that Noctowl, and I'm so glad that we get to see it and showcase it on the big stage here today.
I win that matchup, everybody. Fortress, it takes that matchup. What was that?
Nothing.
Did you hear anything?
No,
okay.
Probably buzzing.
Wait, actually, I'm getting word from production. We have a world champ interview. Cue the alarms. Homeslice Henry is on the stage with It's Accent. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Speedy. Homeslice Henry live on the floor here with the world champ himself, Mr. It's Accent, fresh off a dramatic win on stage. Now, Accent, it seems like the Metacham from your opponent was pretty strong into your team, but you famously won Worlds with Metacham. So talk to me how you're able to overcome that threat, because Metacham looked very, very strong there.
Yeah, I mean, Metacham's one of my favorites. The only problem with it is there's not a lot of things in the meta right now that it just straight up beats. It's a very neutral Pokemon, and I love that. But I have ways of dealing with it, and I mean, I kind of feel left out. I should have brought my own Metacham, I'm going to be honest. But, you know, I got to try new things. Togekiss was my spice pick, and it's been doing pretty well for me, too, so.
It seemed like in that series, you ended up relying a little bit more on the Corviknight. You have, throughout the course of these battles, consistently banked energy on Corviknight, used it to try and pressure shields from Metacham. Because even though that matchup in the static matchup isn't the most clear, it seems like Corviknight has been a Pokemon that you've kind of relied on into these Metacham teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Corviknight's probably just my best Pokemon I've used this whole tournament. I mean, big surprise, I'm a Corviknight abuser. I use it every single day in GBL. But, I mean, aside from that, it's really cool to have a Pokemon like Corviknight that, in this meta right now, there's not a lot of things that hard counter it, so you can almost always rely on it. Even Fortress isn't too bad, so it's old reliable. I'll bring it as long as it's, you know, not 2 RPS.
Now, one of my favorite things about getting to watch Accent at these tournaments is the amount of support he has in the crowd. He has his family sitting here in the crowd cheering him on. I actually got to watch this set with his family in the crowd, hearing them cheering him on as he got that win. So talk to me about what it feels to have such amazing family support here in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps to have actual family members who are, you know, into the system too. Because my sister, she actually competed this weekend as well. She was the person who got me on the Togekiss train. So, I mean, Togekiss is a pretty good pick. It's been working out for me. My mom always, she watches the battles. She doesn't like watching them as much. She gets freaked out. But, you know, she likes watching me, you know, when I win. When I lose, it's more stressful for her. But it's always a lot of fun. And, I mean, it helps out a lot to, you know, just know that what I do, they care about.
And that's honestly just so incredibly heartwarming. World champion, It's Accent. So much support here. Big win on stage. Massive congratulations. I believe you're now in the top 8. So I'm excited to see how far you can go with this tournament. And we'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Henry and Accent, for that lovely, lovely interview. It's always heartwarming to hear those stories, and obviously I've met Accent and his mother, and I just met his sister today, and it's beautiful to see these people that are here and supporting. And Accent, obviously, his mom gets worried when he loses. Good thing he doesn't lose that much, because he is a world champion. He does so well at all these tournaments.
I just feel so grateful that all of our Pokemon Go world champions since Dancing Rob in 2022, they're all kind of role models in their own sense, right? So eloquently spoken and so giving back to the community, and It's Accent, of course, is no exception. But speaking of talented trainers, we have 2 more that are no exception to that. We're going to take a look at Esteban and Rise to Occasion here shortly. And if you remember, Esteban faced off against Elam, one of the titans of NA PvP, fell down to the loser side bracket. I had a chance to catch up with Esteban out on the floor, and the road does not get any easier because Rise is also a Goliath in our game. So what do you see in terms of team composition? I've got a few notes, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Oh boy. Well, we're looking at 4 Shadows, a Noctowl, and a Florges. So I'm as lost as you are, but it looks like the Shadow Drapion could have some play. The Noctowl actually looks pretty good. The only thing you really have to worry about is that Fortress. So, yeah, the Shadow Annihilate is probably also going to have some play as well.
Pop quiz, what starts with a G and ends with a T?
Great.
That, but also Gourgeist. And I think that Rise's Gourgeist looks insane here. He's got coverage for the Fortress, for the Annihilate, for the Quagsire, and it's not great in that Florges matchup either. So that Gourgeist will be a menace, and if he does decide to bring it, it kind of forces Esteban to either choose his Drapion or Noctowl. And if you can predict both of those Pokemon coming, then Rise can start to piece together a strategy.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be actually pretty tough to find a really good safe answer. I think Quagsire is probably the safest thing on both sides, but other than that, it's really just pick your poison, right? Are you going to be weak to this? Are you going to be weak to the Florges? Are you going to be weak to the Gourgeist? Are you going to be weak to the Fortress? It's really, really tough, but these players are the best of the best, and they're going to showcase why they are the best of the best here. As we see, actually, this is... I believe this is Esteban's first, the first top 16 ever. And obviously Rise has had a few accolades in his time.
You know, he's competed a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll see him here and there. Maybe he's a face that'll grace the stream every now and then. But yeah, I'd say the lion's share of the experience is going to be on the right side of the screen. But it also is a unique opportunity because Esteban could be unpredictable. He could do things that Rise is not ready for. Pick your poison. We're going to go ahead and lead in with Fortress and Galarian Weezing.
This is Shadow versus Shadow, and we see an instant pivot into that Quagsire. We talked about this earlier. It's an incredible pivot Pokemon because it gets to the charge attack so quickly, and even if you lose this matchup, you are still misaligning the charge attack timers. So now we see the Aquatail getting fired off into that Fortress as we see a switch out into the Shadow Annihilate as well.
Exactly right. Annihilate tries to queue up some energy there, but Quagsire will go for the Aqua Tail, commands the first shield from Esteban, and tries to take control of the pacing of the battle, but that Rage Fist is already ready to go. Actually, another Aqua Tail doubling down on the Annihilate.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough battle to come back from now because you are down 2 shields to 0. This Annihilate is just having so much energy. Getting fired off the Rage Fist here, it is going to be, I believe, enough to knock out the Quagsire, and it is enough to knock it out, but now you're facing up against a Poison and Fairy type. As a fighter, this is not what you want to see.
Well, think about it, right? I mean, defensively, I think the Galarian Weezing has a lot of ground to stand on, or float, but offensively, it either has the neutral Brutal Swing or the Resisted Sludge, actually pivoting into the Fortress, sneaking the Volt Switch through, and the Brutal Swing will connect. But man, that Annihilate has already gotten a lot of value.
Absolutely, and now you see the Brutal Swing come through. It is going to be a lot of damage. As the Volt Switch comes through, you're going to throw, the Sand Tomb here. It is going to be enough to knock out the Weezing. Do you shield? You actually are going to shield.
Because if Rise lets this Weezing go and his final Pokemon Empoleon absorbs the next Sand Tomb, it will be debuffed permanently. So Rise needed to empty the tanks on this Fortress and clear a path for Empoleon.
Absolutely. We see the second Sand Tomb come through. It is going to be more than enough to knock out the Weezing. And now the Empoleon is going to get 3 Metal Sounds worth of energy, but the Annihilate is still waiting in the wings. Unfortunately, there are no protections remaining, so it's going to be really tough. Yeah, you kind of have to get these charge attacks onto the Drapion instead.
Go ahead.
No, to try to neutralize the damage from this Empoleon.
Yeah, I think the rule here for Rise is to overcharge, right? You're going to double resist the poison stings. Don't need to worry about that, but you cannot allow yourself to be down in energy when that Annihilate comes back out. Finding the charge attack priority, Rise's Hydro Cannon, is this enough?
I think it's just enough because Drapion is Shadow, but it's actually not. And look at this damage. Oh my goodness, now I think you have to shield. I believe the Empoleon is has a charge attack, so you have to switch out into the Annihilate. Does the Annihilate have a charge attack? It's 1 away from the Rage Fist, and that's just enough damage, I believe, to knock out the Shadow Annihilate as well.
A 1 second difference makes a world of difference here as Annihilate and Drapion fall back to back. Rise, a little jump scare there, a little hand out of the grave, grabbed him around the ankle, but he was able to come out in the end. When that Hydro Cannon did not KO the Drapion, I was like, oh my goodness, this whole thing could change right now.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. Very defensively trained Shadow Drapion there, but the Annihilate just needed 1 more low kick. It was so close.
That's the thing, right? A lot of times when you bank energy on a Pokemon and you swap it out, I find myself personally wishing that I went to the charge attack. If I'm 1 or 2 away, I'm like, oh, you know, I'll get the energy later.
Right.
But then when it really comes down to it and you need that energy, it's so tough. But let's keep in mind as well, we have seen Empoleons win the charge attack priority ties over Annihilate in this event. So Rise might have had that in the bag either way.
But it's possible. I think that potentially some of the Shadow Pokemon usually will have a higher attack stat to try to do and dish out more damage because you know you're going to invest shields in those types of Pokemon.
They're also harder to come by, right?
For sure.
So on Mankey Community Day, you can catch as many as you like, but if you're fighting Rockets, they're much more rare. So you kind of have to pick the Shadow that you think will perform the best. Speaking of performance, Esteban needs a win here to tie up the series. We are in the loser side bracket. This is match point.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about bringing something like a Gourgeist that you mentioned earlier is it makes the Quagsire safe swap so much more difficult to do for Esteban. So now Rise is in the driver's seat in terms of his Quagsire. He knows that he can safe swap it whenever he wants, but for Esteban it's a lot more difficult to try to safe swap that Pokemon, so it makes team building just a little bit trickier. You have to think an extra step ahead. So now, jumping right into game number 2, we see the leads of the Guzzlord versus the Shadow Drapion here. This is actually really tough for the Shadow Drapion because Guzzlord's able to resist both of the charge attacks.
I just framed this, in my mind, as the dominant Dark, and I gotta say that Guzzlord, as you pointed out, has a distinct advantage, gonna resist everything Drapion can throw. Drapion will resist things too, but the difference is that Dragon Tail damage and the Dragon Claw tech.
Right, and that's the difference between this Guzzlord and every other Guzzlord that we've seen this weekend, is Rise has the Dragon Claw tech. Because he has those 3 Pokemon on his team that can resist that fairy type damage, he has the Dragon Claw because he doesn't have to fear the fairies as much.
Such a punishing charge attack to connect. We don't see it that often after it was recently reworked, but the floor just comes in and Rise has no answer to that, so he's forced to go into the Quagsire. This isn't great either, but the floor just does not have Trail Blaze.
Right, it is not blazing any trails, it is just chilling and disarming. So we see the Aqua Tail getting fired off here as the floor just is definitely able to shield up, go for the Chilling Water, and now it doesn't have to worry as much about those charge attacks.
Esteban slowing down the attack of the Quagsire and slowing down the matchup, which I think is really important at this point. He needs to recollect himself, find his pacing, and he sends out the Noctowl to absorb this Aqua Tail.
This is the second time he's swapped into an Aqua Tail against with his Noctowl, and I think it's a really beautiful play because it doesn't allow the Quagsire to go for that heavier hitting Stone Edge. But now we see the Quagsire is charging up for that energy and is going straight for the Stone Edge. Do you use your last Protect Shield of your tournament, potentially your tournament life? And he does.
I'm telling you, Rise to Occasion finding these charge attack priorities, like he's feeling around in the dark. He just knows exactly where they are. Gonna go for the Sky Attack here and pick up the KO versus the Quagsire. But this is a lot of energy lost from Esteban, and he still has a 3rd Pokemon he hasn't seen yet. Out comes the Guzzlord. It's got 2 arms, and here comes the second one of its claws.
Here comes the Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw was buffed recently in one of the move updates, so now it does a ton more damage. And now in comes the floor just trying to get that farm down into the Guzzler, but we see a switch out right away into that Galarian Weezing.
Galarian Weezing with Fairy Wind, Sludge, and a Brutal Swing. And I gotta tell you, I don't know how many of these Chilling Waters it would take to make this Sludge less potent, but one is not going to do the trick.
I don't think so. This is going to do a ton of damage. Florges is very bulky. It actually does survive, but is not able to get to that last Chilling Water, and now it's going to be very difficult to come back from this matchup.
Shout out to Esteban, bringing in his signature Noctowl, his first Championship Series event, and there is no shame in losing to one of the titans of our game. Rise to Occasion advances with a swift 2-0.
I mean, that was beautifully played. I think Guzzlord was definitely the MVP of that particular battle. But in the set, I think the Quagsire really shone in game number 1.
Yeah.
So both of those trainers, fantastic showing from Esteban. I believe first ever tournament. This is an incredible showcase of his battling prowess. To get to top 12, top 8?
Yeah, actually very, very well. Yeah. We'll have to take a look at the bracket once the dust settles, but also Rise, we looked at Gourgeist as being the most important Pokemon in that series. Rise didn't even use it.
Right.
He's like, man, I'll play other Pokemon instead, and I'll express my skill ceiling. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I think it was really tough to try to bring that Gourgeist because we did see the Noctowl on the other side. That is one of the hardest checks to it, as well as the Shadow Drapion. But we see the Guzzlord just tanking every hit that it needed to. You saw Rise, instead of just throwing the fast attack and then switching out, he anticipated the floor just coming in, came in with a Quagsire, super duper safe, goes for the Aqua Tails. Like, he's just very methodical. Obviously, we see Esteban doing his best to try to come back into this game, but I think the combination of the Galarian Weezing and the Guzzlord, both Pokemon with Brutal Swing, decided to use their other moves this time.
It's amazing to see all the pieces come together, and that's exactly what happened for Rise to Occasion in that series. Had the right coverage moves, the right Pokemon positions, bailing out the Guzzlord, coming in and deploying another Dragon Claw. Those small plays add up over time, and I think Esteban has a bright future ahead of him. I mean, honestly, I'd be over the moon if my first Championship Series event, I was top 8, top 12. Yeah. I mean, that's stellar.
Definitely. That's one of my favorite showcases of a new player coming in and doing their absolute best and going up against two titans in Elam and Rise. To, you know, that's the only reason that they lost, is because we have some titans here.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about trainers that have been runner-ups or top 4 at internationals. They've won regional championships in the past. I mean, these are some of the best of the best, and they continue to show us why, because that consistency is not unearned. And we see Rise to Occasion moving its way through the bracket. Might actually get a rematch against some other top opponents. You might see another Dunebug Rise matchup, a Rise Elam matchup, a Rise Accent matchup. So get your popcorn out, everybody, because it's only going to get better from here.
I'm just excited because we have another great matchup incoming with, I believe the next one is going to be Dunebug versus Andy, and that's going to be an incredible game to watch. But we've had so many great games already. I mean, just in that last matchup, I think Rise showcasing his battling prowess, I think he's going to take this game and this match and move it along to his next match and really just learn from it. Maybe he is going to utilize that Gourgeist more.
Well, I'd love to hear from him. I mean, no Gourgeist, no problem. Rise to Occasion's on the floor with DeFi. Let's hear about those strats.
Thank you so much, Will. I am on the floor right here with Rise to Occasion. And Rise, this is your 7th tournament this season. You have been in the top 16 of every single one of those tournaments. What's the difference this season? You are on fire.
I appreciate that. I've been proud of my consistency this season. I remember talking with Harjeff once, who's such an amazing player. He just won his 6th title. I can't even fathom 6 titles. But we were talking before about, like, consistency can be the toughest thing. And, you know, I think it's good to, like, appreciate, even if sometimes you get close and you get knocked out, it can feel tough at the time, but, like, take some pride in that consistency as well and be proud of, you know, top 16s, top 8s and that thing.
I noticed in your top 16s, I was looking a little bit back at your record. All of your tournaments this season, most of them have been winners bracket runs. You're on the loser side this time. How is the pressure feeling a little bit different?
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's like a mindset thing. So, for example, EUIC, I was in winners semis, and then I lost 2 in a row. And you get that close without losing, and then you lose to Colin Potzelman. It's like, oh, you're heartbroken. But then, like this tournament, you know, I lost pretty early to Javier. And when you lose early, maybe part of it's like the pressure's off a little bit. You can just say, okay, I'm just going to do what I can at this point. And you start to, for every round you keep going, it just feels better and better, I guess.
And you have to be feeling really good about your team construction. You told me you had a little bit of a struggle with it, but you ended up with some really unique Pokemon, Gourgeist and Galarian Weezing. Can you tell me a little bit more about those picks?
Maybe Gourgeist was a more sentimental pick because I had success with it in Merida. Weezing was kind of a last-minute adjustment for me. I had Wigglytuff on my team, which was like top usage in this tournament.
Well, that was a great interview with Rise, Gourgeist, and Galarian Weezing, GGs, as we like to call them. And Rise is honestly, like DeFi said, on fire, crushing the competition all season long, and I'm sure he wants to keep up that momentum. So if you're a Rise to Occasion fan, follow the channel. Let him know in the chat. In case he watches back the VOD, let him know you're supporting him. Any other trainer that you see competing on stage.
Absolutely. And I really like I think he was going to talk about his Galarian Weezing, because that is something that he told me before the tournament started. He was thinking about putting on his team, and he did end up doing it so that his Guzzlord could have more play, which I think is a beautiful, beautiful team composition thought and thought process.
Well, speaking of thought process, you've already seen Alex and I here. I'm going to continue to hijack the stream, because on Friday I sat down with Rise and I said, man, you came into Vancouver, you dominated that meta. Ever since then, something has changed with your team building and your strategies, and I want to know what the secret is behind it. So let's take a look. Welcome in, everybody. As you know, Pokemon Go is constantly changing. Every 3 months, we have a season rotation. Some attacks get better, some attacks get worse. Pokemon seem to cycle in and out of the meta constantly, and it can be really hard to understand what's good and how you can perform with it. So I brought in one of our premier experts. This is Rise to Occasion, a trainer that's competed at numerous events. He's won a championship series event every single season, and he's gonna give us his best tips on how to learn and adapt to brand new metas. Because honestly, Rise, it's super challenging.
It is really challenging. It's something I personally struggled with for a lot of seasons, because I always felt like analyzing an existing meta was something I was good at, but when it's a brand new meta, you're not really sure what to expect. You still don't have the feel for certain mons. It can be a lot more difficult. So it's something I feel like I've had to really learn to get better at over time.
That's a really good point. And when you and I were talking about this interview, you said that Vancouver was really a turning point for you. And that was a very, very interesting event, because the meta was kind of changing over the weekend, literally. So you had to learn on the fly, learn a lot of new matchups, a lot of new Pokemon. What was like your biggest key to success for that event?
Exactly, and it was the first time I really broke through having success in one of those situations where certain Pokemon weren't allowed with their move sets, and you had to really figure it out in like a week time span. So I think coming up with a core breaker style team where you had Pokemon that people weren't used to, that was the key to success. For example, it was the Shadow Steelix Golisopod core for that tournament, and people just weren't used to Golisopod with the newly buffed Aqua Jet. It wasn't a Pokemon you ever thought of as a strong water type, but with that quick pacing and the energy, it caught people off guard, and it was something they weren't really expecting, and put in a lot of work in that tournament.
There was another team of yours that I remember, Jellicent. I think you had Abomasnow on the team. Was that sometime in 2024, I believe?
Yes.
Talk to us about that team, because that was like core breaker buffet.
That was Knoxville 2024, and you said it was like a team of core breakers. That's exactly what I was kind of going for, because sometimes I think when you fall into the meta, Pokemon are meta for a reason, right? They're really strong. But in chess, sometimes they talk about taking advantage of imbalances. And that's something I kind of think about for Go, is having a team that's not the standard meta, things that people aren't used to seeing. You create imbalances and then trying to take advantage of those imbalances.
Well, Rise, every time there's a season update, there is a large blog post detailing all of the changes, whether it's attack availability or attack adjustments. I feel like looking at all that text can be really intimidating, especially for new trainers who are trying to figure out what it all means. Do you have any tips for helping trainers to maybe absorb that information faster and understand the blog post?
Absolutely. And keeping track of energy is such an important part of our game. So when there's a move update and you see this generates +2 more energy now per turn or per cycle, it's tough, because you're used to maybe Metal Sound, for example, not being a relevant attack, and then you see the energy generation and you see Empoleon for the first time with its newly buffed attack. So you're like, how do I count this? I think the key is, what I like to do is compare it to something I already know. So for example, Metal Sound gets newly buffed, and rather than trying to calculate the energy in the turns, you can think of it, oh, well, this is the same energy as Powder Snow, and I already know the counts of Powder Snow for this Pokemon, so I can just compare it to that, and it's easier to remember like that, the counts of the newly buffed attacks.
I like that a lot, right? Because you're not like starting over. You build based on what you already know, and then kind of adjust your knowledge from there. So when we do get those season updates and counts do change, pacing does change, I know especially in Go Battle League, it can be a bad feeling when you're like, oh, they're already at Stone Edge, or they already have the Hydro Cannon. It can be a little tough there. But Rise, as we wrap up, do you have any more tips, advice, any words of encouragement you give to trainers that maybe look at the blog posts and maybe their first event's coming up and they want to prepare?
Yeah, I think we talk about the energy and the damage and the stats on these moves and attacks, but I think also just getting a feel for these Pokemon, right? I think practice and repetition, getting that feel and experience with these Pokemon helps you just understand how they work more, and I think doing practice tournaments and adapting for these new metas is a real help as well.
Awesome. All right, everybody, you heard it here first. Rise to Occasion, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend. We're going to head right back to the stream.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, Go, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident with your practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Flutter Mane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different movesets, especially in Pokemon Go. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Houston Regional Championships. My name is Holmes/Henry, joined on the desk once again with DeFi. We've seen some absolutely sensational battles so far today as we progress through Top Cut.
We have seen trainers who are kind of up and coming face against the titans of the PvP community. I am so excited because we are just getting started.
We took a brief break as we went to the losers side of the bracket that was able to progress, and now we move back to winners. We move to the winners semifinals. A medal is on the line for whoever is able to win this next matchup between Dunebug and Andy.
Yeah, Andy, again, a little bit more of an up-and-comer. He's not one we see on stream very often. He's not one we see at many tournaments, versus Dunebug, who's been to, I think we said, 40 championship series events in his tenure here in the championship series, which is absolutely wild. And he has an incredible win rate. This trainer has come so far since 2022 in more ways than one.
Let's take a brief look at the teams here. The Gourgeist for Dunebug does look very, very powerful. It has 4 what I would consider very positive matchups. Wigglytuff's a fine matchup as well, and even up energy, it can fight back against the Corsola, so I wouldn't be surprised if Dunebug relies on a healthy dose of Gourgeist in this matchup, because Gourgeist is really limiting into a lot of Steelix teams.
I am so looking forward to some Gourgeist action here today, and that is exactly what Dunebug brought in the lead, and it found a really solid target in the Wigglytuff.
Now this, arguably for Andy, is where he would want to see Gourgeist on this team, because Corviknight and the Medicham in the back will be taking super effective damage. Dune gonna fire off his Seed Bomb right away. He just wants to try and pressure a shield or land a Seed Bomb before that Icy Wind debuff gets applied.
Most Ghost-type Pokemon are really afraid of the Wiggly-type matchup. For Gourgeist, it's not so bad. Perhaps Dunebug, recognizing that Gourgeist could be more useful later, pulls it back and brings in his Alolan Ninetales.
And Alolan Ninetales in this matchup here, we will have to be very carefully watching the sand attack damage, because a high defense Alolan Ninetales can actually bulk point Corviknight and only take 1 sand attack damage instead of 2. And considering how little damage Air Cutter does, that's something that can be a very big difference maker here.
And we're going to see just how much damage this first air cutter does as it lands onto the Alolan Ninetales. And we get an early attack boost. Corviknight needs to get that first attack boost to be truly impactful.
Another Weather Ball fired off by the Alolan Ninetales. Another no shield from Andy, but this Weather Ball is going to be putting that Corviknight very low. Corviknight can look to try and overfarm, but a beautiful catch from Doonbug. He's able to save the Alolan Ninetales. The repositioning from Doonbug on point in game number 1.
Catching a charge attack when the fast attack is just one turn is such impressive gameplay. Andy is bringing in his Medicham to counter. Medicham is a fighting type Pokemon, so these air cutters are going to be super effective. However, because Medicham is so bulky, an air cutter is not just that big of an attack, and it's early on. Dune hasn't really had the chance to buff up this his Corviknight too much. Air cutter's not that big of a deal quite yet.
And Doonbug is going to be investing the first Protect Shield of the match. It's very unlikely that Medicham would risk an Ice Punch bait here because realistically you have to throw 2 Ice Punch baits if you want to save an entire Psycho Cut's worth of energy. So he shields the first and he's going to go for the second. And Doonbug can look to overfarm, and he still has a very healthy Gourgeist in the back, which is so strong into Andy's entire team.
Just throws one quick sand attack before throwing the next air cutter. We are going to start to see some threats to Medicham. It's all the way down to the red. No attack boost from that particular air cutter. I think Andy was trying to make a catch there, but was not able to pull it off. And Doonbug able to catch this air cutter onto his Gourgeist. This is super effective damage. However, it's going to do much less than that payback would.
Oh, very nice play by Doonbug. Got the Incinerate Sneak as well. Timed that to perfection. And now Gourgeist gets a 20 energy head start. Back in comes the Medicham. Medicham going to throw 2 Psycho Cuts and the Ice Punch. Doonbug only 1 Protect Shield left to hide behind. Is he going to deploy it here?
He does. He decides to invest into this Gourgeist. It's going to be a little bit more time before the Medicham gets to the next charge attack. He knows Gourgeist is going to get there first, so he has to throw the Seed Bomb, or otherwise Medicham would be free to throw a knockout Ice Punch.
It's all up to Wigglytuff for Andy. Oh, Andy, unfortunately, going to be hit with the Seed Bomb, and Andy's held the 2 Protect Shields until this point of the match. Going to have to deploy the first here.
Seed Bomb bounces off the Protect Shield, and Doonbug brings in his Corviknight that has energy for days. That first one, air cutter, is going to come through. Do you shield the first one? No. Opting to let that one come through, but the second one's going to be not far behind.
And this just feels like checkmate for Andy. Doonbug saved all that Corviknight energy, dancing in and out of matchups, constantly repositioning, and now this Corviknight is just in such a strong position. The Swift will be deployed, Swift will be taking the knockout, but Doonbug still has so much health remaining on that Alolan Ninetales in the back.
Yeah, so the Swift knocks out the Corviknight. Alolan Ninetales is very safe to come in here. I'm not sure the Gourgeist would be able to get enough Incinerate damage in, but Alolan Ninetales can do just fine standing tall at the end. A big sigh of relief from Doonbug as he takes this game victory in the winners semifinals. He is 1 win away from getting into the winners finals here in Houston.
That felt like a very positional game from Doonbug, consistently pivoting Pokemon out, trying to go for catches, repositioning, desyncing switch timers, spanking energy, able to try and go for catches as well. And that really was the difference maker there, is he was able to preserve the Gourgeist early on, Seed Bomb, and then pivot out, and then ended up making a devastating catch later on as well. So everything going right for Doonbug so far.
For me, it's all coming up Gourgeist. Gourgeist had realistically 3 different targets in that matchup. It's fine into Wigglytuff, it's great into Corviknight, and doesn't do too badly in that Medicham matchup either. Medicham is afraid of those Shadow Balls.
Medicham does have a pretty significant pacing advantage there, but Ice Punch is something that Gourgeist can survive. Whereas a Shadow Ball, Medicham is not a particularly big fan. So for Doonbug, a little bit of grimace at the end there, but he had enough HP remaining on that Alolan Ninetales, where Alolan Ninetales, he was never going to fall to just 2 charms of damage.
Yeah, I think that Gourgeist was maybe just a little bit too low of health to perhaps win that game for him. Alolan Ninetales was definitely the right call. Andy's got to turn this around. If he can, he'll get into the winners the winners finals. We are in winners semifinals now. Wigglytuff and Corviknight. Again, that deceptively neutral matchup. It looks like trainers are choosing to stick it out.
So an adjustment from Andy, choosing to bench the Corviknight in favor of the Galarian Corsola, but Doonbug has brought the Guzzlord. Guzzlord would be an absolute disaster for that Corsola if switch advantage cannot be won.
Andy sticking with the Wigglytuff in the lead, though. Same lead in games 1 and game number 2. Going for a debuff early on to the Corviknight, but Corviknight has a great strategy to fight back against these debuffs. But the one it's choosing here is just to swap out. We've got Medicham on Guzzlord.
Now this is a very big bait out for Andy. Dunebug switches in the Guzzlord. Guzzlord does have a very heavy resistance to Psycho Cut, but Dynamic Punch is going to hit for devastating damage, and Guzzlord is very much going to struggle to Dragon Tail this into double Brutal Swing range.
Yeah, and I think Guzzlord would have much rather seen this Galarian Corsola that's lurking in the back for Andy. Does this open up a path for Andy with that Corsola later on?
Dunebug is going to fire off this Brutal Swing on alignment. He was kind of forced into doing so because if he tried to throw the Dragon Tail, then Andy could have fired off the Ice Punch. Now he guarantees damage with the Brutal Swing. Andy can look to overfarm quite significantly here, and he's going to farm up to the double Dynamic Punch, but Dynamic will not be needed, as all he's going to have to do is go for the Ice Punch.
Yeah, Ice Punch is more than enough to knock the Guzzlord off of the field of play. Guzzlord goes down. Dunebug is going to wait out his switch timer and then has to decide which Pokemon is going to be more valuable here for me to get a little bit of extra energy on. And he decides it's the Corviknight. Corviknight can absorb this Dynamic Punch, or he can choose to put up a Protect Shield, save the health for the Corviknight later on.
Dune did go for the Sand Attack, so this is not a charge attack priority tie. Aggressive pivot by Andy into the Wigglytuff, and that is going to preserve that Medicham. There's not a lot of fast move pressure for Dune into the Medicham, so I do like this play from Andy. He does end up switch locking himself, but Wigglytuff more than happy to absorb multiple air cutters here.
Yeah, we get to another air cutter, and it's also really easy for Dunebug to be able to time those air cutters because Wigglytuff with a 3-turn fast attack of Charm is going to have a clear time timing all of that.
And getting this Swift is very, very important because this is critical damage onto that Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales is going to get a farm down, but Ninetales, it really does not appreciate the Galarian Corsola matchup. Andy not going to wait the timer, going to get Corsola on the field as quickly as possible. Dunebug is going to have to get through both Protect Shields, and Corsola, all it does is tank energy.
Yeah, does Corsola even need to throw a charge attack here, or can it just go for an Astonish down? Here is that first Weather Ball, grabs one Protect Shield. He goes, Dunebug built up to the Dazzling Gleam, but has yet to throw it. Corsola actually is deciding to throw a Nightshade, but it's the fast attack pressure that's scary here.
Back in comes Corviknight. Corviknight reaching for the air cutter. Now, how well has Andy been counting? Does he know if this is an air cutter or a payback? He's thinking through his options. He puts up the shield. That could have only been an air cutter. Maybe this is the opening that Dune needs.
Ooh, peeling that final Protect Shield. He has that Alolan Ninetales. The Dazzling Gleam is locked and loaded in the back. Is that going to be enough to be able to dispose of this Pokemon?
I think maybe if 2 Weather Balls cannot do it, then maybe a Weather Ball into a Dazzling Gleam. But this Alolan Ninetales is absolutely loaded. Weather Ball is going to connect. It looks like with the Powder Snows, the Weather Ball can actually secure the knockout. Dunebug going to throw 2 and the move. This ensures that second Astonish will not register any damage on the Alolan Ninetales as long as the Weather Ball will secure the knockout.
Weather Ball does secure the knockout, and it's just Medicham remaining. Alolan Ninetales has an energy advantage, gets to the Weather Ball, knocks out the Medicham. Dunebug with the Alolan Ninetales, MVP of that game, advances into the winners finals.
Very well played by Dunebug. The endgame scenario of throwing 2 Powder Snows and the move. So he was able to get 2 Powder Snows of energy, but the second Astonish damage had not yet landed. And as long as that Weather Ball took the knockout, which it did, that Astonish damage never connects. And that little bit of extra HP is what allowed him to survive the Psycho Cuts, make the Weather Ball, and win the game.
Dunebug absolutely knowing exactly how to pilot that Alolan Ninetales to victory into the winners finals here. He has a medal guaranteed, but it's what color medal is that going to be for Dunebug today?
What a series, 2-0. The path looked a little bit unclear in game number 2, bringing Guzzlord into that Medicham because Guzzlord really not a big fan of Dynamic Punches, so that Medicham save switch potentially opened the door for Andy, but unfortunately in that endgame scenario, the miscount by Andy, shielding up what could have only been an air cutter on the Corsola, that is what opened the door for Dunebug.
Yeah, that was, I would say, the biggest misplay. That decision really forced the rest of the gameplay. That was the pivotal moment, was that shield.
And then in the end game, Corviknight making multiple air cutters into the Wigglytuff to try and set up that Alolan Ninetales. And Wigglytuff, it honestly went perfectly until it didn't, with the shield on the air cutter and then the Alolan Ninetales, all that stored energy, going for the double Weather Ball. Weather Ball in a recent season did actually get extra damage, and then extra damage paid off as the back-to-back Weather Balls plus the Powder Snow took the knockout, and Ninetales was only 3 away, able to outpace the Metacham, make the Weather Ball, and send Dunebug into the Grand Finals.
That was such a close match in the end. Like we mentioned, that shield call by Andy, missing that shield call was certainly the pivotal moment, but being able to defer that Astonish damage was critical. So Dunebug had an opening, but he had to position himself correctly in order to really take advantage of it.
That was a very nice display of understanding of high-level game mechanics, recognizing that in that 2 versus 3 scenario, you can throw 2 and the move, and with the important context of that charge attack knocking out the Corsola, that damage will not land. If the Weather Ball had not knocked out, if Corsola had survived, then that damage would have registered. So it is a bit of a risk if it might not take the knockout, but based off the damage of the first Weather Ball, Dune was confident the second Weather Ball plus the 2 Powder Snows would have secured the knockout, and preserving that little bit of health was actually critical, because that Ninetales barely had any health bar remaining when it was able to make that final charge stack and take the win.
Dunebug is confident today, and that confidence has earned him a spot in winners finals. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at. Dunebug has advanced here. He will face the winner of Nighttime Clasher versus Elam, another fantastic matchup that we have coming right next.
Nighttime Clasher, reigning international champion for Latin America. Elam, 2-time regional champion, and on the loser side of the bracket, Rise to Occasion versus It's Axon, and then Jello Too Good versus Sang Kalor. So an unbelievable slate of games still ahead of us. I can't believe that we're seeing so many of these matchups so frequently at Houston. Rise versus Axon, Nighttime versus Axon, Nighttime versus Elam. I'm just at a complete loss.
I know, it has been such a treat, such a joy to be able to see all of these fantastic battlers who came from all over the country, all over the world to face here in Houston, Texas. But only one can be crowned the Houston Regional Champion here in 2026. Who is it going to be? Again, let us know in the chat. Let us know on social media. Be sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You're following all the channels. You do not want to miss a moment of the action of all of these titans of PvP coming here to clash.
I really feel like, to be honest, for a lot of these matchups, if I could almost pick, like in a fantasy draft, like who would I most want to see battle, I feel like we're seeing so many of those matchups today, like the absolute kings of North America battling it out, and I just feel incredibly lucky to be able to watch these battles, get to commentate these battles with all of you watching at home, because this is just absolutely unbelievable caliber of gameplay.
And it's all happening here in Houston. Everything is bigger in Texas. And this tournament goes to show exactly that, because this tournament is huge with the biggest battlers, and these two are no exception. We have Nighttime Clasher on the left, Elam on the right. Talk us through these teams, Henry.
Nighttime Clasher, the reigning Latin American international champion, running Metacham, Quagsire, Wigglytuff, Corviknight, Guzzlord, and the Shadow Fortress, running Volt Switch. And for Elam, the 2-time regional champion, winning Atlanta 2025 and Toronto 2025, Shadow Quagsire, Corsola, a non-Shadow Fortress with Volt Switch, Clodsire, which is opting for Stone Edge, Shadow Altaria, and Wigglytuff.
It's been a moment since Elam has been crowned a champion. He's on the path. He's on the shortcut in the winner's side. Could he claim it, or will it be our current LAIC champion that takes this match? This is the winner's semifinals, and a fantastic lead for Elam. Wigglytuff into Guzzlord.
That is not what Nighttime Clasher was hoping to see. Immediate safe switch into the Shadow Quagsire. Quagsire gonna look to fire off the Aqua Tail after 5 mud shots. Perfect charge attack timing, taking into account the 1-turn switch. Elam's gonna be no shielding. Shadow Aqua Tail, not particularly threatening, but he's actually going to save that energy and now send in his own Quagsire to the mirror.
Yeah, Quagsire is going to be, his own Quagsire is going to have a massive health advantage going into this. Nighttime Clasher looking to shore up that health advantage a little bit by launching an Aqua Tail, bringing them to about the same amount of health. But look at this Aqua Tail coming from Elam. Nighttime Clasher has to make a decision. He lets it come through.
I think Nighttime Clasher can hold on here, and he does hold on. He's able to survive, and that is a bit unfortunate for Elam, as Elam is now forced to give up a Protect Shield in order to maintain switch advantage.
And it looks like that Aqua Tail is going to connect with the Protect Shield. Elam's Quagsire gets to exit this matchup with a ton of energy going back into the Guzzlord, but we've talked about it. This matchup doesn't feel great. Feels a little bit better if you can land one of these Stone Edges.
Stone Edge will do quite a lot of damage. Elam going to be staying on the field, just going to try and make it to another Stone Edge to try and force energy out of the Guzzlord, and does. Guzzlord not able to get the farm down. Brutal Swing will be thrown. Elam more than happy to let this go. He is more than happy to concede the Quagsire because switch advantage has been maintained.
Switching back, a switch on both parties, both going in for the Wigglytuff. We have a bit of an energy advantage. Elam throwing the Icy Wind is going to debuff Nighttime Clasher's Wigglytuff, and it's going to stay debuffed for a while. It's stuck in this matchup against the Fortress.
Elam did decent to switch timers by staying in to throw the Icy Wind, but this matchup, even without a debuff, is so commanding for the Fortress. Now, if you add a debuff, this Wigglytuff, everything it throws is resisted, everything it throws is debuffed. This is Elam's opportunity to try and convert this position into an insurmountable lead.
He's choosing to build up a ton of energy here because he knows he can do it safely. This Wigglytuff just has no ammunition. It has nothing it can do. Nighttime Clasher going for an immediate pivot the second he can, is able to absorb this Rock Tomb onto his Guzzlord instead.
This is a debuffed Rock Tomb. Switch timer comes up for Elam. There's the Wigglytuff, and it snipes down with a charm.
Ooh, and Nighttime Clasher bringing in his own Wigglytuff, but he concedes the match. He recognizes, I need to get to 2 different attacks. I have too many things I need to overcome. So these two champions, out of these 2 champions, Elam getting a game victory, 1 more game victory, and Elam is in the winners finals.
Elam was able to kind of navigate a bit of a tricky mid-game there, where he didn't end up throwing the Wigglytuff energy. He ended up just taking the Aqua Tail, pivoting into his own Quagsire, and then even when his Aqua Tail failed to take the knockout, he went down a shield to preserve switch advantage field. That switch advantage would be very important. And that Shadow Quagsire, it got so much value. It was able to get rid of the opposing Quagsire. It got a Stone Edge into the Guzzlord. That Quagsire was incredible for Elam in that matchup in making sure that off that advantageous lead position, he was able to convert it into a winning endgame.
Yeah, it's being able to take, this is going well for me, to I'm going to lock it in and make sure that Nighttime Clasher has absolutely no win conditions left. Nighttime Clasher recognized that at the end of the battle, went back to the drawing board to try to figure out, is there something else I can do? And it looks like he's going to try it with the leads on the field. We have Medicham into Shadow Altaria. Another pretty good lead for Elam. That Altaria just has to avoid these ice punches. Medicham outpaces significantly to them.
The speed of the ice punches is a very big problem for the Shadow Altaria. Before it can even make the Sky Attack, ice punch is available, double super effective pressure, and that's going to pressure an early shield off of Elam.
But Elam's building up the Sky Attack, making sure to throw his Sky Attack before another ice punch is reached, and Nighttime Clasher forced to put up a Protect Shield. This is a Shadow Altaria. It's going to take a lot more damage from these ice punches, but those Sky Attacks are a little bit more threatening as well.
I think the Shadow status on the Altaria a little bit betrays it here, just because Ice Punch is going to hit so much harder than it would onto the regular Altaria. It can survive, but not by much. So Altaria will be able to take the 1 Protect Shield win, but Nighttime Clasher not going to let that happen. He's going to go for a double shield and potentially even a Psycho Cut farm down.
Ooh, let's see if he is able to pull it off, but no, Elam denies the farm down, brings in the Wigglytuff, but Nighttime Clasher has an answer in Corviknight. Corviknight, a steel type, is going to be resisting the charms. However, because Wigglytuff doesn't have any charge attack pressure, this turns into just a really slow slog of a matchup.
Ooh, the attack boost. That is exactly what Nighttime Clasher was hoping to see. Now the Icy Wind debuff, he doesn't care about it because he already boosted his attack to +1. Now his attack is right back to normal, which is a very okay spot to be as the Corviknight against the Wigglytuff.
Another Air Cutter lands. Can he get that attack boost back with a second Air Cutter boost? We're listening for it, but yes, it does connect. He is back up to the +1 on his attack, and he's throwing another Air Cutter.
This is going to secure the knockout onto the Wigglytuff because this is at +1 attack. Elam not going to use the final Protect Shield. Medicham has Dynamic Punch. He knows how threatening Dynamic Punch is, so he almost feels like he can't really afford to put up the Protect Shield. In comes the Quagsire trying to catch onto the Altaria, but Nighttime Clasher, too patient. He's going to farm up a ton of energy and then fire off the Air Cutter. No shield from Elam, and Elam knows he could be in trouble.
Elam's looking up at the sky, trying to see if there is something coming down from space, and that is going to be his Quagsire coming in to absorb this Air Cutter damage.
Air Cutter is going to connect. That does sizable damage to the Quagsire, and now he just switches his own Quagsire into the mirror, because in the Quagsire mirror, the Mud Shots +2 Aqua Tails do not take the knockout from full health. So the moment Elam puts up the shield, Nighttime Clasher has to feel very confident that he's going to win this game because of that loaded Dynamic Punch on that Medicham.
Yeah, having the Medicham in the back. Nighttime Clasher has all 3 of his Pokemon remaining. Even though he doesn't have any Protect Shield, he preserved a lot of resources in order to secure the end game. 1 Aqua Tail. We see Elam going for the next Aqua Tail for the knockout, but we do have that Medicham in the back with Dynamic Punch.
Elam needs this knockout, and it actually does. It barely knocks out. In comes the Medicham. It loses charge attack priority, but Medicham, it should have the bulk to withstand this. That was basically an exact hit point knockout. Medicham needs to hold on. It does, and that is going to be the equalizer for Nighttime Clasher.
We are 1-1 between 2 titans of PvP. Nighttime Clasher versus Elam. We are going into a decisive game number 3.
I always like when these series between 2 of the best go to a game number 3. It shows both trainers are bringing their best, and now it's a winner take all. If you win, a trip to the winners finals and a best-of-5 series against Dunebug and a guaranteed medal. Both these trainers know from this point on, the pressure only grows.
The loser of this matchup is going down into losers round 4, where it is a tough road ahead. You have many more battles to face on the loser side of the bracket. These trainers do not want to go down there. They want to get straight to the winners finals.
That Medicham was so strong for Nighttime Clasher in that game. Medicham able to put so much pressure on the Altaria, even healthy enough to survive the Aqua Tail later on, take the knockout with Dynamic Punch. But does Elam potentially try and overcorrect for the Medicham? Does Nighttime Clasher try and make an adjustment to try and cover for it? These are the mind games these trainers have to think about as they make last-second adjustments.
Nighttime Clasher has really utilized the entire width of his team. He's used everything except the Shadow Fortress that has stayed on the bench. Elam really relying on the core of Shadow Quagsire and Wigglytuff, the combination of the 2. What are we going to see from these trainers as they go into round 3?
I do really like the Shadow Quagsire on both sides here. Shadow Quagsire just offers incredible neutral play across the board, but if Nighttime Clasher, I would argue his best answer to that Quagsire is probably the Guzzlord, but we saw how that went in game 1. If Guzzlord ends up with the Wigglytuff, it's pretty catastrophic. So it feels like he has safer options of potentially leaving the Guzzlord on the bench and just trying to have more neutral play with something like the Wigglytuff.
Ooh, I wonder if we're going to see that Shadow Fortress. The only thing he hasn't brought in this series, and we do see the Shadow Fortress. These 2 incredible trainers, they have so many accolades, and they are on the field. Shadow Fortress into Wigglytuff. Elam swaps into the Quagsire, met by the Medicham.
And that is not the start to the game that Elam was hoping to see, because Nighttime Clasher ran a line that was very ABA weak to that Galarian Corsola, but in the back is the Wigglytuff. So now, Elam may not know it yet, but he really needs to try and make a play for switch advantage if he wants an opportunity to fight back in this game number 3.
Shadow Quagsire has to shield up these Dynamic Punches. They do so much damage. So in order to preserve the health on Quagsire, going for a lot of energy, but has to shield again. Elam is investing both of his Protect Shields early. Maybe he recognizes as well he has to make a play for switch.
If he can win switch advantage, it could put him in a pretty good spot. There are so many Aqua Tails available. Aqua Tail will actually get the shield from the Medicham. Elam very close to the triple Aqua Tail. It should be in 1 more Mud Shot, then he should have the 2 more back-to-back, and that's right before Dynamic Punch is available.
There is the first Aqua Tail. Nighttime Clasher is going to shield this one. We're seeing all kinds of resources put into this pivotal matchup, and a catch onto the Corsola. So all of that Dynamic Punch energy is going to waste, but Elam just sacrificed switch advantage.
I love that play from Elam. The Shadow Quagsire is preserved. It is very healthy. It does have a charge attack loaded, and Corsola did actually get an Astonish Sneak on that catch, and that's going to ensure that Elam is able to quite comfortably outpace and connect with a Power Gem before that Icy Wind debuff gets applied.
Yeah, so getting a full Power Gem is pivotal, but look how much these charms are doing compared to the Astonishes from the Galarian Corsola that just does so little. Nighttime Clasher going for an Icy Wind here.
Icy Wind is going to connect onto the Corsola. Switch timer will be up momentarily for Elam. Can Elam get to the timer here? He cannot. He's going to fire off the Power Gem. So instead of trying to use that Quagsire energy to potentially try and get rid of the Wigglytuff, I imagine he's actually going to use his own Wigglytuff to neutralize this energy and then try and sweep with the Quagsire.
Absorbing the Icy Wind here, protecting and saving the Quagsire for later in the match. So you're going to be able to use his own Wigglytuff, but Nighttime Clasher doesn't allow it. He brings in the Fortress, and this is where Quagsire would prefer to be.
Oh no, a mistime from Elam. An entire Volt Switch goes through. Could this be the opening that Nighttime Clasher needs? Aqua Tail is going to connect. It looks like the second Aqua Tail will barely miss the knockout, but it is going to be getting big damage onto that Shadow Fortress.
Let's take a look. There is going to be very little health remaining, if any, on that Fortress. It's down to the red, and Nighttime Clasher has been given so much energy. He's got an entire Sand Tomb. We can see Elam shaking his head. He knows he made a mistake.
Sand Tomb is going to connect, but does the next Volt Switch take the knockout? It does not. Quagsire able to force a simultaneous KO.
Then Elam only has one Pokemon remaining. It comes in. The Wigglytuff stands strong, but Nighttime Clasher has two Pokemon remaining. He has the Medicham, which has absolutely no health left. He brings it in. Can it get to an attack? He knows it can't.
In comes the Wigglytuff. He gets Sharp down. Elam has the charge attack loaded. Medicham does not, and Elam takes it 2-1.
Congratulations to Elam, moving on to the winners finals. Nighttime Clasher conceding and going down into losers round 4.
Elam is back. He took a bit of time away. He's on to winners finals. Amazing gameplay between two of the best in our game. What a series. And Elam, even with that disastrous lead, he brought it back. He never had switch advantage a single time in that game, but he stalled out the mid game. He double shielded. He saved energy. He got the catch and sneak onto the Corsola, and he positioned himself perfectly, forcing that simultaneous knockout. That was critical. Had he thrown the Aqua Tail onto that Fortress, then that's fine for Nighttime Clasher, because Nighttime Clasher then gets a bunch of farm with the Medicham. But the intelligence, the composure to play to that simultaneous knockout, to not give the Medicham any extra energy, that let Nighttime Clasher never have enough to make it to a move, and that is what won him the game.
These were Nighttime Clasher's games to lose. Elam had to work so hard in order to maintain an advantage, to grasp an advantage. Elam even made a slight error that you called out with that Volt Switch.
What a series. Oh my goodness, it was unbelievable. It was just absolutely sensational gameplay there from Elam. I'm still just at a bit of a loss for words from the absolute incredible display of skill that we saw there from Elam. He looked like he was in such a terrible spot so many times, and in this scenario as well, he also didn't throw the charm. He waited and then switched right away to not give Nighttime Clasher any kind of advantage there.
Well, you say you're at a loss for words. Let's see if we can find some of them again. I really loved how Elam really utilized that Galarian Corsola, using it as a damage sponge. Even though he ended up putting it on a Wigglytuff, he was able to stall out the switch timer, stall out the clock, really stall that mid-game so he could come back in the end game and secure a victory.
And now we have 2 of our 3 trainers who are in the finals already. We have the winners finals set, Dunebug versus Elam. The losers finals, we still have a ways to go on the losers side of the bracket, but whoever wins this tournament gets a guaranteed invitation to the World Championships. And we actually have a segment coming up here talking about the most recent World Championships, which were absolutely unbelievable in Anaheim.
You don't want to miss this. Let's go ahead and watch.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire, Totsugiri.
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Aw, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count.
What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bob.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Gotcha! Quixley! Pika Pika! Roy's ancient Pokeball resonated with my pendant. Use a lot of leafage! Pika.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full, and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you are going. You're stuck in a position where the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about what can I do to improve my position. You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
If you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it, and then just have fun and try to win.
Have fun and try to win. That's what over 150 trainers came here to do in Houston, the beating heart of the great state of Texas. And we are moving our way through the bracket. We have some trainers that have punched their ticket to the winners finals, those being Elam and Dunebug. But I gotta tell you, there's some fireworks on the loser side bracket too, because we're about to see the world champ return to the stage. He's gonna take on Rise to occasion.
Yeah, this is a matchup of two Titans head-to-head. They're going to battle it out. They're going to duke it out. And one of the things that I really enjoyed while we were there backstage is the inner child that really comes out when you're talking about Pokemon. It brings out the inner child inside of you, and I'm very excited to see which of these Pokemon is going to have that inner child and be able to finesse their way through these battles.
It's about excitement, but it's also about kind of measuring yourself, right? Not making rash decisions, staying dialed in, locked in, and ready to go. And speaking of that, our trainers are ready to go. Rise to occasion, it's Axon. This is going to be an NA showdown for the ages, and we're starting off with Empoleon into Corviknight.
Here we go. Both trainers are locked in. Here comes the Empoleon, charging up its Hydro Cannons with that metal sound, and the Corviknight powering up its paybacks as well. Both these trainers are going to be throwing their charge attacks as soon as they get there. Here comes the Hydro Cannon into the Corviknight.
Two Steel-type Pokemon that play so differently. Corviknight with a slight edge in the matchup due to the super effective sand attacks over time. Swinging for the fences, its Axon goes for the payback immediately.
Yeah, and Empoleon does not shield. That's going to do a huge amount of damage, and Empoleon is going to be able to hold on and get to this last second Hydro Cannon before it faints.
Can't exactly see the HP bar at the moment, but I think this Corviknight might endure, and it does, just barely. Swapping out now into the Togekiss, gets one Peck Energy lead. Rise goes into the Galarian Weezing, but shakes his head. He's worried about these Psyshocks.
Yeah, these Psyshocks are super effective into the poison typing. This is why Togekiss is so good, because it has so much flexibility within its moveset. We've seen the Dazzling Gleam, now we're seeing the Psyshock, and I think now, if you're Rise, you kind of have to go for the bait. I really like this play, because Togekiss pretty much has to shield that Sludge would one-shot it.
Its Axon could have called the bait, but instead respects the brutal swing there with the shield. Could have been a Sludge, and now Rise has the Sludge ready to go, but he needs to slow down this Togekiss. They got a couple of pecks on the swap, and it's going to be very difficult to rein in if he doesn't do it with his Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Rise is going to charge up as much energy as possible before throwing the Sludge. Togekiss is going to shield now, and I don't think that, I'm not sure who's going to be able to reach the charge attack first.
I think Axon might look for the swap here. He knows the Sludge is there. Both trainers instantaneously switch. That's a hard word to say when you're this excited. Empoleon has a bit of energy, but not much HP. In comes Togekiss. Oh, and no Hydro Cannon, Heartbreaker.
That was a really risky play there from Axon, not going for the charge attack and instead opting for the farm down, and honestly, he got it right before.
I think Axon's going to close out this matchup right here, right now. First Aura Sphere will connect. If this does about half, Quagsire's in trouble. I think this might be a KO, and the House of Cards comes tumbling down for Rise occasion here.
Hang on, because that Weezing still has some play into this Togekiss and might potentially be able to double resist those Dragon Tails from that Guzzlord in the back.
There might still be a bit of play here, but that Galarian Weezing is getting very, very weak. Brutal Swing will be enough to barely pick up the KO on the Togekiss. In comes the Guzzlord. Like you said, double resisting. Can he get to two Sludges? Brutal Swing is just so fast. I don't know, Stark. This might be over.
Yeah, that's kind of tough, because if the Weezing just had a little bit more health, it could resist those Dragon Tails and that Brutal Swing, but unfortunately, it is just not enough. This Guzzlord throwing and firing back into the Galarian Weezing and taking down the Fairy type.
You could see the first crack in the armor for Rise there when its Axon switched in the Togekiss. Rise brought out the Galarian Weezing, but kind of shook his head immediately. He was like, I don't like this scenario. This is not the Dazzling Gleam Togekiss that we saw on day number 1. This is its Axon's Psyshock Togekiss, and that Sludge on the Galarian Weezing is a great asset, but this is one matchup where its poison typing really betrays it.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about Togekiss is it's kind of like a flying type Medicham, right? It's got that psychic type Psyshock, it's got that fighting type Aura Sphere, so it has the Medicham moveset, but it's just a little bit higher elevated.
I agree. Feet off the ground, wings in the air, and this is its Axon flying high after a Game 1 victory over Rise to occasion. The instant swap, both trainers predicting that is what their opponent was likely to do, but right here, that was probably the last hope for Rise.
Yeah, getting that extra peck damage allowed that Togekiss to knock out that Empoleon just before it got to that last second Hydro Cannon, and we saw the Brutal Swing also. We weren't sure if this was going to knock out, The shadow damage probably allowed it to knock out that Togekiss there. And then, of course, the Guzzler just barely hanging on to that Sludge and fighting back against the Fairy type.
Going into game number 2, Rise might need to try his best cowboy impression, break out the lasso, and rein in that Togekiss, but he's got to figure out exactly how to do it. The most obvious answer in my mind, Fortress.
Right, the Fortress is one of the better answers, but we know Axon's going to be able to bring that Quagsire. He's heavily relied upon it in a lot of the previous battles, but he's also relied on that double flying strategy. That's something that he was really known for in these tournaments, and especially that Corviknight has been the backbone. So maybe the Fortress is a good call.
I won't quote him, but he does say he loves to play Corviknight. Let's see if it's Axon brings that out into battle number 2. Togekiss into Guzzlord, and this is a Dragon Claw Guzzlord. Devastating lead for Rise.
Yeah, and now Togekiss can not only reach the charge attack first, but also punish this safe switch from Rise. This Arceus is super effective.
Yeah, I think it's Axon has a leg up in this battle number 2. Takes the shield, pivots out into Corviknight. Doesn't go to Quagsire. Fascinating call there. I mean, maybe he's anticipating the Fortress as a third.
Right, possibly. Maybe just making a call, but at the same time, this Empoleon is going to be able to fire off double Hydro Cannon just before this Corviknight gets to that payback. But actually, going for the extra Metal Sound and now is forced to shield this potential payback from Axon's Corviknight.
Yeah, Axon took the first shield. He knows that the pressure is coming, so Rise double shields down, 0 to 2 shields in the early goings of this battle. And honestly, Stark, I don't know if the second Hydro Cannon is enough either.
Right, we saw that in that previous battle. The second Hydro Cannon's just barely not enough to knock out. We see a shield come in anyway, maybe potentially trying to hold on to that switch advantage because Axon does not know what's in the back. It could be that Gourgeist.
He grabs both shields right back. Rise to occasion has to look out for the payback, though. Does he catch it on the Guzzlord? I don't know. He's got a decision to make, but the payback is locked and loaded.
Yeah, this is really, really uphill climbing here for Rise. You see him shaking his head. He maybe thinks that, if I could have done this or that instead, maybe it would have been a different story. But in comes Guzzlord knowing that there's a Togekiss in the back, so potentially thinking that, okay, this might be the best place for this Guzzlord.
It's Axon taking the battle as it comes, not forcing anything, stays in with the Corviknight here, firing the Air Cutter, chipping down the Guzzlord. It is absolutely within Aura Sphere range now. Meanwhile, Rise gathering energy on charge attack priority, finds it.
Fantastic timing here from Rise. He is going to be able to knock out this Corviknight with the Brutal Swing. We know the Togekiss is going to come right in, so Rise is potentially aiming for a switch. Axon absolutely goes right for the Quagsire, knows that this is the matchup that he needs his Quagsire for.
Zero shield scenario. Fortress can't protect itself from the barrage of Aqua Tails that are about to rain down on it, and it doesn't have much ability to fight back. It can weaken it with the Sand Tomb, sure, but those Volt Switches are not dealing much damage. I think this is Quagsire's matchup to lose.
Absolutely. Not only that, it's really tough because you want to leave this matchup with some health and also some energy to be able to take out that Togekiss with a Rock Tomb, but it's going to be really, really tough to do this. You see Rise shaking his head, almost smiling, knowing that these two are very good friends, but at the end of the day, it's going to be really tough to climb back into this battle.
Yeah, we see a knowing look across the stage. Two competitors talking it out. Rise says, watch out, this is a Grass Knot, but Saxon doesn't fall for it. Here comes the Guzzlord into the Togekiss and the Dragon Claw to boot. That is going to be a 2-0 win, an insurmountable lead. It's Axon is all smiles as he takes down his friend and rival, Rise to occasion.
Maybe Guzzlord tried to claw its way back into that battle, but unfortunately, it looks like Togekiss is going to take this win against the Guzzlord, taking down the Fairy type, and I think someone forgot to stop. Never stop tapping.
Hey, never stop tapping, right? Don't take your eyes off the screen, but that game is definitely over. Off camera, a peck went through. The final knockout was triggered, and it's Axon. Moves on the loser's side bracket all the way to losers round 4. Rise to occasion. He's already won an event this season. He won in Merida. Great showing here in Houston. I think that he's honestly building a case to have a very successful season overall.
Yeah.
See what he does next.
Absolutely. I think the Guzzlord pick with the Dragon Claw, not only was it unique, but I think with his team composition, it made for a really intricate kind of line. And the only reason he went down is Axon. That Togekiss was just so good.
Yeah, exactly. Players like Axon are those variables that are easy to predict. You can predict they're going to do well, and they're going to shut down some of the best competition. That's exactly what Axon's able to do. Relying on the Corviknight, I really appreciate that you called it out, especially in game number 2, double flyers. I've seen Axon do that once before on stream today.
Yeah.
His opponents might start taking notes.
Right.
The world champ likes to play Togekiss Corviknight.
But I mean, it's a really good core because you have the Quagsire to kind of cover for the electric type damage from those Volt Switches, from those Charge-a-Bugs, or whatever else might be in the meta. But at the end of the day, that Quagsire is just incredibly strong to cover the weaknesses of both of those flying types that play completely differently.
The pressure point of this game number 2 was really that mid-match, the Empoleon versus the Corviknight. We saw Rise shake his head when the Empoleon fainted. Maybe he felt like he could have done more, but maybe he felt like he was just boxed in and had no options left. So either way, it's Axon taking the victory here in Houston.
Yeah, really well played from Axon. His tournament run is still going on, so he's going to continue to build on his legacy here in Houston at these regional championships. We're going to see him climb and climb and climb through that loser's bracket and potentially face off against one of the winners bracket.
Climbing as high as a Corviknight, and that is a House Stark pun, because that's the vibe you've been given all weekend, my friend.
Or maybe as high as that Pidgeot on your shoulder.
Hey, you know, maybe so, maybe so. I did find the Lechonk, by the way. Anyone who looked in the venue yesterday, I'm so sorry. It had fallen into my pocket. All right, let's talk about the loser side bracket. We've got a lot of talented trainers still in the event, but next up, we're going to watch Jello Too Good taking on Sankhalor.
Yeah, and we see the losers round 4 now kind of to showcase some light and, you know, shed some light on who's going to be the pairings for that. So it's going to be Andy versus Axon and then Nighttime Clasher versus the winner of this next matchup. So that's going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, Nighttime Climber, perhaps his alternate ego, climbing up the bracket. You might be onto something, actually, Alex.
Listen, I'm getting a message. It might be from the outer space, but we are going to see this next matchup come through. Are you excited for that?
I am. I was honestly, when you put the hand to the temple, I thought you were going to bend a spoon or something. I was like, oh, the psychic type House Stark is out. Maybe next time. Actually, when the camera comes back, you will bend a spoon for the chat, right? You'll show them?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, cool. I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to what you said earlier, our next pair. We just saw two Titans, right? We saw Rise take on Axon. Now we're going to see 2 players that are carving their own Championship Series history. That's Jello Too Good and E4 Sankhalor.
I love the way you phrase that because they are definitely carving their own way through history. They are players that are up and coming. They're newer to the scene, but they are putting on a show for everyone, and they are making waves here in Houston.
I really appreciate that because Houston is located on the Gulf.
It
so
is.
They are crashing those waves. Let's take a look at the teams, though. Jello Too Good has relied on that charge bug. He said some very disparaging things about Fortress, but let's see if he can take on E4 Sankhalor's team and his Fortress Shelgon combination.
All right, it looks like both trainers are locked in. We are getting ready for game number 1. This is a matchup we have not seen. The Credilli, one of the newcomers into this meta. Well, it's kind of fallen out of the last meta, so it is pretty new in this one.
Yeah, I'd say something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. Here comes Guzzlord with the brutal swing into the Cradilly. Gonna chip it down, slow down that momentum, and the Rock Tomb will do that if it connects. And there it is.
Yeah, I like the Rock Tomb here. You want to throw on good timing. You don't want to let the Guzzlord get free energy here. So the Rock Tomb is going to show up. It is going to do about half of the remaining health of that Guzzlord. And the Brutal Swing is also going to connect here as well.
Let's talk about back lines. Right now we see Guzzlord versus Cradilly, but in reserve, Sankhalor with Fortress Annihilate and the Empoleon and Charge Bug for Jello. So there's still a lot of interplay here. I'd have to give the neutral edge over to Sankhalor, though.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think because this Rock Tomb is able to knock out and there's still a lot of remaining health, you can see a huge farm down with the Empoleon. So we do see an immediate switch out into the Charge-a-Bug because you don't want to get Volt switched on your Empoleon.
Exactly. Oh, actually going on charge attack priority, this is massive for Jello because this is a full strength discharge and the Rock Tomb will come afterwards so it commands the shield from Sankhalor.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay there from Jello. And now the Rock Tomb is going to connect. This is going to be super effective. So yeah, in comes a shield because you don't want to take super effective damage on that Charger Bug. It is bulky, but it cannot survive too many of those super effective hits.
And the difference here is that the Charge Bug is resisting all of these Volt switches. Meanwhile, Fortress is taking neutral damage, so it is going to add up faster.
Not to mention, Charjabug is also getting same type attack bonus on those Volt Switches, so it is going to be doing a lot more damage with that fast attack. So the longer this matchup plays out, even though the debuffs are there, it is in favor, I believe, of the Charjabug.
Jello said Charjabug can tank a Rock Tomb, and he was right. In comes Empoleon, though, versus the Annihilate, and this is looking really tough, but I will say there's a slight edge to the Empoleon with the energy advantage.
I agree. At the same time, I think the Drill Peck is not going to be enough to knock out this Annihilate. It is going to do a ton of damage, though.
Absolutely. Metal sounding down could be tough. We might need to see more energy come from this Empoleon, or just let it faint and bring out the Charjabug?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's kind of a tough situation because you don't want to shield the first Rage Fist, but you also don't want to let your Empoleon take so much damage, and that's exactly what happened.
And here's the thing, right? Both trainers are kind of trying to give the opposing trainer the nod. They don't want to allow a farm down, but Jello has to. Now the Fortress will come and get a massive Volt Switch and try to keep pace with the Charjabug.
Yeah, and now this Charjabug is way too low. That Credilli is still there in the back, waiting in the wings, and this debuff is going to last for the rest of the battle. This defense drop is going to make all the Volt Switches, all the acids from the Credilli do much more damage.
Win condition is the catch. And now comes the Credilli, no catch comes through. Jello can't get the Volt Switch down either, though, because of that grass typing, so he's forced to throw energy.
Yeah, and now that acid is going to come through, and I think this game is probably over because there's no more health remaining on this Charjabug. One more Volt Switch from that Fortress is going to do just enough to knock out.
Yeah, and it's forced to throw energy. The shield, the double down there by E4 Senkeilor empties all the energy from the Charjabug. Fortress spinning up a win here in Houston for the trainer on the right.
I thought that Volt Switch might just barely be enough to knock out, and we might have had a simultaneous KO and a 4-turn fast attack. That would have been really fun.
Yeah.
But obviously Senkeilor with a little bit more health on that Fortress, taking that game.
Going into game number 2, the question becomes, do we see some of these signature picks? Do we see some Feraligatr? Do we see some Shelgon action? How does that work into Jello's team? In the midst of that sentence I just spoke, Jello's already locked in.
Okay, well, Jello is definitely ready to go. I think Jello had some teams prepared for this matchup, specifically looking forward to it. So I really like that that analysis. But on the side of Senkeilor, do you bring the same three? That Annihilate, Fortress, and Credilli core looks really, really strong into Senkeilor's team.
Well, we don't have to wait very long. Our trainers are locked in, queued up, and ready to throw down. This is match point. Jello Too Good could be facing the end of his tournament run, and it starts with Annihilate.
This is not only a bad lead because you're taking super effective damage from those low kicks, but also there's a Guzzlord in the back. You can't really afford to switch out and try to win switch advantage.
Exactly, tough position to be in, but this is not counter Annihilate, so the Empoleon can hang in this matchup quite a while longer. Question becomes, do we see an initial shield? No.
Yeah, I think this is actually the right play because if you shield the first one, you probably have to shield the second one as well. And now I believe you can just barely get to this last second charge attack before you get farmed down by that low kick damage.
Oh, doubling down. E4 Senkeilor has a boosted Annihilate, and it's going to get a massive farm down here, but he gave up 2 shields to get it. Out comes the Charjabug. Honestly, I don't see any reason to switch out this Annihilate.
Yeah, this Annihilate is in a great spot, and Jello really does not want Senkeilor to switch out because that Guzzler in the back doesn't really have any play into it.
3 low kicks into the Rage Fist. Perfect timing as expected. Commands the shield here. And this tells you that Jello Too Good does not want to let his Charjabug go. And he knows that 3rd Rage Fist would be devastating.
Absolutely. And I really enjoyed seeing that. And now we see the double up on the discharge. I think 2 discharges will not be enough to knock out this non-Shadow Fortress, but it will do a significant chunk into its health.
Senkeilor also switches in the Fortress after throwing the charge attack, which aligns the Volt Switches here, does not allow the Charjabug to get any further ahead. Second discharge connects. Fortress takes a hit, but out comes a Guzzlord.
Yeah, I really like the switch to be able to neutralize that that damage from the Rock Tomb, and instead of taking super effective damage, now you're taking a neutral hit on your Guzzlord.
I wonder if you actually, going for the Sand Tomb. I think the plan here is to swap the Fortress out. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree because you saved up a lot of energy on that Annihilate, and now the Annihilate has free reign to do whatever it wants into this Guzzlord, but we actually see Credilli come in instead, which I think is a really good neutral ground play because not only can you soak up some damage from this Guzzlord, but now you still have that Annihilate in the back to be able to deal with either the Guzzlord or the Charjabug.
Still a Protect Shield in play for Jello Too Good. So if you were thinking that Credilli just needed the double up to win this battle, that's not entirely true. I do expect an overcharge from Senkeilor, but he doesn't have time to get there because the switch timer is up for Jello.
Yeah, and now we see another Rock Tumor here. We have this double Rock Tomb line from Sankhaler. You see debuff here, debuff there, super effective damage there. It's really tough to try to get out of this matchup as the Charjabug. There's no real neutral play. And now we are going to see a charge attack priority. The X-Scissor is going to come through, and I believe it's going to be just enough to knock out because it is a super effective hit on this Grass and Rock type.
It is debuffed though. Cradily can't hang on to it, and the Charjabug picks up a knockout. In comes the Annihilate, waits for the peekaboo play, doesn't get it, so he fires off the discharge. But again, this is debuffed.
It's going to be really close. Is it close enough? Is it enough to knock out? It's not enough to knock out. And now Annihilate is going to just get so much health. Oh, he tried to swap it to try to get the knockout, but the close combat is coming through. This Guzzlord is not going to appreciate it.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Ooh. Close combat annihilates that Guzzlord, and the Annihilate does the rest. Jello too good. Cheering for his opponent there after E4. Sankhaler shows us that you need to respect the Rage Fist Pokemon.
Yeah, and that close combat hits so hard. That's what we really are missing with something like the Medicham. It doesn't have that finishing blow the way that Annihilate does, right? You're able to power up your attack and then just hit so hard.
I really respect there what Jello tried to do. He tried to catch the Rage Fist on the Guzzlord. And if he's able to do that, the Dragon Tail damage would apply. Maybe there's a way back into it. So I really respect that he played to the win condition. I can see the vision, but E4, Sankhaler must have been seeing the future because he knew that that swap was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, going up at the end of the game with that Charjabug to the double X-Scissor and then just throwing the X-Scissor to get the knockout and then trying to also knock out the Annihilate at the end. Unfortunately, those debuffs were just so impactful into that game, right? The Rock Tomb from not only the Fortress, but also the Cradily.
Double Rock Tomb, very tough environment for a Charjabug to operate in, but Jello still made it look like a powerful Pokemon right there. Wanted the Rage Fist, knew he'd resist it. Dragon Tail would have picked up the KO. Jello still playing towards the win conditions. I think that also demonstrates a lot about his knowledge of the game and his skill ceiling. Watch out for Jello. He's going places.
I agree. Yeah, Sankhaler just was literally just one step ahead. It felt like that whole battle. It was just really tough because you lead a Pokemon that's weak to Annihilate, and then you have the Guzzlord in the back. It makes it for a really difficult showcase of your capabilities because you're behind the 8-ball from the start.
Double Rock Tomb, as you expertly pointed out, that is a tough strategy to get around because you get bogged down quite easily, and it makes you think extra hard about your switch timer, about bringing Pokemon in and out, trying not to get switched in and then debuffed because that drags out the matchups and makes you much less effective. So very, very nice composition there from E4 Sankhaler. We'll see what he continues to do in this tournament. But again, cheers to Jello. Incredible performance here.
Really, really well done. Obviously had an incredible run, and I believe one of the first tournament runs to into the top 12, top 8. I don't even know where we are. We've had so many great battles that I'm losing track, but these are some of the best, and having this huge tournament in Houston where, honestly, this is one of the hubs of the Pokemon Go PvP scene is in Texas because of all the fantastic battlers, and to have such an incredible showcase of your battling prowess in this regional is a testament to their capabilities.
I wonder if Andy was taking notes. We did just see the Rise versus Axen matchup. Axen commanding victories against Rise. 2-0 sweep. Looked like he could have had extra room for more mistakes, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't make mistakes. So it's Axen versus Andy. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I really do like Andy's team here. Having a showcase of that Galarian Corsola as well as that Shadow Steelix. Two Pokemon that have seen some play, but I believe this is the only Shadow Steelix to even make Day 2. Like that is a testament to how powerful that Pokemon is and how well Andy's been able to utilize it.
Well, Shadow Steelix might just be the remedy for this toxic double flyer strat that It's Axen has been running all weekend long. Corviknight, Togekiss, they might need to fear the bite of that Steelix.
Yeah, but at the same time, Axen does have the Quagsire, which is obviously a terrible matchup for that Steelix, as well as the Guzzlord. You might not expect it, but Guzzlord can resist every move that this Steelix has, including the Crunch and the Psychic Fang. So be on the lookout for that. Obviously, Andy does have that Wigglytuff, as most trainers do in this meta, to kind of counter that Dark and Dragon typing of the Guzzlord, but at the same time, you need to have something to be able to take down these flyers.
I think that Galarian Corso looks very neutral for Andy here. We've talked a lot about Axon's team. We mainly spotlight 5 out of the 6 that Licky kind of on the bench, left out of conversation, right? Maybe forgotten on the bottom of the roster, but it could be very important here, especially if Axon is predicting that Galarian Corso, because that is a shutdown option. But do the risk outweigh the benefits?
Yeah, I don't really know. I think that the Licky might be there as more as bench pressure. And because Axon has been utilizing his flyers so much, it might be a really good way of baiting in those Medicham that, you might think, oh, I know how to take down Axon. Let's use his favorite Pokemon against him, right? It'll definitely take down the Licky. It'll take down the Guzzlord. It has a really good matchup into that Fortress. But Axon is one step ahead. He's Omega Braining it and thinking, okay, I'll leave this Licky on the bench. I'll utilize my flyers to really counteract those fighters. As we see here, Andy, this is his first top 16 finish. Congratulations. And across the way, you see, a few
accolades, a few trophies, a few medals. Maybe he has a trophy cabinet at home and that thing is filling up, but it's Axon. Sneaky little stat there, ×2 NAIC champion.
Yeah, that is a very tough thing to do. And as we see, both trainers are here. Both trainers are ready to go. Let's see these lead matchups.
We get, to start us off, the Corviknight lead from Andy into Axon's Guzzlord. Neutral matchup, slight edge to the Corviknight because it is resisting all the Dragon Tail damage, and both Pokemon actually pace to their charge attacks at the same time.
Yeah, that's one of the few Pokemon that can do that. Obviously, Guzzlord having the incredible Dragon Tail Brutal Swing combination. Aw, chef's kiss.
First Brutal Swing connects into the Corviknight. Corviknight going to fire off the Air Cutter here. A lot of Corviknight trainers will let that first charge attack through and make sure they time their sand attacks. Remember, if it's a 3-turn Dragon Tail, a 4-turn Volt Switch, you can get sand attacks in the midst of those respective fast attacks. And maximize your energy on the Corviknight. Don't leave any sand attacks behind. That's the best way to play.
I agree. And not only that, you want to throw your Air Cutters as soon as possible because you want to be able to boost those sand attacks and the next Air Cutter that you throw.
Exactly right. Another Air Cutter coming through here. We see the slight edge actually swinging more towards the Guzzlord side of the field because this would be a charge attack priority, and Guzzlord does win that exchange. Can Andy's Corviknight hang on here?
I think it's really close. I think it actually does hang on. And we actually see an undercharge there from its Axon. Was that on purpose?
It might have been on purpose. It's hard to say, but the full strength Air Cutter might not be enough either. We didn't see any boost in any of the previous Air Cutters. This matchup is so neutral, it's crazy. Here comes Quagsire.
That was a brilliant play, and I think now we see the foresight from its Axon going for the undercharge in order to try to farm down the entire rest of that Corviknight with just mud shots and get a little bit of an advantage, which he has done.
We talk about Quagsire being so powerful, but Quagsire up energy is almost insurmountable. And its Axon did this in the previous series that we commentated too. He tried to find that slight edge, a couple of mud shots. He gets it yet again.
Yeah, and we see a shield come up, potentially because you want to throw that Icy Wind to debuff the attack, or to just preserve a little bit of health, because those Aqua Tails do hit hard for a move that is so insanely spammy.
Oh yeah, I believe it was the Community Day charge attack that that Pokemon gained, so Quagsire making good use of a low energy charge attack, but maybe, oh yeah, curious play here, allowing the Wigglytuff to get to another Swift.
Yeah, I think the Aqua Tail wouldn't have been enough to knock out, so maybe getting a few more mud shots in to put it in range of one Aqua Tail here. Now this might just be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is pretty bulky though, so it might hang on.
A lot of HP. Wigglytuff does not have enough though. There's a weakened Corviknight and a Quagsire for Andy. Brings in the Quagsire as expected, but he's going to take an Aqua Tail for his trouble.
Yeah, not only one, I believe Quagsire is going to be able to get to 2, and now you have to decide, do you want to shield both of these or one of these? You only have one shield remaining. Maybe trying to get a catch would be a play? No.
Who actually doesn't even throw his charge attack. Probably not confident he would win the charge attack priority, but he does go for the full mud shot down. Its Axon might actually pull the switch here, yes, to avoid any additional farm.
Yeah, wanting to go right into that Corviknight, a Pokemon that can resist the mud shot damage, as well as tank 2 Aqua Tails very, very healthily.
It's a race. Can the Quagsire get to an Aqua Tail plus a Stone Edge before the payback? Yes, it can, but the question is, can it farm down after this? I don't think so. I think the only win condition for Andy is probably a catch.
Yeah, I think that's the only play. You have to try to catch a payback on your own Corviknight, and I think that's a really tough thing to do. Goes for it, but Axon remains patient, gets the payback off, and this is going to be more than enough to take out the Quagsire. Really, really well played on the side of Axon.
We saw the win condition, so did Axon. Did not blink as the swap occurred. The sand attacks came through. through. Axen cannot be shaken, especially this late in the tournament.
Yeah, super well played. Axen being very patient, meticulous, calculated even. Going for the extra sand attacks to make sure that the mud shots are coming through on the side of Andy, and then making sure that the payback goes into its intended target rather than the Corviknight.
Let's talk about team compositions. No Togekiss in game number 1. No Steelix in game number 1 for Andy either. Do we start to see those MV Pokemon come out?
Possibly. I think just going back really quick to that undercharged Brutal Swing, that is one of the most high-level plays that we could see. But going into game number 2, I think the Corsola and the Steelix are both a little bit afraid of that Guzzlord, and I think that's what Axen is going to be leaning on. It's just a matter of, can you line up the Wigglytuff into the Guzzlord for Andy, or do you go with a different strategy and try to go for the Corviknight as he did in this game, and then, you know, utilize one of the Steelix or the Corsola later?
That's a great question. We're going to see what these trainers decide to do. Again, this is match point for Andy. If he loses the next battle to Axen, his run in Houston is over. It's Axen looking to continue his winning ways. A 2-0 over Rise. He wants to keep the 2-0s going. Let's see if he can do that.
Yeah, Rise 2 occasion, potentially another 2-0 target.
It's 2-0 Axen. He might need to change his name.
Ooh. That would be kind of interesting.
It would be cool.
But I like
more numbers and letters.
I kind of like its Axen. It's very clean.
That's true. He is its Axen. Let's go right into game number 2, everybody. Andy trying to topple a Titan here. We get a Galarian Corsola into Togekiss lead.
Do you know this matchup? Because I only see one potential super effective hit, and that would be the Power Gem. At the same time, you don't go for your most efficient move, which would be the Aura Sphere, because that would be double resisted into this Ghost type.
Kind of pigeonholed into throwing the Psyshocks here. Togekiss does not have the greatest matchups against Ghost type Pokemon. Galarian Corsola and Jellicent among them. But like you said, waiting for the swap, and here comes Andy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good play either way, because this is the most neutral target for everything on his team. And now you can come in with a Medicham, and one Dynamic Punch will be more than enough to knock out this Quagsire.
And we see as well with the team with Andy, like you said, calling out the Guzzlord, respecting it with the Medicham and Corviknight on this team.
Yeah, all 3 Pokemon having pretty good matchups into everything Axen can throw at him, and at the same time, going for the Dynamic Punch on Charge Attack priority here. I don't think this is what Andy actually intended for, but it will work out if he can get the perfect amount of damage off into this Quagsire.
We've seen this with a lot of top players, looking for that Charge Attack priority, finding it in the midst of all these fast attacks. Axen does that exactly here. Like you said, firing it off on Charge Attack priority, but does pick up the KO.
Right, and that's exactly what I wanted. And now you come in and you have energy for this Togekiss as well. I think this is why Medicham is so good, because it has play into its counters.
Got to swap here. I don't think if you leave the Medicham in, it does you much good. He's going to swap into the Corviknight now. 2 shields to 1. Andy is up in terms of Protect shields, but he might need to give one up here.
Yeah, Togekiss is going to be hitting hard and fast with these Aura Spheres. They are going to be doing neutral damage to the Steel and Flying type of that Corviknight, and the nice thing about Togekiss is you can resist those sand attacks, and this is not going to be enough to knock out.
Exactly. Actually, double resist, right? It's a flying type, so... and he gets the boost as well. This might actually help quite a bit. Andy has to make an important decision. Can his Corviknight carry him the rest of the way, or does he need to save that Protect Shield?
I think saving the Protect Shield allows both of the other Pokemon in the back to potentially have some play as well. But now, you kind of have to make a decision. Do you want your Corviknight to get dangerously low? And I guess you have to.
I'm telling you, this Togekiss is like gum on a shoe. It just does not come off. It's so sticky in this situation. And the Sand Attack's not enough, but comes in with a Corsola. And I thought that would have been a KO, but it's not.
It's not enough. I think the Astonish damage didn't actually register on the Corsola or on the Togekiss in time, but a brilliant play from Axen going for the Psyshock, anticipating the catch.
Wow, yeah, great point. We're gonna see a Power Gem get fired off here, but it's Axen trying to cut that energy short. He fires off his own Air Cutter, and Andy forced to shield his Corsola here.
Yeah, and we see the boost on the side of Axen's Corviknight. It's going to be really tough now because all these sand attacks are going to be doing even more damage.
Exactly, Power Gem connects, but the bad news is that I don't think this Galarian Corsola gets too close to another one, as it gets absolutely devoured by the sand attack pressure. A weak Medicham, a weak Corviknight, and he's running on fumes.
Yeah, there's basically only one play, and that's they try to catch a move on either the Medicham or the Corviknight, but unfortunately it's not able to get there, and just barely not able to get to that last second Ice Punch.
And the thing is, if he gets to the Ice Punch, maybe he pulls the shield, and then the payback would pick up the KO. So this game is actually very, very close, very competitive, but in the end, it's Axen will bring down the Metachamp and the Corviknight with his own Corviknight.
Beautiful gameplay. Axen always bringing that Corviknight as a safe option, and it is the winning Pokemon here in game number 2 against Andy, moving Axen on to the next round of the loser's bracket.
I'm noticing a very consistent theme here with Axen. Much like in football, he's got a ground game and he's got an air game. He starts game 1 with the ground game and he pounds with his Guzzlord, ripping through the competition. And then game 2, he seems to always pivot towards the flying types.
Yeah.
He airs the ball out like it's the 4th quarter and he's trying to win. That's what's leading to his success.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strategy in football as well, right? You start with your ground game and then you go to your air game late. If you need a little comeback, you need those long yardage plays, right?
You got to respect the run game, okay? If not, everyone just drops back in zone. It's really tough. Everyone's in quarters. It's very difficult. But anyways, it's Axen, knows ball, and he knows Pokemon Go. Taking the win over Andy after just toppling Rise as well. The world champ continues his run.
And speaking of the ground game, that Quagsire also put in a ton of work into this match. Quagsire very, very safe into Andy's team. Obviously, there was no grass coverage anywhere to be found, and there was that Steelix that he was, anticipating potentially to cover those, to cover his own flying types. But we really saw Togekiss put on a clinic. Psyshock after Psyshock, Aura Sphere after Aura Sphere, just putting on so much work, taking down most of Corviknight's health, as well as the Metachamp.
Absolutely. That Psyshock, you called it out. I really, really appreciate that you mentioned that. Knowing the swap was coming, throwing the Psyshock instead of the double resisted Aura Sphere. Because, look, right here in this situation, as we see on replay, if that was an Aura Sphere, that Corviknight does not get the sand attack down. It's then forced to throw energy, which makes this endgame a lot tougher for Axen.
Not to mention, Andy's Corviknight won charge attack priority, and Axen's Corviknight also got that boost, right, from the first air cutter, or one of the first air cutters, which allowed him to be able to knock out that Metachamp with those extra sand attack damages.
Yeah, very competitive. Corviknight in the hands of its Axen looks almost unstoppable, and the only Shadow Steelix in Top Cut, the only shining answer to Corviknight, was just eliminated. So maybe its Axen has cleared the path and there's nobody else that could stop him.
Yeah, Corviknight had a little sand in its eyes and it said, you know what, let me brush it onto my opponents a little bit and make my path a little more clear.
That's absolutely fair. Well, I'll tell you what, Alex, it's been a great rotation with you casting. We're going to take a look at some excellent trainer tips from Pittsburgh, so stay tuned.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. Just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. And going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokémon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets in the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Credilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
We are back. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Houston Regional Championships. My name is Home/Henry, joined on the desk with DeFi. And we've had some incredible battles so far in day number 2, and as the number of trainers still alive in the tournament slowly dwindles, the action is only heating up.
These are crazy battles. We have some of the best remaining in this tournament as we slowly reach to the pinnacle, the grand finals. And these two trainers are vying for that loser's final shot to catapult themselves back up at a chance at the grand finals.
We are now in our final top 6 matchup, so there's so much on the line here. Not only a trip to the loser semifinals, but a potential medal for whoever is winning this matchup.
And looking at the matchup, we have the Shelgon, which has kind of been a highlight of the tournament, something really fun and interesting to bring. We've talked about how Shelgon does a lot of things better than Altaria does, especially with that newly buffed Twister. But Nighttime Clasher, I don't know how afraid of this Shelgon he is. What do you think?
Metagym should have a pretty strong matchup there. There's Wigglytuff as well, so I think that there are some pretty solid options. It feels like as the day has progressed, Sankalor has relied more on the Credilli. Credilli, a former Meta Titan, has fallen off from users in a pretty significant way, but Sankalor is still making it look pretty strong.
Let's see who is going to take this. This is losers round 4. We have that Credilli, but it's met with the Wigglytuff.
That is not what Nighttime Clasher was hoping to see. Immediate save switch into the Metagym. Unanswered so far. Sankalor banks energy, sends in the Wigglytuff, but Metagym up energy can make life very uncomfortable for the Wigglytuff.
It can. We know that 2 dynamic punches puts a lot of hurt on this Wigglytuff, and the first one is going to be coming through right now.
No Protect Shield comes out from Sankalor, able to survive, but there's another dynamic punch locked and loaded before that Swift can be fired.
And Sankalor, if he wants to keep this Wigglytuff around, has to preserve the health here with the first Protect Shield deployed of the match. Going to throw one more charm before deploying a Swift, hoping to knock this Metagym, clear it off the field of play, and make life a little bit more comfortable for his Credilli in the back.
Nighttime Clasher with the no shield just going to bring in his own Wigglytuff because he's more than fine to take energy as long as he can get closer and closer to an Icy Wind, which could actually threaten a bit of damage and a debuff onto that Credilli.
Credilli is lurking in the back, but right now we still have Wigglytuff. There it is. There is the Fortress. 1 volt switch, and that Wigglytuff has been sniped. It is gone, and it's Fortress up against Credilli here in this mid-game matchup.
The energy advantage the Sankalor was able to farm up before pivoting out pays dividends here, as Credilli is able to outpace and apply an early debuff. And because the Fortresses are opting for Volt Switch instead of Bug Bite, they really have no fast attack pressure, so the moment you apply a debuff, suddenly the Rock Tombs don't do much, and Credilli really feels in control.
Yeah, this is the one of the few opportunities where a Bug Bite Shadow Fortress would love to be, but we've seen so many using Volt Switch. Right now we see that Rock Tomb collide with the Shadow Fortress. It's down under half health, and these Rock Tombs are even going to do even less damage.
Nighttime Clasher over farming, gonna pivot out into the Wigglytuff, trying to make a move, but before he can get there, immediate Rock Tomb launched by the Credilli.
And Credilli is going to do a little bit of damage, but Wigglytuff can stand strong. Now this Swift is debuffed, bringing in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr has absolutely no fast attack pressure. It can't Shadow Claw down.
I'm beginning to like Nighttime Clasher's position in this game because Feraligatr is going to have a very difficult time trying to farm. The Swift is reached, all the energy on that Shadow Fortress, it had its debuffs reset, so suddenly it can actually threaten that Credilli now that the Rock Tomb debuff has been removed.
But before that, we have the Swift. Can Wigglytuff charm it down before 2 Hydro Cannons are reached? It cannot. This first Hydro Cannon is going to knock out the Wigglytuff, then its Shadow Fortress stands alone.
Shadow Fortress should look to just try and get the Volt Switch here, and does. So the Hydro Cannon will be reached. This guarantees the final Protect Shield away from Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher now has 100 energy, so back-to-back Rock Tombs if he wants them.
And here comes the first. It is going to debuff the Credilli. The first Rock Tomb, is he going to shield it? He is. He's going to shield the first one, and then the second one will land, and there it is, back-to-back.
Now this Credilli is double debuffed. It has basically no fast attack pressure with Acid. It needs to land Rock Tombs. That Rock Tomb does huge damage. The next Volt Switch takes the knockout. Nighttime Clasher finds a way, and he's taken home the Game 1 win.
1 game to Nighttime Clasher. He needs 1 more win to advance to be able to face off against its Axon in the next round in the bracket. Sankalor, if he wants to keep his tournament dreams alive, needs to find a way around Nighttime Clasher.
That Medicham was so powerful in the mid game. It was able to generate a very nice advantage, and that set up the Fortress so well in the end game. Fortress got debuffed, but Fortress was able to preserve the energy. The switch timer came up for Nighttime Clasher, and Nighttime Clasher was able to bank all that energy, send in the Wigglytuff, and then realize that this is a debuffed Rock Tomb. That's not going to knock out. And then Wigglytuff, due to that normal subtyping, it was just never getting farmed down. That forced energy out of the Feraligatr, and that set up that Fortress with the debuffs reset to take some knockouts.
Yeah, Feraligatr is so threatening with all of that Hydro Cannon pressure, but that having that Shadow Claw was just so devastating up against the Wigglytuff. There was no opportunity for a farm down.
Well, we've got lock-ins on both sides for game number 2. Nighttime Clasher versus Sankalor. It's going to be Annihilate into the Wigglytuff, a dominant lead for Nighttime Clasher.
Can Nighttime Clasher take this dominant lead and convert it into a win? We see a swap into the Feraligatr. Nighttime Clasher says, that's just fine. I've got Volt Switch on my Fortress. Look at how much damage that does.
A little bit of a slow counter switch from Nighttime Clasher. Feraligatr does have a pretty significant pacing advantage here. Nighttime Clasher going to be shielding up the first Hydro Cannon. Nighttime Clasher rapidly approaching a charge stack, but Sankalor is going to go for good charge stack timing.
And we are going to see this Hydro Cannon land on the Fortress. It connects and takes the Fortress really low, but these Volt Switches do so much damage, and it's able to completely farm down the Feraligatr before it gets to another charge attack. Fortress now has a lot of residual energy, and it can start to punish this Annihilate.
Annihilate always going to be no shielding, knowing there is a Wigglytuff in its future, but an aggressive pivot out from Nighttime Clasher. He's going to be sending in the Medicham, just trying to get up energy, able to preserve energy on that Fortress. Immediate Rage Fist from the Annihilate. No shield comes out from the Medicham.
And Rage Fist, the first one connects. The second one is going to be boosted. That is rough going. So Nighttime Clasher waiting until the exact moment right before another Rage Fist is reached before deploying an Ice Punch. Sankalor really wants to throw this Rage Fist, so shield so the Rage Fist can connect.
This is a boosted Rage Fist. It will be knocking out the Medicham. Nighttime Clasher taking a look at the team sheet, trying to figure out what could be in the back. He is going to be investing in this Medicham. Shield does come up, but it looks like he cannot get his Psycho Cut down, and that means he will have to fire off energy.
That is unfortunate. Will Sankalor decide to put investment into this Annihilate? No, decides to let it go and bring in his final Pokemon, which is that Credilli. Credilli needs to get to a Grass Knot in order to knock out.
Nighttime Clasher also stored a lot of energy on that Fortress, so he will be able to apply permanent debuffs that the Credilli will not be able to reset for the remainder of the game. He's going to be staying in for now with the Medicham. Could look to try and go for a catch, and does! Sankalor reads the catch, but Nighttime Clasher now gets to fire off this Rock Tomb, and this is a lot of damage onto that Credilli.
This is a shadow-boosted Rock Tomb taking Credilli close to half health. It has very little fast attack pressure with those Volt Switches, so needs to throw a Sand Tomb here.
And this Sand Tomb, it's just going to be whittling away at Credilli's health bar. Credilli now at -1 attack, at -1 defense, debuffs galore. In comes the Wigglytuff, and Sankalor just sets down the phone. There's no way out. Credilli gets farmed down by Wigglytuff, and Nighttime Clasher advances to the losers semifinals.
Losers semifinals, he will be facing its Axon for a chance to go to the losers finals. He is trying to get back up into that grand final seat. What a showcase from Nighttime Clasher. He just seemed to be in the driver's seat the entire time. Especially in that game number 2, he was able to take a commanding lead and convert it into a game win.
That was a very creative way to play out that game. Firing off the Sand Tomb at the Annihilate, recognizing that the energy wouldn't have really done anything into the Annihilate, and saying, you know what, I'm just going to debuff your defense and send it to Medicham. Psycho Cut into a -1 defense Annihilate, but really added up there, and it got to the point where Sankalor felt like he kind of had to let the Annihilate go, and then Credilli, it got its attack lowered, it got its defense lowered, and it had all the energy it could ever ask for, but it just was not enough.
Sankalor just never got that Annihilate onto its intended target. I think he really wanted to see it on the Shadow Fortress, but the Annihilate met up with the Medicham and the Wigglytuff both.
And even with those very quick Rage Fist, Nighttime Clasher no shielded the first, shielding the second, and then taking the knockout with the Ice Punch to set himself up so well, where he actually didn't even really end up needing that Wigglytuff despite such a dominant lead matchup, because Medicham pressured the shield and the Fortress. It's a very tall task to try and acid farm down a Fortress, even at that low of health.
That is very tough. Even a Shadow Fortress, that makes it really tough. And this is where Sankalor just decides my tournament run is over. GG GG's, Nighttime Clasher. You have me beat. Can we talk a little bit about Nighttime Clasher's team construction? Leading Wigglytuff both times. Now, if you're in the Go Battle League, leading a Wigglytuff is a very tricky thing to do. What makes it a little safer, and why did it work out so well for Nighttime Clasher here?
So against Sankalor's team in particular, there just wasn't really, in my eyes, like a particularly massive hard punish there as I take a look back. Like, there was the Volt Switch Fortress, which is the closest you have to a hard punish. But outside of that, 5 of 6, even against the Corviknight, it's still very fine to lead into. So it ends up kind of being the safest lead. If you end up, you kind of have to construct your team composition with the Volt Switch Fortress in mind, where if you lead into it, you're going to need a game plan. But outside of that, Wigglytuff's kind of fine to stay into most other things. Even leading it into the Credilli, he was still able to find a way to get a win.
And he did find a win going up against its Axon, our world champion. Taking a look at these two trainers, they have so many accolades between them, but who is going to try to get that spot into grand finals?
It's Axon, Nighttime Clasher, two of the titans of our game. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they played a little bit earlier today, and now the rematch.
This is tough. Nobody wants to face its Axon. He is such a precision player. I remember this way back, NAIC 2022. That's all we talked about with its Axon, the precision of his plays. Like a machine, like robotic. He just knows what he's doing.
And sitting across from him is Nighttime Clasher, who's arguably been on like the hottest streak of any trainer right now. He won the Latin American International Championships. He's had so many consistent top performances across these events, and he is just an absolute force to be reckoned with currently. So it's two of our best squaring off for the opportunity to make it to the losers finals.
Again, this is losers semifinals. These are the only, we are on our top 4 trainers. The one who advances gets guaranteed at least 3rd place. But right now it's 4th place on the line.
And both these trainers already guaranteed medals, but now, once you have that medal secured, it becomes about chasing the win. And it all starts here. A tough opponent sits across the stage from you, but you've got to dig deep, find a way to get those 2 wins, move to the losers finals, and then await the results of those winners finals.
And these trainers are not going to give us any time to break down teams. They want to get right into the battles. We have Guzzlord and Shadow Fortress.
Great lead for its Axon. Nighttime Clash are going to be safe switching into that Metacham. And this time there's no Togekiss for its Axon to try and go for a Dynamic Punch catch on. Togekiss has been left on the bench.
Taking a look at the brutal swing, going to try to get a little bit of chip damage before pivoting into his own Corviknight. Corviknight is pretty happy here. It can start to use those air cutters and like slowly chip away at health with sand attacks. Being able to get an early air cutter boost would be very helpful because then the subsequent air cutters will be able to do more damage.
What I like about this position for Nighttime Clasher is the fact that air cutter is just simply not going to take the knockout. Even with the boost, it's not really in sand attack farm down range either. So Nighttime Clasher is going to get some really nice value out of the Metacham in the mid game, as Corviknight is going to be taking some pretty considerable damage from the back-to-back dynamics.
Going all the way down into the red. Here's the Shadow Fortress getting a 2-volt switch head start on whatever its Axon chooses to bring in, and he chooses to bring in the Guzzlord. What do you think of the Guzzlord and Shadow Fortress matchup?
It's usually pretty terrible for the Fortress, but the important context of Fortress having such an energy head start, suddenly Fortress can actually feel like a pretty competent opponent here. But its Axon makes a very nice play, able to save the energy on that Guzzlord, now send in the Quagsire. Nighttime Clasher farms up a ton of energy, but before he's able to throw it, its Axon is threatening a Stone Edge, but will opt for the Aqua Tail bait.
And a Nighttime Clasher does not fall for it. Shadow Fortress is able to stick around and actually goes for the resisted Rock Tomb, hoping to debuff the Shadow Quagsire, making all of its subsequent Aqua Tails and Stone Edges less impactful.
And now he gets the send in the Guzzlord, the reveal. It's Axon going for the Aqua Tail bait, and Nighttime Clasher does put up the shield. Even with that Quagsire debuff, Nighttime Clasher trying to preserve that Guzzlord, but that bait does save Axon just that little bit of extra energy.
And sometimes that little bit of advantage is all you need to be able to claim victory. He's going to shield this brutal swing to keep the Quagsire around for later, bring in his own Guzzlord that is loaded on energy, is already at a Sludge Bomb. Does Nighttime Clasher recognize it? He does. does. Shield to the Sludge Bomb.
Shield does come up. These Dragon Tails do add up quite considerably. Nighttime Clasher, will he look for the full farm down here? He will. Axon tries for the Sludge Bomb and cannot get there.
No, so instead we have the Quagsire, but Guzzlord is getting to fire its charge attack first as Axon puts up the Protect Shield to save the Quagsire and needs to try to do a lot of damage onto this Guzzlord.
Stone Edge is going to hit for some pretty massive neutral damage onto the Guzzlord. Nighttime Clasher will get knocked out, but he does still have that Fortress. In comes the Fortress. He gets this Sand Tomb, and Sand Tomb is just going to be too much for the Quagsire to handle.
Yeah, Quagsire had a tall order in front of it, needing to Stone Edge the Guzzlord and also Aqua Tail the Fortress. It's just barely going to be able to do it, but there's still that Medicham hiding in the back.
One Psycho Cut from Medicham should seal it. Nighttime Clasher sends in the Medicham, gets the farm down, and he's going to be taking the Game 1 win.
It's Axon with an early victory. Can he seal the deal here in Houston with one more game win? He earns himself a seat in the losers finals.
And what a game from Nighttime Clasher. He was really able to utilize that Medicham to devastating effect. Medicham was able to kind of dance in and out of matchups, make life very uncomfortable for the Corviknight, and I love the decision to pivot back into that Volt Switch Fortress, getting that double Volt Switch snipe, denying Corviknight's energy, and that really made the Fortress a threat to be reckoned with.
We are ready to go, and a fantastic lead for our former world champion, Togekiss into Medicham. Togekiss is going to get a lot of fast attack pressure. It's ready with its charge attacks, but it has to watch out for these ice punches doing super effective damage.
Looks like Medicham does win these zero Protect Shield scenarios, so that's why Axon is going to be investing Protect Shields first, because without the threat of Dazzling Gleam, Psyshock just does not hit particularly hard neutrally into the very bulky Medicham. So Axon is going to be tanking the first. He is going to be, shielding the first, tanking the second, and then looking to try and farm it into a range where he can go for a Psyshock into a farm down.
And here is that Psyshock. Nighttime Clasher decided, you know what, I'm going to let its Axon invest Protect Shields here. I am not going to do the same for my Medicham. We have one more pack, and then Medicham unable to reach that final Ice Punch. Now the Togekiss gets to be fully loaded on energy, going right for that Aura Sphere.
Does this Volt Switch take the knockout? Nighttime Clasher hopes the answer is yes, and it did not. Oh, the Togekiss hangs on. He gets both Aura Spheres. Nighttime Clasher fully sacrificing the Fortress.
That is unfortunate. Fortress just used as a damage sponge. Nighttime Clasher putting it all on the back of Guzzlord, and Guzzlord happy to see the Quagsire. That's a bad matchup for Quagsire, but it also has to get through this Corviknight.
And even though Corviknight isn't considered a particularly strong answer, just the bulk of Corviknight and slowly being able to chip away at the Guzzlord over time is going to be a very, very beneficial thing for its Axon. He just gets to spam out these air cutters. Even if he doesn't get the air cutter boost, it's just chip damage over time, and that's going to make it a lot easier for the Quagsire to deal with it.
Yeah, this is a big ask for this Guzzlord. It's Guzzlord versus the world. And that Shadow Fortress is still back there if Nighttime Clasher can pull off a catch, but that it is going to be tough to catch on its Axon.
And the Guzzlord, it's just lost 3/4 of its health bar already, just slowly with the sand attacks and the air cutters adding up more and more. Nighttime Clasher has the back-to-back brutal swings, but even if this takes the knockout, this is still very, very difficult.
Yeah, because its Axon still has the Shadow Quagsire waiting in the wings, actually gets to fire off the air cutter. Nighttime Clasher has 2 Protect Shields. He's finally going to deploy one to see, does he have a shot at a catch using some resources. He has 1 Protect Shield remaining and has to try to get through this Quagsire. Normally this goes to Quagsire no problem, but this Guzzlord's health is just so low.
And Quagsire now can threaten with Aqua Tails, and the Aqua Tail pacing is absolutely relentless. Nighttime Clasher firing off the Brutal Swing. Shield comes up from Axon. Axon only 1 Mudshot away, so Axon is just going to watch to ensure that the Dragon Tail starts. The Dragon Tail starts, he's safe to throw the Aqua Tail because it's in the middle of that Dragon Tail. No catch available for Nighttime Clasher, and that's going to be Axon taking game number 2.
And we love a decisive game 3, especially when it is between 2 champions of our series like this. Nighttime Clasher conceding, going right back to the drawing board. You can see these trainers going right for their notes, reviewing what happened, how did I let this slip away?
And it all comes down to this, a spot in the losers finals on the line. Will it be It's Axen, former Pokemon Go world champion, 2-time North American international champion and regional champion, or Nighttime Clasher, the current reigning Latin American international champion, former regional champion as well?
What do you think happened there that Nighttime Clasher lost that battle? Were there any pivotal moments in that match that really stood out to you?
He tried to go for the snipe with the Volt Switch on Fortress, and Volt Switch, it does hit for super effective damage, but it was right here. It does not get the same type of attack bonus. The Togekiss held on, made a second Aura Sphere, and the Fortress just ended up too low.
Yeah, he had to completely sacrifice this Fortress, and it kind of left everything on the giant shoulders and many shoulders of the Guzzlord, but it just didn't have enough gas left in the tank to be able to get through Quagsire, which is normally one of its best matchups.
And the reason why Nighttime Clasher had to sacrifice that Fortress was just because he recognized that Quagsire was going to be in the back. And Quagsire, a pretty bad matchup for the Fortress, so he kind of had to trust in the Guzzlord, because even had he protect shielded the Fortress, it still wouldn't have resulted in a win.
Everybody out there in the crowd, we are in our decisive game number 3. A fantastic start for Nighttime Clasher. Shadow Fortress into Togekiss, and it looks like it's Axen's going to stay in this lead matchup.
Axen does have a pacing advantage, being able to make the Aura Sphere before a Rock Tomb is available. Nighttime Clasher going to be investing in the health of this Fortress, so he will put up the Protect Shield. It's Axen, safe switches into the Quagsire. Nighttime Clasher banks energy and sends in Medicham.
Medicham loves to see a Quagsire coming. It knows that those dynamic punches are a massive threat, where Quagsire just has to be able to spam out these neutral Aqua Tails.
Now, It's Axen actually ran a line that is ABA weak to the Fortress. Nighttime Clasher goes for the Ice Punch bait, and Axen calls it.
So it's only an Ice Punch. You could see Nighttime Clasher with a little shake of his head like, that didn't work. Back to the drawing board, and actually just going for the Ice Punch, not even baiting the Dynamic Punch this time.
It's actually trying to invest in the Quagsire, because Quagsire is probably the best opportunity that he has to get rid of this Volt Switch Fortress. He may potentially have to try and pivot into something to bait the Fortress back out, but because Aqua Tail will not knock out the Medicham, this still feels like a very precarious position.
This Shadow Quagsire just has so much energy on it at this point. This first Aqua Tail is going to knock out the Medicham, and then It's Axen's got energy for whatever comes in next.
Nighttime Clasher going to reveal the Wigglytuff. It's Axen. If he pivots now. He sends in the Corviknight, but there's the Volt Switch Fortress. So much energy loaded. Volt Switch Fortress fires off the Rock Tomb. Immediate no shield from It's Axen. He needs to bait back out the Fortress to try and set up the Togekiss for success, but the Togekiss also doesn't have any energy in reserve.
And that is going to be tough. Wigglytuff really relies on its fast attack damage. Togekiss needs to be able to bank charge attacks in order to deal with it. We have Fortress throwing the Rock Tomb, taking the Corviknight super low. It's Axen expertly throwing just a quick Sand attack before going for the payback here.
This payback is double debuffed. It will not do nearly what it typically does, but there's a lot of energy on the Quagsire. Quagsire gonna throw one Mud Shot, and the move, that Volt Switch damage will never land unless Nighttime Clasher puts up the shield. He thinks through his options. He's shielding, he wants that damage.
And then It's Axen can throw one more Mud Shot before throwing, but Nighttime Clasher is already at the Sand Tomb. This is going to debuff that Quagsire before it throws its Aqua Tail.
Quagsire gonna look to overfarm as much as possible, throwing 3 and the move, so the second Volt Switch will not land. This puts Axen 1 away from the Aqua Tail. The Wigglytuff does have a little bit of energy, but Axen is really gonna need to make a charge attack on the Togekiss as well.
So going for this first Aqua Tail in order to chip away at Nighttime Clasher's final Pokemon. The Wigglytuff stands tall. It's Axen switches out, and here comes the Togekiss. But that Icy Wind is approaching fast, and Nighttime Clasher gets there.
Nighttime Clasher takes it, makes the Icy Wind, outpacing by one singular turn. Down goes Togekiss, down goes Quagsire. Nighttime Clasher is moving on to losers finals.
And you could see the fist pump in victory, but of course we're gonna see a handshake and a hug between these two respected battlers here in North America. Nighttime Clasher moving on to the losers finals. He will have a shot at getting back up in the grand finals to try to take the crown here in Houston.
What a series. It's Axon risked being ABA weak to that Volt Switch Fortress. The Volt Switch Fortress appeared, and it was a little too much for Axon. He made it very close. He got within a single turn of making it to that Aura Sphere, but unfortunately the Wigglytuff's energy head start was too much.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher benching the Guzzlord, bringing in the Wigglytuff this time. It's Axon really just relying on that Togekiss, Corviknight, Shadow Quagsire line in the last 2 games.
I liked how Nighttime Clasher played that endgame, where he intentionally got shields down, because Togekiss is an incredibly threatening Pokemon. But if it doesn't have the Protect shields to hide behind, if you can get up energy, you can actually deal some massive damage to it. Togekiss, it is there to output damage. It's not there for its bulk. So when Axon switched in the Togekiss, he gets so close to that Aura Sphere, but just not quite enough.
Do you think it was really impactful that Nighttime Clasher switched in the Wigglytuff and benched the Guzzlord for that 3rd game?
I really liked that decision there. He was just trying to set himself up to be in as good of a position as possible, and the Guzz, while it does have some high upside, there's also some pretty significant downside as well. So you don't want to open yourself up too much to the opposing Wigglytuff, or sorry, the opposing Togekiss, that is, if you end up running like Medicham and the Guzzlord together. So he ends up making the call, ends up benching it for the Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff's prowess in the Zero Shield ended up proving to be very vital.
Yeah, able to throw that Icy Wind, knocking out the Togekiss. That was key and critical for Nighttime Clasher in order to propel him into the losers finals. He is going to face whoever loses this next and final battle here in winners finals. We are going to see, if we take a look, Dunebug versus Elam. Both of these trainers, again, winner's side all day, and they are going to face off now for a shot at the grand finals. The loser will go down to face Nighttime Clasher. Look at what we have for a top 3. We've got Dunebug, Nighttime Clasher, and Elam, some of the best and brightest in the Pokemon Go PvP community.
What a final 3 here in Houston. Just unbelievable. The amount of tournaments, the amount of experience, the amount of wins these top 3 trainers have is unbelievable.
I know. I want someone to tell me in the chat, please, how many combined tournaments have these trainers completed together as a whole? There's just got to be so much experience that these 3 have as a team.
And for this winners finals matchup, Dunebug versus Elam, this is going to be a very, very tough matchup on both sides. I was speaking with Dune a little bit off stream. He mentioned that he likes his matchup. I think there's reasons for Elam to like the matchup as well. It definitely can go either way. And if you've seen anything, even if these trainers can get in some pretty bad spots, they're able to work their way out of that bad alignment just by very carefully desyncing switch timers, getting catches, and banking charge attacks.
I am really looking forward to Dunebug's showing off his really unique take on the team construction, really using the Politoed, using the Gourgeist. Those are 2 really interesting picks, where Elam really hung on to a little bit more of a meta team. The Galarian Corsola is a little more unique, as well as the Clodsire, but definitely not as unique as Politoed and Gourgeist.
I don't know if anyone would have predicted that from last week in Curitiba and this week, we have 2 Politoads inside the top 3. It won Curitiba. Now for Dunebug, he's guaranteed top 3 at least. He's trying to get back-to-back regional wins for Politoed. I don't know if that was on anyone's bingo card.
I don't know. What is certainly on my bingo card were these 2 trainers doing well in the tournament in general. And here they are in winners finals. Now, don't forget, we have been best of 3 this entire tournament. We have now transitioned into best of 5. So this is a marathon, not a sprint.
And this best of 5 matchup, especially between 2 trainers who have been to finals before. Dunebug, 6-time regional champion, Elam, 2-time regional champion. These battlers have been here before. They have won in these scenarios before, so they are no stranger to the pressure of the moment.
And there is a lot of pressure on the line. They have a shot at a gold medal here today in Houston. We can see them taking a deep breath and locking in. They have their team selected. They are about to, I'm seeing it. I can read their lips. I'm seeing the good luck, have funds exchanged. Here we go, winners finals in Houston. Dunebug versus Elam.
The battlers lock in for game number 1, and that's exactly what Dune was hoping to see, leading Licky Licky into Corsola, a dominant lead.
And Elam has to pivot out immediately, bringing in the Wigglytuff, and Dunebug doesn't have a clear, quick answer to it, so opting to stay in with the Licky Licky and chipping away a little bit with a Body Slam.
That little bit of Body Slam chip does make the Wigglytuff suddenly feel a lot more beatable. Wigglytuff will make the Icy Wind. Dunebug not going to fire off the Body Slam because he does lose charge attack priority there. Instead, feeling pretty content to have this energy land, and maybe he could choose to send in the Politoed.
And that is exactly what he is going to do, because you don't want to stay in with the Licky Licky when it has been debuffed. You've got an option to bring in Politoed. Let's see this Politoed go to work. It gets to these weather balls just so quickly and is able to knock the Wigglytuff down into the red.
Elam could have potentially pivoted out into the Corsola, but not wanting to switch lock it, instead going to be staying on the field with the Wigglytuff, firing off the Swift. No shield comes out from Dunebug. Can Dunebug get a farm down here? Mudshot does not hit very hard.
No, instead of going for a farm down, just opting to throw the weather ball, go for the guaranteed knockout, get this Wigglytuff out of the way so Guzzlord never has to see it.
This is a great opportunity for Elam to get a massive energy head start on the Corsola. Corsola should be able to exit, I believe, with maybe even 6 Astonishes of energy, because I believe that the Politoed may barely survive 2 more Astonishes.
And there is that first weather ball, and Dunebug doesn't even want to find out. He's going to switch into the Licky Licky, and here comes Clodsire rumbling onto the field.
This is a very nice play from Dunebug. He ran a line where he had 2 strong answers to the Corsola, so he just pivots 1 back in. He doesn't want to give Corsola that energy head start. This forces Elam to reveal his entire line, and that's great information for Dunebug, because he knows that Corsola is going nowhere into his Guzzlord in the back.
Yeah, Guzzlord is lurking in the background, waiting for the Galarian Corsola to come back. We do have Body Slam going to chip away a little bit at this Clodsire, but Clodsire can handle it just fine.
But as Clodsire gets lower and lower, it just makes the Guzzlord in the back stronger and stronger for Dunebug. I don't even think Dunebug needs the Licky Licky anymore, and he agrees. He's just going to be fully sacrificing this, because suddenly with the Clodsire losing almost its entire health bar, Guzzlord is going to have a very commanding matchup.
And there's the Corsola, and there is the Guzzlord, and like you said, an incredibly commanding matchup. I think Elam's wheels are turning and already thinking about, I am going to concede. I need to start taking notes for my next match.
And he's just set down the phone, as there is just no way out. Galarian Corsola has incredibly strong neutral matchups, but it did not find any of them in this matchup. Licky Licky lead, Guzzlord in the back. Corsola had nowhere to run.
Yep, and Elam finished writing his notes so he can at least try to stone edge the Guzzlord perhaps. But Dune absolutely has this, is going to Brutal Swing, knock out the Clodsire here. Elam so focused right now on going back to the drawing board and seeing where can he turn this around.
I do like the Corsola idea, because Corsola definitely has some targets onto Dune's team, but it appears that Dune was very aware of that. Dune ran as strong as possible into that Corsola, and Corsola just really didn't have anywhere that it can run.
Corsola had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Dunebug is going in with an advantage. Remember, he needs 3 wins here in order to get a spot in Grand Finals. This is a man that does very well in Texas. Texas is good to him. Will it be good to him again?
I loved this mid-game decision by Dunebug. He could have just let the Politoed get farmed down and given Corsola the huge energy head start, but he viewed that as unnecessary. But he can pivot in the Licky Licky, take advantage of the fact that the Licky Licky was just so neutral across the board. Even if it did end up in a matchup that it didn't want to be in, it just has coverage for everything. So no matter what, he knew the energy would be valuable, and Corsola left the field to try and find a target, but instead, all it found was Guzzlord.
And that is, Guzzlord is something I never personally, I think, want to find anywhere. But unfortunately, that is what Corsola found, and that's why Elam quickly conceded the match, recognizing he had no win conditions left available. So I don't know, has Dune successfully scared the Galarian Corsola away? Like you mentioned, it's not a bad idea, so maybe Dune can play weaker into that Corsola and pick some other options if he is in fact scared it off.
I do like that kind of line sequencing of trying to run as strong as possible into something, and then maybe running a riskier line that's weak to it afterwards, because it takes quite a bit of courage to, after your Corsola just has nowhere to go, to say, you know what, I'm running that back. But we've got lock-ins here for game number 2.
And Dunebugs brings the Guzzlord, but a catastrophic lead lead for the Guzzlord in the Wigglytuff. Dune is now on the one on the back foot, bringing in that Licky Licky, which, as you mentioned, Henry, is incredibly neutral across the board.
But this Licky Licky save switch proves to be a little bit awkward for Elam because Elam does not actually have a strong answer to it in the back. There's a Shadow Altaria, and there's that Galarian Corsola. So Wigglytuff will stay in, fire off the Icy Wind. After the debuff, Elam can potentially look to pivot out, but if the Shadow Altaria gets brought in, then that could set up the Corviknight for Dune endgame.
Yep, and it looks like Dunebug did not successfully scare the Corsola off. It is still in the background, so maybe it will have a better shot here.
And Corsola, it's so far able to avoid the Guzzlord and the Licky Licky, which is a win for Elam. Debuff Shadow Ball will still add up quite a bit. Switch timer coming up for Dune. He takes advantage as Guzzlord re-hits the field.
Yep, so a little bit of switch clock misalignment here. Elam going to be able to fire a Sky Attack. Dune thinks it through and decides he's going to protect this Guzzlord, actually. There's just a few more seconds left before Elam can swap out.
Another Sky Attack is reached. Dunebug already shielded once. He's not going to be shielding twice. Switch Clock will be available momentarily for Elam. He would love to pivot into the Wigglytuff, but doesn't get the snipe down. 1 HP survive from the Guzzlord, making the Sludge Bomb and forcing the shield.
Elam is looking frustrated. That Guzzlord lived on probably what is 1 or 2 HP to be able to throw the Sludge Bomb, forcing that shield, and now Dunebug has a window of opportunity.
In comes Corviknight. Corviknight down quite a bit of energy. Even if it throws the Air Cutter, it simply will fail to take the knockout. And Elam, after it takes this Air Cutter, is now going to have that Icy Wind available.
Air Cutter connects Wigglytuff down to the red, throws one more charm before going for the Icy Wind. Now this is going to debuff the Corviknight, but Corviknight has the Air Cutter attack that has a very good chance at buffing, so he might be able to get this attack, the attack boost back.
Elam's going to pivot into the Shadow Altaria. Shadow Altaria will actually force a little bit of energy out of the Corviknight, but where this matchup could get a little bit tricky is what does Elam decide to bring in? Elam's only fast attack pressure into that low health Licky Licky is that Wigglytuff, but by sending in the Altaria, he's now switch locked himself for quite a bit of time.
So will he bring in the Wigglytuff? He's waiting out the timer as much as possible, and here comes the Corsola. There is still 1 Protect Shield remaining. Elam, is this a bait or is this the payback? He has to make a decision and puts up the correct shield.
He does get the shield call right, but there's the Shadow Ball. In comes Licky Licky, and this is where things get tricky because that is a lot of damage being taken onto the Corsola.
The Corsola is going to be at about half health. It is so thick. It is going to get to the Power Gem here. Actually just goes for the Nightshade.
Dunebug gonna be no shielding. He is letting Licky Licky get KO'd. He still does have that Corviknight lurking, and the Corviknight does still have a bit of a tricky amount of HP to get rid of.
Yeah, so Dune has a Protect Shield, so he can shield up this Nightshade, but that Wigglytuff is still in the back. He needs to be able to have this payback land on the Corsola. Oh, and Wiggly has an attack, so a little bit of a combo play there. Wigglytuff is going to have this Swift connect.
Very well played by Elam. He found a way, and by banking that energy on the Wigglytuff, pivoting out for later, he's able to snipe down Dunebug and get a much-needed equalizer.
That was such a fun match. I was surprised that Elam brought the Galarian Corsola back again, but it really did pay off. He was able to align it much better this time. It was able to avoid the Guzzlord and avoid the Licky Licky for the most part.
And Corsola was actually able to get a little bit of revenge there as it was able to land the Nightshade. And then Corviknight, unfortunately, couldn't really deal with the fact that Corsola was now on the 4 cycle, able to make the Nightshade, pressure away that final Protect Shield, and then the combo play with that Wigglytuff Swift is resisted, but did do enough damage to secure the knockout.
Yeah, and then having that Wigglytuff residual energy in the back, being able to knock out with the Swift here, really just put the nail in the coffin for Dunebug on this game number 2. So we are 1-1. These trainers need 2 more wins in order to advance into Grand Finals.
This game 3 feels massive. The implications of being up 2-1 and only being 1 win away from making it to the Grand Finals. These battlers, I can't blame them. They are both taking extra time here to ensure that they pick the correct possible line, because whoever wins this game 3 is going to have massive momentum in the series.
We have our trainers locking in their final moments here. Dunebug has been using the Guzzlord Licky Licky combination. Will he switch things up? Elam using the Wiggly Wigglytuff and the Galarian Corsola. This is game 3 is a time. If you're going to switch things up, it tends to be now. But we see Elam continuing to rely on this Galarian Corsola as it gets sent in against the Corviknight.
That Alolan Ninetales in the back does look like it could be very, very strong for Dunebug. As Alolan Ninetales just across the board, if it's able to get up a little bit of energy, it could be very difficult for that Clodsire to deal with.
Corviknight is going to tank this Nightshade, going down to about half health. Galarian Corsola very happy that it is avoiding the Guzzlord in the back.
No shield from Elam. This payback is going to hurt. Payback guaranteed to land onto that Corsola, but Corsola is so bulky it's able to survive. Elam will be able to outpace, make the Nightshade. No catch comes through from Dunebug.
We see the Galarian Corsola is moving forward with the Nightshade, gonna get very close to a knockout. Just one more fast attack does it. Dunebug not able to reach the payback.
In comes the Guzzlord, answered with the Wigglytuff, and Dunebug reveals the final Pokemon, which is that Alolan Ninetales.
Alolan Ninetales is going to be doing everything it can. Elam, no Protect Shields, the Wigglytuff. This is gonna hurt. This is a same type attack bonus, Dazzling Gleam, doing a lot of damage.
Elam now gonna opt for the Icy Wind, as he is just trying to slow down the Powder Snow damage, whatever the cost. Shield does come up from Dunebug, as Dunebug is now really gonna struggle to take a farm down and is gonna have to fire off a Weather Ball before that Swift is available.
Absolutely needs to fire off the Weather Ball. I'm not sure it's worth protecting the Wigglytuff at this point. Elam agrees and just kind of decides to let it go. He can instead bring in this Galarian Corsola, and then Dunebug, again, a pivot. We see now our matchup is Clodsire into Guzzlord.
And even though Guzzlord has a pretty massive pacing advantage here, the bulk of Clodsire is what stands it apart here, as Clodsire just really does not worry about the damage whatsoever, whereas the charm that landed on that Guzzlord earlier on is actually incredibly valuable chip damage for Elam, as it puts it a lot closer to Poison Sting plus Earthquake range.
And both of these trainers still have resources available, but Dune utilized his last Protect Shield. So not only is Clodsire incredibly thick and doesn't worry about a lot of this damage, if Elam wants to, he can use 2 Protect Shields here.
But he will actually even survive the next Brutal Swing as well. That is the bulk of Clodsire. Clodsire just refusing to be removed from the field of play.
And yes, as you mentioned, Brutal Swing still is able to continue through. We see a quick swap, and a catch is actually going to shield this Galarian Corsola.
Elam just needs the fast attack pressure from this Galarian Corsola onto this Alolan Ninetales, because as the Astonishes add up, it's going to get it lower and lower. He makes the Nightshade. He's taken the knockout because he knows that he has the charge attack loaded on the Clodsire in the back.
Clodsire waiting in the wings for its opportunity. Once this Galarian Corsola goes down, it's going to see its window of opportunity to use the charge attack to fire up against Guzzlord.
Dunebug fires off a Brutal Swing. He doesn't want to take any additional Astonish damage, but Elam has the Earthquake loaded. He needs this to knock out.
This is critical. Will an Earthquake KO from this range? It does not. There's one, but one more Poison Sting does it.
What a close end game there, as close as it can get. But Elam takes the win, and he's one win away from a return to the Grand Finals.
It has been a minute since Elam has sat in that Grand Final seat, and he is hungry for it. But Dunebug, it lives in Texas, and Texas is so good to him. He does so well when he competes here. Will he be able to turn this around?
A decision in the match from Dunebug was he committed to a payback, which he was 2 sand attacks away from, and in doing so, by not settling for an air cutter, the Corsola ended up having a very awkward amount of HP remaining later in the game. So potentially if he had thrown the air cutter earlier on, then the Corsola could have been a little bit more manageable.
We also just saw that significant charm damage that you mentioned. It was only 1 charm, but on a Guzzlord, that does quite a bit of health, and that was able, and that was so pivotal because we saw in the very end game, it came down to just a little bit of health here where one Poison Sting was able to knock the Guzzlord out. That charm was so impactful.
This Guzzlord keeps surviving on one hit point again and again and again. I know it's only 1484 combat power, but this Guzzlord is a force to be reckoned with.
I want to see a little bit more of that Guzzlord on the Pokemon catch screen. Show me that attack, HP, and defense, please, Dunebug. That is quite a good Guzzlord that you have there.
I would definitely be willing to bet that it's a very low attack, very high defense, and very high HP. So like as close to a perfect PvP IV spread that one could look for. But it looks like the battlers are ready. Game number 4. We've got lock-ins.
And we are locked into Licky Licky versus Fortress. Dunebug kind of nodding his head. He seems to be okay with how this has turned out.
He does have the Alolan Ninetales in the back, which gets to avoid the Fortress, which is pretty nice for him. But for Elam has to be pretty happy as well, because he knows that he has something in the back that isn't a big fan of that Licky Licky. So across the board, I feel like both players are pretty okay with how this has started out, because I think that as long as the Wigglytuff is able to avoid that Licky Licky, where Licky Licky's bulk can kind of neutrally deal with it, that Wigglytuff does look very, very strong in the back.
And I'm interested to see that Elam has brought the Shadow Fortress, not just in the lead, but for the first time in this winner's finals, and is choosing to really lean into this lead matchup. Fortress has a ton of energy and is actually going to bank all of it and bringing in the Wigglytuff, and then Dune answers with a Fairy type of his own and Alolan Ninetales.
Oh, Elam really wanted the Shadow Ball catch, but Dune was too patient, sending in that Alolan Ninetales. This does potentially clear a path for Clodsire later on in the game. Weather Ball connects. No shield from the Wigglytuff, but Wigglytuff reaches the Icy Wind and will this time actually go for the Swift.
Swift will connect. Dune says, I am just fine with tanking this on my Alolan Ninetales. I'm sure Dunebug is happy that his Guzzlord is not going to be faced off against Wigglytuff, so he's happy to stay happy in this matchup here.
Overfarm from Dunebug. Shield comes up from Elam. Elam going to be really investing in this Wigglytuff. Switch timer not available for Dunebug to potentially go for a combination play. He's going to fall to the charm damage, but does have a body slam available on Licky Licky.
Ooh, but actually it doesn't seem to press it. It looks like Elam is going for that Icy Wind first. Is Dune just going to use Licky Licky as a damage sponge? It looks like he will. Licky Licky survives and goes for the body slam. This is reduced by 1 attack, but will it still be enough to knock out?
That is a very clutch survive for Dunebug. Now has 2 shields and a Guzzlord. In comes the Fortress. Fortress does end up firing off this charge attack here and will be able to start applying debuffs onto the Guzzlord.
That survive is even more impactful now from that Licky Licky because Dunebug's going to be able to clear these debuffs later.
Dunebug does put up a Protect Shield. This is a very important moment in the match because that sets up the opportunity for Clodsire. There is a pretty nice amount of health gone from this Guzzlord, and the Clodsire can try and Poison Sting it into a range where Earthquake could deliver the knockout.
We have seen Clodsire take down the Guzzlord in Game 3. Will it do the same in Game number 4? Dunebug still has that 1 charge attack remaining and has a catch available on Licky Licky.
Oh, Elam now going to be going for the Stone Edge. Dunebug has all the energy he could ever ask for, but he's debuffed. He really needs to try and pivot out and reset the debuff for later. The Stone Edge, there's the pivot into Licky Licky. Licky Licky doesn't get the move.
And Dunebug recognizes it. He says, GG's. He knows that this is the Earthquake. Elam has the damage, and Elam has the win.
Elam, 3 games to 1. He's advancing on to the grand finals here in Houston.
Elam, I think a big sigh of relief and a little grin there as he congratulates Dunebug. What an incredible winners finals series. That was so exciting to watch. But again, this was the winners finals. Dunebug's not out of it yet. He is going to be going down into the losers finals, and he will be facing Nighttime Clasher because again, our top 3 is a crazy amount of talent here in Houston.
Now, I know we've spent a lot of day 1 and day 2 talking about the Quagsire, but it felt like the star of the show in this series was the Clodsire, the bulk of Clodsire being such an effective damage sponge against that Guzzlord. Even with Elam not getting the catch, the Wigglytuff was definitely able to do enough in this matchup, farm down, and even with Dunebug's Licky Licky barely surviving that Icy Wind, Elam just set himself up for great results with all that energy on the Fortress.
Yeah, and I think also Elam was really showing why Wigglytuff was just so popular. He brought it in every single game, and I think he got a ton of use out of it in every single game that it was played.
And it was just magnificent gameplay across the board from Elam. And the Clodsire just taking the knockout out of that Guzzlord. Guzzlord kept surviving everything on 1 hit point, but at the end of game number 4, it could not survive that. It got knocked out, and that sent Elam onto the grand finals.
Dunebug just ended up putting so much on Guzzlord's shoulders, but it buckled under the pressure, just could not handle that Clodsire as the opponent. Elam going on to grand finals, but who will he face in grand finals? Will it be Nighttime Clasher? Will he be able to defeat Dunebug? Or will Dunebug be able to come back for a revenge match after defeating Nighttime Clasher? Which path will we take? It's so hard to say. Nighttime Clasher and Dunebug, both phenomenal trainers.
One could argue it's 3 of North America's brightest stars in the top 3. He's already punched his ticket to the grand finals. Elam waiting there, awaiting the winner of the Nighttime Clasher and Dunebug match. And as we wait for these trainers to get on stage, we're going to be taking a brief break here, switching out the casters, and we only have 2 more matches left in Houston. Stay with us.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm here with 2 trainers that have just began their championship series journey. We have Go League Greg, this is your first competitive season, and then we've got Esteban, first competitive event here in Houston. I don't know if you can tell by the hats, but we're in Texas. We're going to start with Greg here because I feel like your story is so compelling, right? Started to create content, you're getting more people into the game. Tell us about your journey competing this season in 2026 and where that's taken you and how you're so willing to bring other people along.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started this out because I've always loved PvP. I've always loved the Go Battle League, and I just never made time for it. So I thought if I made a stream and made a schedule, then I commit to the schedule. Now I have a commitment. Now I can kind of trick myself into allowing myself time to play my game. That turned into a beautiful community of just, streaming every night and all these great people. And it was the community that then introduced me to what a regional event was. I had no idea what it was until a regional was coming to Las Vegas, and I live in Las Vegas. So you got to go, and I was like, I don't even know what this is. And from there, it spawned into just this journey that's been so much fun. I've been to every North American regional for this season except for Puerto Rico and Toronto, and I already have all my flights booked out for the rest of the season. So I'm going to all of them.
Wow, that's awesome, Greg. I really appreciate as well that you kind of, through your content, you made other friends in the community, namely Esteban here. You said you did a voice call with him, and Esteban wasn't sure if he should sign up, and you kind of encouraged him. He said, look, just give it a try. How did that go?
We just got done with a stream, and we were talking about the fact that Houston was coming up in about a week, maybe, or something like that. And Esteban was in the chat. And I was like, man, you got to go. You live right outside of the venue. You have to be there. And so after the stream, I got on VC with him and I talked to him and I was like, you should go. And he's like, I want to be maybe I'll do a spectator. And I was like, no, man, you got to compete. You got this. So I stayed up with him all night and we went through the whole process. We went through every page, every form, and I made sure that he signed up for this event to be here because I couldn't do it without my friend.
Greg, you've been so impressive. You made Top Cut here. Your best performance so far. Excited to see what you do next, but I'd love to hear from you as well, Esteban. This is your very first event. You walk in here, it's a huge convention hall. There are thousands of players, but you have your buddy Greg, you have other members of the community. Did you feel welcomed and excited when you got in here?
Oh, of course. There are so many people to meet, new faces that I've never, finally get to meet for the first time, not just over Discord. Seeing faces on Discord is cool, but in person is a lot different. You get a lot of adrenaline, dopamine out of it. I like it. That was awesome.
I really like your team as well, Esteban. You were playing Shadow Drapian and Knockdowl. I think that new players are also able to be creative with their teams. So what do you say to players who maybe have fun playing in Go Battle League and they like certain Pokemon, but they're not sure if they would work in the championship series? Do you say just commit to your favorites and bring them?
Honestly, yeah, I would probably go with what you're most comfortable running. But you do want to try to run something that can apply pressure. You don't want to just run anything random. You want to still run something relative to the meta. But yeah, Drapion really popped off for me. I love Drapion. The pacing on it is really good. It's 4 Aqua Tails, 4 for the Aqua Tail, and then 5 for Crunch. So super fast pacing on that Pokemon. Same with my Shadow Annihilate. I was a little scared to bring it. I probably should have went with Greg. He told me to bring regular Ape, but I brought the Shadow. But it's a learning experience for me. It's my first time being out here. I don't mind how far I got. I'm very proud of myself. I was very nervous. But that being said, if you're new out there wanting to play Pokemon Go in a regional, do it. Just go out there and do it. You won't know how well you do until you actually apply yourself.
And speaking of how well you did, Esteban, you actually made day 2 on your first ever event, which honestly, we see a lot of the same names. We see a lot of the Dune Bugs, the Rises, the Axons. Those trainers are always up on the boards. But seeing both of you actually compete shoulder to shoulder, side by side with them is so, so inspiring. So Greg, Esteban, thank you both so much. Please come out and compete at a local event near you. Get started with your cups and challenges, and we'll see you at the regionals. Back to the stream.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home, and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
It's been a beautiful weekend here in Houston, Texas, and only 3 trainers remain. We are headed into our finals matches of the weekend. So grab a friend, tell a teammate, a loved one, that the grand finals and the losers finals are coming up in Houston because they don't want to miss this.
Wait, really? I just got a phone call.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't hear anything.
Well, just play along.
Okay. Wait, I hear it. I hear it now.
Yeah. So the phone call says we have the matchup of the century coming up on stream right now.
Of the century?
Of the century.
Yeah, that's what they said. All right, I'm ready to get into it. We're going to see Dunebug 97 and Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher just took on its Axon and won a close series. He's not done yet.
He took down Axon twice, right?
Oh,
in the winner's
true.
side and on the loser side, and now is trying to take down one of the titans of Pokemon Go. He's a titan himself. He's come to the scene. I remember him running Togedemaru at NAIC, what was that, 2024?
Oh yeah, way back.
And now he's in the top 3 against Dunebug, one of the legends in the Pokemon Go circuit.
All right, let's get into the analysis here. Dunebug 97, a very unconventional team, as he bragged about only having 3 of the top usage Pokemon. The Politoed, Gourgeist, and Alola Ninetales are otherwise nowhere to be seen. How do those 3 match up into Nighttime Clasher?
Honestly, I really like the Politoed here because it's able to resist the Aqua Tails from the Quagsire and only really has to worry about the Guzzlord and the Fortress, but it still can fight back and play and hit them for neutral damage or super effective damage with that Ice Beam or that Weather Ball.
Yeah, I think the Ice Beam coverage we might actually see come into play. I don't know if Doonbug has fired a single Ice Beam all weekend long, but he might need to start doing so as we get queued up here. Nighttime Clasher does have his trusty Medicham as well as his own Guzzlord and Fortress, which we saw a ton of his Fortress in previous series. He might like to bring that Pokemon back as well.
Yeah, no, Fortress is one of the better Pokemon to match up with the Dune. All you can do is hope to avoid the Gourgeist, and you're in a great spot. But actually, both trainers are locked in. Are you ready for the Losers Finals? It's Medicham, it's Politoed. We're locked in.
We only have 2 more pairs of trainers all weekend, so the Losers Finals is a best of 5. Let's see if we take it the distance. Dynamic Punch gets queued up from Nighttime Clasher.
Here we go. Dynamic Punch is going to do some heavy damage into this Politoed. It's going to probably take it into the yellow, and it does. Look at that damage. That's huge. And now, I think, yeah, double Weather Ball gets queued up for Doonbug. It looks like he's going to fire them off back to back.
This makes sense. You want to be patient if you're a Doonbug. Don't throw the non-stab Ice Beam. Just pace yourself with the Weather Balls. He does have his Corviknight and Guzzlord in the back, so being able to take care of the Medicham here, or at least severely weaken it, is probably at the top of his list of priorities.
Absolutely. And we look here, one of the differences between Politoed and that Quagsire is that this Politoed does not dish out as much damage, but it also doesn't take as much damage from these charge attacks.
We saw waiting a turn there. Nighttime Clasher fires off the Dynamic Punch to take away the shield, and Politoed has a bunch of energy as well. Here comes Doonbug striking back.
Yeah, this is going to be enough to knock out the Medicham, so I think Nighttime Clasher is just going to concede the Medicham and lose this matchup, knowing that he has the shield advantage going into this next battle.
Shield advantage, and he's going to get an energy advantage with his Fortress. Doonbug is able to get off 1 more parting Weather Ball. I think he might actually be able to switch out of this matchup if he truly desires, but he does not want to go into the Corviknight, so he stays and he lets Politoed faint.
Yeah, I think that's the right play, and now in comes the Guzzlord. It's probably going to be, oh yeah, met immediately with the Wigglytuff, and the Corviknight actually has a pretty good matchup here, although it is at a shield deficit.
It's at a shield deficit, and I think that the Wigglytuff is just going to spam off those icy winds and try to slow it down even further. In a matchup this long, we are going to get back to our switch timers relatively quickly. Also, a boost on the first Air Cutter could change things.
Yeah, that's the huge detriment to this Wigglytuff's ability to fight back in this meta, or in this matchup, because that Icy Wind is supposed to debuff that attack, but if you're buffing your attack with Air Cutters, it'll counteract that debuffing potential.
Exactly. Keep your attack stat balanced, or maybe even raise it up. Corviknight with another Air Cutter. Do we get another boost here? Doonbug lifts his attack right back up with the Air Cutter boost, and Wigglytuff has taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think because of that extra boost, this is now enough to knock out that Wigglytuff because of that sand attack damage being increased. So we do see a shield come up from Nighttime Clasher to counteract that.
Nighttime Clasher trying to budget that Corviknight's HP and decide if he can Volt Switch it down, decides to stick with this Wigglytuff for now. I would not be surprised to see a swap here for Nighttime Clasher to try to get the Volt Switch through. He doesn't go for it. He's going to go for some Charm damage and let the Corviknight fire back.
Yeah, and I think now, if you're Nighttime Clasher, do you shield this to try to get a couple extra charms through against that Guzzlord? Because that Guzzlord is just not going to be able to fight back. Look at this damage. Just 1 charm is pretty substantial already, but I think Doonbug playing it correctly, going for the Brutal Swing.
Yeah, very important moment there for Nighttime Clasher. He chose that path along the decision tree, and he is going to go for the Rock Tomb just as quickly as he can. He wants to debuff this Guzzlord and slow it down.
Yeah, I like this play a lot, and it allows the Fortress to be able to live these Brutal Swings a lot more cleanly.
We did see only 1 Volt Switch come through here. Brutal Swing is going to chip down the Fortress. I got to be honest though, Alex, it looks pretty rough for Nighttime Clasher. He doesn't have a lot left on his Fortress.
Yeah, the problem is these Brutal Swings come out so quickly. It's only 3 Dragon Tails to the Brutal Swing, and if you can't resist that Brutal Swing, it does so much damage and it adds up so quickly.
The thing is, against the Guzzlord, right, Fortress needs at least 2 Rock Tombs to weaken it down to the point where it'd be knocked out, right? And I don't think that Nighttime Clasher's decision to shield the Wigglytuff and only get 1 charm, that didn't help him enough in that endgame scenario. So Doonbug was able to manage his HP and manage his Guzzlord perfectly.
Yeah, and I think the game-changing Pokemon there was actually in that lead matchup. The Politoed allowed Doonbug to be able to beat that Medicham in that matchup, because one of the things that you don't really notice is that the Politoed does not take neutral damage from that Ice Punch, it forces the opponent to go for the Dynamic Punch, which allowed Dunebug to realize, oh, okay, this is definitely going to be a Dynamic Punch. I can shield and I can take this matchup.
Exactly right, and that means that the pacing is in Politoad's favor. One of our trainers is already locked in for battle number 2. I want to remind everybody, this is the losers finals. It's a best of 5. We're heading into game number 2, so even if Dunebug wins this one, he hasn't clutched it up yet.
All right, it looks like both trainers are locked in. We've got Corviknight, we've got Medicham. This is a relatively neutral matchup despite the fact that there's a flying type and a fighting type on both sides of the field.
Gonna go for the Dynamic Punch, but only 9 turns to the Air Cutter means that Corviknight will outpace and land this flying type charge attack into the Medicham. Not gonna deal a ton of damage, but it is still super effective, and the boost comes through as well.
The boost is a huge game changer here because now the next Air Cutter is gonna put the Medicham dangerously low into the red.
Dynamic Punch gets fired off here, no Protect Shield. Corviknight takes a big chunk, and out comes the Wigglytuff. Oh my goodness, swapping this in after seeing Dunebug's Guzzlord time and time again, this is a bold strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to pay off, Cotton, but at the end of the day, I like this play a lot from the Nighttime Clasher because now, if there is a Guzzlord in the back, you know that you have that Medicham to be able to counteract it if you need it in the end game.
Exactly right. Gonna go for another Air Cutter here. This is what Corviknight does best. It just wears down the opponent, and the attack boosts are helping it along the way. Icy Wind will try to cool the Corviknight back down, though. This might not be enough to KO.
Yeah, this is really, really close. Can Corviknight hang on? It can, and it can actually maybe take one more charm as well. Yeah, it does. And now, because of the attack drop, can Wigglytuff hold on to this one last Air Cutter?
That is the question, and it does not. Corviknight able to get the KO and kind of reset things, allowing potentially the Gourgeist to come out. No, Alola Ninetales.
And that's a huge decision because of the backline here. Nighttime Clasher has perfectly set up with the bait as well. Look at Medicham putting in the work, and Nighttime Clasher kind of just hiding that Guzzlord in the back.
Yeah, I think he's really happy to get the bait there. That's tremendous. Weather Ball will pull a shield in kind, but Nighttime Clasher realizes he's got a slight advantage, and he wants to push that even further. Dynamic Punch is ready to go, but he overcharges a bit more.
Oh my goodness, but he gets the catch on the Gourgeist. That's huge. That's a huge win for Dunebug. But now it allows Nighttime Clasher to come in safely with the Guzzlord and get some more energy.
But not just yet. He wants to store a charge attack on the Medicham, so he is ready for that eventual matchup. But the Guzzlord bearing down on the Gourgeist, this is bad news for our Grass and Ghost type on the left.
Absolutely, and I think Nighttime Clasher's best play here is to try to charge up as much energy as possible to be able to land Sludge Bombs, multiple Sludge Bombs against that Ninetales in the back. But we see this damage is actually very substantial. Those Shadow Balls still hurt.
Resistant or not, that same type attack bonus, Ghost type charge attacks rip through the Guzzlord's HP, taking it all the way down into the red. But luckily for the Dragon type, it does resist the Incinerates. Brutal Swing coming through. This is going to be enough for sure.
Yeah, Dunebug cannot afford to shield because you know there's the Sludge Bomb and the Dynamic Punch waiting in the wings. So in comes right away, going for the Brutal Swing, the bait. This is disgustingly beautiful for this Guzzlord.
Nobody double baits Dunebug. Not with the Ice Punch Medicham, not with the Brutal Swing Guzzlord, but apparently Nighttime Clasher didn't get the script. Another Brutal Swing to weaken this Ninetales further.
And look how little HP this Guzzlord has. It's not used to being that low, and now in comes the Dynamic Punch. Is this enough, Speedy? I think it's going to be just shy.
I think so too. The Fairy typing does help Ninetales quite a bit here, and it does withstand the Dynamic Punch. It's got 2 Weather Balls, and no matter what happens next, Dunebug's going to make sure this energy gets fired off.
Oh my goodness, what a gameplay. What gameplay from either side. Here in comes one more Weather Ball, needed just one more Powder Snow to get to the last Weather Ball, and Medicham was one Psycho Cut away.
Wow, Dunebug locking down this game number 2 in all eventuality because the Guzzlord doesn't have much left in the tank, and the Ninetales double resist the Dragon Tails, so there's no reason to fear. Dunebug up 2-0.
Alolan Ninetales coming in clutch. That was actually my caster pick for the best Pokemon, the MVP pick for our trainers. And I think it's come in quite handily here because not only does it have play into the fighting type, it has play into the flying types, it has play into Quagsire. It's got a lot of utility.
Again, you think about what isn't in the meta with the absence of Scizor and the reduction of hard-hitting, fast steel type attacks, that Alolan Ninetales has a lot more room to maneuver. And speaking of maneuvering, these catches and swaps, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, NTC has lost 2 games on stream that I've seen where dynamic punches were caught and they were double resisted. So one into Axon's Togekiss, one now into Dunebug's Gourgeist, but Nighttime Clasher fighting back, double baiting to try to get back into this game and almost had it, but Alola Ninetales was just a little bit too tanky.
That just means that Dunebug is winning so comfortably that there's even a room, a margin for error, right? That he's able to allow the catches to happen and still come out on top. So everybody, this is a best of 5 series. If Dunebug wins this one, he will go on to face Elam in the grand finals here in Houston.
Nighttime Clasher back against the wall. This is it. This is for his tournament life. He's fighting for his tournament life in these last few matches. And it's really tough because you're going up against Dunebug, who has such a unique and, you know, compromising team for his Pokemon.
Exactly. A lot of weaknesses, a lot of gaps to exploit, and Dunebug has done so well to do that thus far. But it's not over yet. Job's not finished. Dunebug up 2-0, taking on Nighttime Clasher, and this is actually a monstrous lead for the trainer on the right.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is it a good matchup in the lead, but he also has a good matchup in the back, that Alola Ninetales hiding back there. So what Dunebug has to do is actually stay in this matchup and go straight for the air cutter.
And speaking of Alola Ninetales, now that Dunebug has seen the Fortress on the field, what else does Alola Ninetales really fear outside of maybe the neutral matchup versus the Wigglytuff? I think this looks pretty good for Dunebug, and he is happy to see the Bug Steel type out here in front.
Not only that, but he got the bait and he got the attack race on his Corviknight. So now it's going to be even tougher to try to take this down. And he reaches the payback here. This is a non-debuff payback. This is going to do a ton of damage, Speedy.
Pristine timing by Dunebug as well to not allow the Volt Switch to KO the Corviknight before the damage rains down. Instant pivot, not wanting to get incinerated. Nighttime Clasher goes for the Wigglytuff. But I got to be honest, this Gourgeist is revving and ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely not a terrible matchup for the Gourgeist. It's got an energy advantage. It's got the Seed Bomb to be able to hit this Wigglytuff for neutral damage. And even though the Icy Wind is super effective, you have 2 shields. If you're Dunebug, you can actually just use it right here.
Exactly. It's shielding up the super effective damage here. Gourgeist is going to keep this momentum rolling. I anticipate 1 Incinerate into the Seed Bomb. Great conversion there from Dunebug as expected. But is the Seed Bomb enough after the debuff?
I think Wigglytuff will just barely be able to hold on. Yep, it is able to hold on, but can you even get out of this matchup? Because, oh my goodness, it just barely gets the Swift, but no, the Incinerate is enough to knock it out.
Couldn't get to the Swift because 3 charms meant 9 turns and the Incinerate damage applied. But now we're in the final matchup of this series, it looks like. We've got Alola Ninetales against Medicham.
Yeah, and Medicham does not want to take a Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam, one of those moves that is actually incredibly efficient now. And unfortunately, Ninetales had to take a huge Dynamic Punch to the face.
Now, the question becomes, can Nighttime Clasher? Oh no! A disastrous no-shield. He had to make a call, and this was the wrong one. Dazzling Gleam connects. Medicham barely hangs on, but it's got almost nothing left.
That was devastating damage into that Medicham. Dunebug just shielding up. The Alola Ninetales is protected here, and now it's going to come down to Fortress against the Gourgeist in the back.
Whoa, Fortress pounces in, throws the Rock Tomb. Maybe there is a bit of hope here for Nighttime Clasher. This is going to KO the Ninetales for sure. Gourgeist comes out. It's got Incinerate. It's got energy.
Oof, but it's just not enough. The energy doesn't matter because Nighttime Clasher has the shield, but unfortunately did not have the health remaining. And Dunebug is going to make his way to the grand finals.
Dunebug ascends yet again. Nighttime Clasher puts up a valiant effort, but it is nothing in the face of Dunebug's Alolan Ninetales, Gourgeist, and Guzzlord. A unique team has yielded unique rewards for one of the most decorated trainers on the planet, and Dunebug has now got to face against Elam.
How often do you see that, where Nighttime Clasher has done so well, all tournament, calculated, precise, efficient, he's done it all, and then all of a sudden he hits Dunebug and he gets 3-0'd. Like, that is so incredibly tough to do.
I mean, he's named Dunebug. He might as well be a steel wall, right? You run right into it, and there's not many people that get past him, but right here, again, trying to get to the Swift. This is, the vibe I got here was like desperate flailing, right? Just trying to make something happen. This is also a game-changing moment. Shout out to Chucky in replay, because this Dazzling Gleam, if it was shielded, would have given Nighttime Clasher a fighting chance, but when this connected, that was the knockout blow.
Yeah, that was huge, heavy damage, some might say. And unfortunately, Medicham was not able to hang on long enough to be able to do anything much after that. Fortress did its best. It got the Rock Tomb off, it knocked out the Ninetales, but that Incinerate from Gourgeist is just double super effective and does so much damage.
And Gourgeist was ready to go. It had double seed bombs, but didn't even throw its charge attack energy, instead opting for the Incinerate damage. And again, a very unique team. Doonbug said in his interview earlier today that he thrives with unconventional picks. I think that he is exactly right, because his success has been unmatched so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love Alola Ninetales. I think that's one of my favorite Pokemon in the meta. It's got such unique typing, such unique coverage, and it's not weak to a lot of those Pokemon that ice types are usually weak to, like those fighters. And that's, I think, what gives it a huge buff and boost over some of the other ice types, like things we saw this weekend, Abomasnow, for say.
I want to give a little shout out to Nighttime Clasher as well, our reigning LAIC champion. He dominated that limited meta there in Sao Paulo, and I'm sure that he's looking to add more accolades to his trophy cabinet as well. But he's going to take home a 3rd place trophy here in Houston, which is actually super remarkable, especially considering how many talented trainers were here. And I can't wait to see what he does next, because he's been one of our brightest stars.
Absolutely. He's been incredibly consistent. He's been on the rise. He's been growing and growing and learning, and he's been consistently improving day after day after day, from tournament to tournament, and he's done a ton of different tournaments, and he's consistently still getting better.
Exactly. Nighttime Clasher, one of the world's best. Some might call him Mr. Worldwide. Some weekends he's in Europe, some weekends he's in Australia or North America. I never know where he's going to be. Your guess is as good as mine, but wherever he is, you better bet he's playing some Pokemon, whether it's Pokemon Go or the trading card game. So that's not the last we'll see of Nighttime Clasher, especially considering that he's, I believe, leading the championship point leaderboards in North America.
I think not just North America, but the whole world at this point in time.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's just, again, Mr. Worldwide. He's consistently top cutting. But let's show our congrats to Doonbug as well.
Of course.
He has his way. He's found his way back into the grand finals after losing in the winners finals. He's doing it again and again and again. He's done it so many times. And he said today that if he wins, he might bring Pidgeot back to Orlando.
Oh my goodness, I cannot wait. I hope he does it regardless, but I'll tell you what, we have 2 Titans in the lounge. Let's toss it over to an interview for our grand finals.
Thank you so much, Speedy and Stark. Home/Henry here in the lounge with our 2 finalists. We have Elam and Doonbug, 2 of the premier trainers in North America. I gotta start with Doonbug. I know you just got off stage moments ago with a hard-fought series against an international champion in Nighttime Clasher. So talk to me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm feeling over the moon right now. That was a well-fought series against my local Nighttime Clasher. So I have a lot of experience against him. Felt very good to get past that very tricky team competition I had.
So 2 Texas locals battling it out in the losers finals, and Doonbug emerging victorious. And now for Elam, I would like to hear about your run, because it's been a pretty sensational one. What do you think has been your most difficult matchup so far today?
Oof, that's a tough one. I would probably say my set against Nighttime. I think like game 1 it was pretty dominant for me, but then game 2 he came back, and then game 3 I had I think it was Wigglytuff lead into Fortress, and I managed to pull it back, and that was a crazy series, so that was probably the toughest.
That game, I felt like you had switch advantage at no point throughout any of it, but caught a dynamic punch onto a Corsola, just found a way to persevere. Now, Doonbug, I was doing a little bit of research on you backstage. Did you know that at the regional level events you've attended in the 2026 season, your placements have been 5th, 3rd, 1st, 5th, and 3rd? What would you attribute that insane consistency to?
Preparation, knowing my matchups with the teams I bring, and I seem to have a trend of bringing a lot more off-meta picks, like the Polytoad A9 here, for example, the Shadow Primate in my championship run in Vegas, and so I feel like that's been a big key to my success this season.
Now, Elam, I know that you won back-to-back regionals last season, took a little bit of time away, and now you're back. Talk to me about how it feels to be back here in a grand finals.
Oof. Well, it feels pretty nice, obviously. This weekend, it's been really strange because the team building process, it hasn't been my favorite. Back when I won Toronto, I just did some little tweaks on my team from the LAIC to Toronto, like it was like 2 changes. Then like a 4-month break, Atlanta, I just changed a couple other things, like added like lappers and that kind of stuff. So it was pretty much like the same stuff that I kept running, but in these later metas, it has been pretty tough. But I forgot the question, but but yeah, yeah, could you repeat the question?
It was just, how does it feel to be back in a grand final?
Okay, yeah, it feels fantastic. Well, I'm pretty happy. I don't know, I didn't feel too confident yesterday, but I find myself doing good plays. Even though sometimes I do some misplays, I still do some good plays, so I'm happy with that. And well, obviously it brought me all the way over here, so I'm pretty happy. And well, I'm playing against Dune, that's a great competitor.
Now, Dunebug, I do have to ask you, you have been one of the most consistent competitors across the Pokemon Go Championship Series for years. Year in, year out, your consistency has been remarkable. So I gotta know, what motivates you? What drives Dunebug to succeed?
The motivation for me, it's gotta be to grind my way to a very good Worlds performance. I've been to every World Championship so far, have not been able to put together a good performance yet. So I'm trying to stay as consistent as possible so I can maybe finally put one together this season.
And if your regionals results so far have been any indication, you are on a pretty fantastic track there. Because having a worst regional placement of 5th, that is an incredible level of consistency. And now, Elam, I'll turn to you here. I know our game that we love so much is oftentimes a very collaborative one, whether it's the team building process, whether it's trainers who you end up practicing with, getting ideas for when it comes into a tournament. So any specific shout outs or thank yous that you want to give for trainers who have helped you get to this moment of being back in the grand finals?
There's too many people, but for now, I'm just going to say shout out to Softo, SJ, SS Thorn, PvP David, Joetti. Oh, man, if somebody else helped me and I forgot, I'm so sorry. But I'm just gonna go with those, and we'll see later.
And now, Dunebug, you are running a pretty innovative team here. Polytoad, Gourgeist. Do you have any people who you want to shout out as who were helpful in the team building process, practice, kind of bouncing ideas back and forth with?
I want to shout out the Go Battle League for giving me a lot of success with Polytoad. I had a lot of success with it in Open Great League when that was going on at the beginning of the season. But big shout out to Axon, AJ. They've been probably the 2 of the biggest helpers in my team building. And also shout out to Alex Brown, the other Alex. Doing a watch party today, I really appreciate you supporting me. So looking forward to making you proud.
It's awesome to see that these top trainers have so many trainers in the venue, at home, supporting them. They are 2 of our absolute best, 2 of North America and even the world's brightest stars, and they're here to put on a show. Gentlemen, I wish you the best of luck. We'll send it back to the casters, we'll get you on the stage, and we'll crown the Houston Regional Champion.
All right, thank you so much to Home Slice Henry. Those 2 interviewees, very excited, very pumped, and honestly, hearing about some of the results has been incredible. Elam, 2-time back-to-back regional champion, and then Dunebug, who has not only won 6 regional tournaments, but also has done so well this season. They were reading off the accomplishments. It's like, it's so hard not to be impressed by the results of Dunebug.
Absolutely wild stuff. Both competitors also reaching for new heights. If you remember, Elam came close to the crown at NAIC. Dunebug has not had the IC performances that he probably wanted. I think his best finish was EUIC, where he fell to Weedle in the grand final. So both of these trainers, and you know what? I could really see it. I could feel it when Dunebug was talking about Worlds. He said, you know, I've got all these accolades, I've got all these good placements, all these performances, but you can tell where his heart really is, and it is in that Worlds performance. Competing at the big stage is what these trainers are building towards, and I think that all these accolades are great, but these competitors, they have it in their blood. They just don't know what else to do with themselves besides compete, and seeing them both face off here in the grand finals, I mean, this could even be like a preview, right? a prelude to what we get later on in an international competition if they meet again.
Right, and I think that's the respect that they have for each other, I think is very well documented and seen in their conversation, in the way that they battle, in their play style. They both have very similar styles, but I think Elam leans more on the meta picks, whereas Dunebug will lean more on the off meta picks.
I think there's an argument for both, right? Because these teams are actually pretty unique. We do have, I believe, the only Galarian Corsola in Top Cut is on Elam's team. He also has the Clodsire, but then Dune did outspice him, let's be honest, right? Alolan Ninetales and Politoed are really tricky Pokemon, and I think we're going to see tons of interplay between those core picks.
Yeah, I agree. And not only that, this Shadow Altaria was the only one in the top 8 as well. So, I mean, Elam's doing his best Spice impression.
That's
and
true.
I think that's beautiful, and I can't wait to see how these trainers play out of these matchups. We've seen them actually battle before earlier today in the winners finals.
Oh yeah,
so
good
now
point.
How do you come back from that as Dune, who has taken that loss and try to come back and win, versus Elam? How do you adjust to Dune's adjustments? Because you know there's going to be something different this time around.
That's true. There's history, right? There's history here that's already been made, and even more history yet to be written. But let's open up a new page. This is Elam versus Dunebug. Let's take a fresh look at these teams, and as a reminder to everybody, this is our grand finals. Elam is on the winner's side. If he wins this series, he will be your Houston Regional Champion. Dunebug needs to win 2 best-of-5s straight to lock down the title.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. This is going to be for all the marbles. These are the battles that make or break your destiny. You're going to be one in the history books, or you're going to be in second place.
Exactly. Let's take a zoomed-in look at player 1. Elam on the left side of your screen. Shadow Quagsire, Galarian Corsola, Fortress, non-Shadow, I will point out. Clodsire, Shadow Altaria, and Wigglytuff. What stands out to you here, Stark?
I think the move sets on the Clodsire probably is the best, because you do have that Stone Edge. You have a lot of rock type coverage actually on 4 of these Pokemon, but no actual rock type on Elam's team. Just the coverage necessary to take down the flyers that have been everywhere. Not to mention just doing neutral damage into everything that's not steel type. So you see actually on Dunebug's team, there's nothing that resists rock, which is pretty interesting. Well, what do you see here on Dune's team that is the most interesting for you?
Well, Alolan Ninetales, Gourgeist, Politoed, Guzzlord, Corviknight, and Licky. He's probably used the latter the least in this event. He's leaned a lot on the Guzzlord, the Corviknight, and Gourgeist. Honestly, with all the rock-type pressure, this is going to be very tough for Alolan Ninetales to succeed. So how does Dunebug perform when his best Pokemon has its arm tied behind its back?
I think, honestly, the Politoed is probably going to be the play here because of the Clodsire, because of all the neutral play, especially into the Quagsire. But actually, we're ready to go. Guys, we are ready to go. This is the grand finals. This is Politoed. This is Fortress. Let's get it on.
All right, Fortress on the left side of your screen. Politoed for Dunebug. Signature picks, spinning out energy as we kick off our grand finals in Houston. Weather Ball coming through as expected.
Yeah, this is going to do some nice neutral damage into that Fortress. We may see a shield come up, and expecting that damage to be reduced by this Rock Tomb, so that the rest of the Weather Balls will be doing less damage.
I mean, this really tells you that Elam wants to control the pace of the game, right? From the onset, he knows Fortress is probably his best Pokemon in this matchup against Dunebug's team. He wants to protect it early, keep it healthy, and like you said, control this matchup as it progresses.
Not only that, I think Elam is realizing if you're not switching out as the Politoed, then there may be another Pokemon in the back that is weak to that Fortress. So keeping that Fortress healthy is a real good strategy.
Weather Ball number 3 coming through here. Fortress will get the Volt Switch down, and that's going to force Dunebug to bring in the Guzzlord, but he knows as soon as he does, it's going to get pounded by Rock Tomb. Instead, the swap into Wigglytuff to pull out that Corviknight, that second target in the back.
Not only that, this is a brilliant strategy from Elam, because now he's pulled out the Corviknight, and now his Clodsire has been opened up its ability to use its charge attacks.
Great call out there. Air Cutter does cut into that Wigglytuff's HP, but only slightly. Icy Wind ready to go. No shield from Dunebug.
Yeah, this is a matchup that we've seen time and time again. It really depends on if you get that attack boost from that Air Cutter, because you can counteract those Icy Winds that we've talked about earlier. This is going to do some nice neutral damage. The nice thing about Corviknight is it's bulky enough to survive 2 Icy Winds plus all the charge attack damage.
It is a bulky beast for sure, as it looks to ramp up another Air Cutter. Elam does not have the Icy Wind yet. Air Cutter will get fired off. I think Wigglytuff can endure. Elam agrees.
Yeah, I agree. This is an Air Cutter. It's going to be fired off. It does half of Wigglytuff's remaining HP, and it gets the boost, but it might be too little too late. You don't know how much this Icy Wind is going to do. It might just leave Corviknight with a little bit of health remaining.
And here's the trick, right? Doonbug is going to put it all in the back of his Dragon and Dark type, but he's got to get rid of this Wigglytuff first. He cannot afford to even take one charm worth of damage, and he is going to accomplish that first goal, but this is just the beginning of the end game for Doonbug.
Yeah, I agree. This is the nice play because saving the Corviknight allows you to potentially reset your debuffs from those Rock Tombs or those Sand Tombs that Fortress is known for. We talked about it in the back. It is one of the Pokemon that can neutralize both your attack and defense, which makes it incredibly potent.
Guzzlord has been nearly unstoppable this weekend, but Doonbug sees that Clodsire come out. It's formidable HP, it's formidable attacks. It's going to be really tough to get rid of it. Doonbug says it's a road too far to travel. He no-shields the Stone Edge and bends the knee here to Elam in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this play, we've seen this song and dance before in their matchup before. Clodsire is just so strong and so bulky. It's so hard to get rid of, especially if your Corviknight has already taken that much damage. Elam with the masterful team composition build.
Dune said, give me the Galarian Corsola, give me the Quagsire, give me anything besides the Clodsire in the back. And it looks like Elam was able to lock down that game number 1. We've seen him do this before in this event, where his composition is just so dominant, his opponent just puts down the phone. There's like nothing they can do.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Dune is doing his best. Obviously, he's playing out of his mind. He's doing it. He's maneuvering around. He's getting the Guzzlord matched up with anything but the Wigglytuff, anything but the Wigglytuff, and it's the Clodsire.
Exactly right. As you take a look back at game number 1, not a lot that Doonbug could do here, but let's see if he can get to work in battle number 2, because he is one of the world's best, and he does not settle for anything less than success. So I'm sure that he is working very hard to try to get a team composition that will counteract what Elam has been doing.
Yeah, I think because of that Fortress and how much work it put in, Dune may be looking at that Gourgeist, right? Because Gourgeist is one of the few hard checks on his team to that Fortress. Other than that, I mean, everything else is either neutral or has a negative matchup. So Gourgeist coming in, maybe Elam tries to counteract that by bringing something like the Guzzlord, oh, no Guzzlord in his team, the Altaria or the Corsola.
Exactly right. Well, Elam is 2 games away from becoming your Houston Regional Champion, but not if Doonbug has anything to say about it. One of our trainers is already locked in and ready to go. The other one is taking just a few more moments. And as we've alluded to throughout the weekend, there's an evolution in terms of team compositions and what trainers decide to bring. Let's see who made the right calls.
All right, here we go. Game number 2, Corviknight on the side of Doonbug, Corsola on the side of Elam. This is a very neutral matchup, but that payback is really what matters here.
Payback is potent. Galarian Corsola's got a lot of bulk, but it does not want to take a super effective Dark-type attack. So here comes Elam with a Nightshade. Early shield from Doonbug.
Yeah, I really like this shield because not only are you ensuring that your Corviknight can stay healthy for later matchups, but you're also dictating the pace of the match, right? Now, if Elam wants to fight back in this matchup, he has to shield himself, and he doesn't shield. The payback goes right through the shields.
Yeah, right through the shield there. I guess that was an early call that Elam did not want to make. He wants to save those protect shields for later on in the battle, which is totally understandable. Nightshade number 2 coming off here. Do we see a switch out though at some point? Because Elam, I mean, he's going to absorb another payback pretty soon.
Yeah, I think what Elam is playing for here is maybe baiting Doonbug into thinking that he doesn't have an answer for that Corviknight in the back.
Well, we see the no-shield on the air cutter there. It looks like this Galarian Corsola is going to get a bit more energy and a bit more damage to boot, but can it get the Nightshade? Doonbug is forced to throw more energy to prevent the charge attack.
Yeah, this is a really nice play from Doonbug, getting this knockout, but unfortunately he's down a shield now, and there's 2 really good answers to Pokemon in the back for Elam.
Doonbug is able to get another boost off the air cutter there. He's going to chip down this Wigglytuff as soon as it hits the field, but I do think that Wigglytuff needs one more charm to pick up the KO in kind, and it does. Wigglytuff with the 2-charm advantage. There's a Gourgeist and a Politoed. Here comes the Gourgeist. What a great call.
Yeah, really, really nice call. Maybe expecting something like that Clodsire in the back because Doonbug has seen it time and time again. He's got Clodsire on the brain.
Exactly right. C-Bomb does pull the shield away from Elam, and that's progress for Doonbug 97, but the Icy Wind is pending. Here it comes. Doonbug can probably withstand it, but does he think it's worth it?
Yeah, it's going to be really close. Actually shields the Icy Wind, making sure he does not take that super effective damage. And now here comes the Clodsire, met with the Politoed. This is exactly what Dunebug needs to get back in this matchup.
Still a Protect Shield for Elam. Does he go for a double Stone Edge here in the Politoed matchup, or does he offer Earthquake plus Stone Edge? He's got to know his damage calculations.
Yeah, I think the better play, if you want just one charge attack, you know that Earthquake is going to be the right play. But Elam knows that he can survive 2 Weather Balls, so he's actually going to go for that double Stone Edge that you talked about.
Stone Edge number 1 connects into the Politoed, does about 40% or so. Elam closing in on a second one. Dunebug finding the charge tech priority, pushing this Clodsire to its absolute limits. And as you pointed out, House Stark, I do think Clodsire will hang on, but it's going to be really close.
Ooh, Clodsire hangs on, takes that double Weather Ball for super effective damage, and is going to fight back now with that Stone Edge. It might just barely knock out, but we're not.
Yeah, exactly. The counter swap at the same time, though. Gourgeist comes in, and the Icy Wind is ready, but the Seed Bomb is ready first. That final Protect Shield finally coming into play.
Yeah, this is a huge Protect Shield, but unfortunately for Elam, there's another Seed Bomb waiting in the wings. Oh, but actually, Wigglytuff wins a charge tech priority.
Wigglytuff gets to go first here. That Icy Wind will be super effective damage into the Gourgeist. It takes down the Ghost Grass type. Politoed comes in, fights back with the Weather Ball, but does it have enough to take down the Clodsire too?
I don't know. Clodsire's pretty bulky and Mudshot doesn't do that much damage. Is the Poison Sting going to be enough to knock out before? Yes, it is.
Wow, 2 Poison Stings pick up the KO there for Elam as he is able to win game number 2. Everybody, Elam is on the precipice of winning the Houston Regional Championships. He needs to win 1 more game, but I got to tell you, it's nearly impossible to sweep Dunebug 97.
I agree. I don't think many people have done it, and Elam is on the precipice of doing so. He's just so locked in. Honestly, I didn't realize that Gourgeist was going to win that charge attack priority into the Wigglytuff. I thought it would be the other way around, but Wigglytuff must have a little bit more attack.
Exactly. Well, as we move into game number 3, let's reflect briefly on battle number 2. This matchup right here that you called out, Alex, this is a key moment. The double Seed Bombs, the Sword Energy, but Wigglytuff got the better in the end.
Yeah, and Dunebug was forced to throw that Weather Ball. It was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, but there was that Clodsire. We've seen the song and dance before. There's a Clodsire in the back. Clodsire being so oppressively good into Dunebug's team. A slightly off-meta pick in today's meta.
Oh, yeah.
But it's put in so much work for Elam, especially in these Dunebug matchups.
The question becomes, will Dunebug overcorrect for the Clodsire, leave himself open to other vulnerabilities? How can he beat it if Politoed couldn't get the job done, if Gourgeist couldn't cut it? Which Pokemon will take down that Clodsire that has been so key for Elam? And on the opposing side, Elam's got no reason not to keep bringing the Poison Ground type. It's been incredible for him all weekend.
Yeah, it's been his MVP so far, especially in these battles. It's just been his ace in the hole that he's been able to hide in the back and pull out and say, hey, I've got the ace of spades.
Exactly right. Just when you thought you had a chance, Clodsire flops onto the field and it's all over. But Dunebug is going to do his best to fight back here. We're heading into game number 3, everybody. This is match point. Elam on the precipice, but Dunebug stands in his way.
Elam's got Dunebug on the ropes. Here comes that Licky Licky. Here comes that Wigglytuff. We've seen this matchup. It's pretty neutral, and it's really going to come down to those body slams versus do you go for the Swift or do you go for the Icy Wind?
I think Icy Wind is the more common charge attack that we see, but it depends a lot on how Elam wants to execute. As we take a peek at the back lineups, as our normal types duke it out on the field, we do have a Galarian Corso for Elam and a Guzzlord for Dunebug. So in my mind, I'm keeping track. Whoever controls Switch Advantage has a massive leg up in the end game.
Absolutely. Here comes that Icy Wind. It's going to debuff that attack stat of that Licky Licky. And now, here comes the Body Slam spam. We've seen a Lickitung in the meta. Now Licky Licky has evolved, and these Body Slams are going to be doing chunks into Wigglytuff.
Licky Licky is at the next Body Slam, but it would likely lose the charge attack priority, so Dunebug holds his energy. Does he want control of Switch Advantage? Important decision point. Let's Licky Licky go, opting for energy advantage, but that might be critical.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough because now Politoed has a huge uphill battle. It's going to want some energy in case something like that Altaria is in the back to be able to threaten with double super effective Ice Beams. At the the same time, if there's a Cloudsire in the back, now it's going to be really difficult for Politoed to meet its match.
Yeah, this is going to be really tricky. We see the Shadow Altaria and the Galarian Corsola. Oh, Elam brings in the Galarian Corsola, recognizing this is a safe place to put it. If there is a Guzzlord in the back, the Corsola is much better into the Politoed. I really like this decision.
Yeah, and calling that there's no Alolan Ninetales in the back, which is a really huge call. We know the teams, we can see behind the scenes, but they have no idea. And here comes the catch. Dunebug making the huge catch on the Guzzlord.
This is massive. Dunebug 97 trying to fight his way back into this series after losing the lead. He now finds himself in a Dragon matchup. Dragon Tails, Dragon Breath, damage every direction.
Yeah, but we talked with Elam during his interview. He said he has Altaria, Shadow Altaria specifically for this matchup because of the Dragon Breath damage that's so oppressive. Now Altaria with that Shadow can win this matchup specifically.
Altaria's Sky Attack will command that Protect Shield from Dunebug 97. This is a very critical moment of the Grand Finals matchup, and Dunebug needs to fight if he wants to get back into this series. He's got the Brutal Swing. He's going to look for the knockout, and Elam will deny it.
Yeah, here comes the shield. Brutal Swing coming through, connecting with that shield, and unfortunately, Altaria is still there. Here comes the Weather Ball, the switch. Politoed switched out with so much energy, and now it's going to come down to Politoed. Can it take down the Altaria? Can it take down the Corsola?
Sneaky swap. Politoed tries to get the element of surprise, but Elam reaches for that Galarian Corsola. It's so bulky. These Weather Balls aren't going to do much. Galarian Corsola waits as the Weather Ball is surely just going to bounce off of it.
Yeah, this Weather Ball is just not going to be doing enough damage, and here comes the Corsola. Those Astonishes just keep adding up. It does so much fast attack pressure.
It's going to come right down to the wire, you guys. We've got another Weather Ball queued up here. Politoed doing what it does best and spamming off that energy. In comes another Astonish. Can he get the farm down? Dunebug allows the farm down. He wants his Guzzlord to get the energy back. Dragon Tails coming through.
Beautifully done by Dunebug, allowing that Guzzlord to get that energy from that Corsola, and now hitting Altaria with a Sludge Bomb, payback into the other Dragon type.
Toxic gameplay. GG from the Guzzlord gamer Dunebug as he fights his way back into the series. That's one win on the board, and he's not out of it yet.
Beautifully done. I think that was actually super high level that we don't really see too often, where you allow your opponent to get that fast attack damage on your Pokemon and let it faint so that you can come in now and get the energy on the Pokemon that you need in order to secure your win condition.
Dunebug took so much damage. His Pokemon were getting punished by the barrage of charge and fast attacks from Elam, but in the end, saving that shield, catching this Nightshade, those small decisions added up, and it allowed Dunebug to put that barrier between himself and Elam, land the Brutal Swing in the end, and win this game.
Yeah, one of my favorite things that Dunebug did there is not only did he swap to catch the move on that Guzzler, but he also left with almost 2 Weather Balls worth of energy to be able to come back in later and just put on so much pressure onto the Altaria once it got low and onto the Corsola to allow Guzzlord to finish the game with that Sludge Bomb.
Elam had energy there, but the thing is, you can fire a charge attack, sure, but when you do that, you allow your opponent to get another fast attack through, and even if Elam threw the Nightshade there, he would not be able to withstand the Dragon Tail damage. All right, everybody, we're going into game number 4 here. Elam still just 1 away, but Dunebug is looking to reverse the odds.
Here we go. Guzzlord into Fortress. We actually see an immediate switch out into the Wigglytuff, and in comes the Corviknight to match it. This is the exact same team that Elam played in game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of play here, a lot of neutral flexibility, especially seeing the Wigglytuff early on. If Dunebug can clear this matchup, it clears the runway for his Guzzlord later.
Oh, and we see another attack boost for Dunebug's Corviknight. It's taking a little page out of the Accent book of Corviknight there.
Exactly, getting boosts almost on demand, but it looks like the Icy Wind will bring it back down to ground level.
Yep.
Another air cutter coming through. Corviknight, again, just working its way through this matchup.
Yeah, one thing I love about this team composition from Elam is he's trying to bait in the Corviknight every single time to open the door for the Cloudsire. But the thing about Corviknight is it's just continuing to boost his attack. This might be enough to knock out now.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think Elam might even need to shield, but he doesn't. Maybe Wigglytuff will hang on. Maybe he's confident in letting it go. And it does get KO'd. Finally, not a boost, though, for Dunebug and his Corviknight.
It just kept getting boost after boost after boost, and now we'll see here, does he go for the payback? Does he go for the air cutter? And now Elam has a huge decision to make. He's going to shield up the Fortress, but now this doesn't allow him to shield up that Cloudsire later.
Great timing there by Doonbug to get off the payback. Does not bail the Corviknight out. Instead wants to maintain his switch timer. Guzzlord, counter swap. Clodsire, counter swap again. Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, Alola Ninetales. This is a very neutral matchup. Both Pokemon doing super effective damage into each other with both fast and charge attack pressure. But Clodsire has the defense point to be able to resist a lot of these charge attacks, even though it's super effective. However, Alola Ninetales outpaces severely.
I mean, severely is almost like an understatement, right? It is blazing fast. It's going to run circles around this Clodsire. The Stone Edge would hit so hard, but Doonbug saved both of those shields. I would not be shocked at all to see him use both of those shields as he finds a charge attack priority.
Yeah, this is a huge charge attack priority tie. I think this actually allows Doonbug to take control and the stranglehold of this entire matchup. It's going to be really tough for Elam to come back now.
Elam taking a mental snapshot. He knows it's going to be tough sledding, and Doonbug sends out the Guzzlord to absorb the Rock Tomb and save his Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, that was a beautifully executed catch, and now I think we're going to see another Brutal Swing come through and start chipping away slowly but surely at this Fortress. The Fort Knox of Pokemon Go.
Exactly, but Fortress can take the punishment just as well as it can dish it. 2 more charge attacks. Here we're going to see another charge attack from the Fortress. This time it's a Sand Tomb.
Yeah, debuffing the attack, now debuffing the defense of the Guzzlord, and now it's going to be really, really tough for this Guzzlord to do a ton of damage, but at the same time, this Fortress is just getting way too low.
Yeah, this is a war of attrition for sure. The Fortress is getting weaker, and the Guzzlord is getting stronger, it seems. And now the Ninetales comes out, fires off this Weather Ball, and Elam lets it go.
Yeah, conceding the match, realizing that there was too much of an uphill climb to get through this matchup, but Fortress really put in a lot of work, but Ninetales just did a little bit more.
Elam almost at the peak, almost reaching the summit, but his grip is slipping here in Houston. We are now tied up 2-2 in our grand finals. As a reminder to everybody, if Elam wins this decisive Game 5, he is your Houston Regional Champion. If Doonbug wins this next battle, he will force a bracket reset and another best of 5.
2 things that I really loved about what you said. It's hard to 3-0 someone like Doonbug. We've seen it now. It's impossible.
Right?
He just is he's too consistent, he's too good. You can't just overpower him. He will run circles around you, kind of like the second point, the Alola Ninetales running circles around the Clodsire. It gave me such a visual of Alola Ninetales just dancing around, setting up Aurora Veil, getting those weather balls through. That's great.
And Clodsire can only kind of flop side to side. It doesn't know what to do, but Elam's got to figure out a plan, and I do think that the Clodsire and the Galarian Corsola have been great for him all weekend long. Does he go back to the signature picks, or does he reach for that Shadow Altaria, that tech that locked down multiple matchups for him? Is that the answer in a very, very tough question?
Yeah, and I think for Doonbug, his Corviknight was actually a huge player into that matchup because it's one of the few checks into that Wigglytuff that allows his Guzzlord to really stand out. Here we are, game number 5, decisive game number 5. Who's gonna take this? Is it gonna be Elam or Doonbug?
A story of stone and ice. Rock Tomb Fortress meets the Gourgeist swap in, and he's met again by the Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for that Gourgeist, but it does have Shadow Ball to be able to fight back.
We're going to see the Shadow Ball get fired off. Elam does use a Protect Shield. Great call out early on in this Ghost versus Ghost face-off, and the Galarian Corsola does have the Nightshade, but Elam is ever disciplined, goes for 3 Astonishes for 9 turns, and then the Nightshade.
Yeah, the nice thing here for Gourgeist is that even though you're taking super effective fast and charge attack damage, you're able to fight back so quickly with these Shadow Balls. Incinerate is just one of the most amazing moves in PvP. And we see another shield come up. This is what Gourgeist does. It either will charm or incinerate down a fortress, or it will force shields from any Pokemon.
But look at that energy advantage that Elam now has. Yes, he gave out 2 Protect Shields, but the Galarian Corsola is loaded and ready to go. And if you look at the back line, we don't see the Guzzlord like we have time and time again. Doonbug went with a different strategy here.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Alola Ninetales does not appreciate super effective power gems. That does a lot of damage. And now, Weather Ball is just not going to be enough.
Well, he did go on charge attack priority, and I agree with you. Weather Ball might not have the reach to pick up a KO against a bulky Galarian Corsola, and it absolutely does not. Doonbug looking for the swap, but he's going to be faced with a decision instead. Does he shield this?
And if you don't shield it, you're going to realize that it's impossible to go through that Fortress Wigglytuff core because both of those Pokemon are going to be able to lower your attack. So needing to shield there in order to preserve the ability to switch in and out of matchups so that you're not stuck at -1 attack for the rest of the battle.
Fortress comes in and it bows out. Wigglytuff, the top usage Pokemon all weekend, the king of the Open Great League meta so far in the Memories in Motion. It is bearing down on Licky Licky, and Doonbug looks deflated. I don't know if he's got a chance to win this game or not.
I think the Wigglytuff has the advantage here. Not only that, the Fortress waiting in the wings with a lot of energy for that Alola Ninetales. This looks like it's written in stone.
It's very daunting. Icy Wind on charge attack priority, even in the final moments after a whole weekend of battling. Elam's counts are pristine. He knows exactly where Doonbug is, and he is freezing him off the stage right now.
In comes another Body Slam. This Body Slam spam is real. Is it enough to knock out the Wigglytuff? I think it's going to be really close. It's not quite enough. And now, all it takes is a little bit of damage into this Alola Ninetales. Can the Dazzling Gleam do enough?
Trying as he might, Doonbug 97 throws the Dazzling Gleam, the last cry from Alola Ninetales, but Fortress shakes it off. Doonbug falls. It looks like Elam is going to be your Houston Regional Champion.
In comes the Rock Tomb. It's going to be enough to knock out the Licky Licky. A clap of respect from Doonbug to Elam. In comes the Rock Tomb. There's the knockout. Elam is your Houston 2026 Regional Champion.
Elam pushed to the absolute limit, comes out to a 2-0 lead against Doonbug 97. Doonbug fights his way all the way back to a decisive Game 5. And just when you think Elam's grip is slipping, he reaches higher, taking the gold here in Houston.
Wow, what a match. What a series. These players were some of the best that we've seen ever. I mean, this was a stacked tournament top to bottom. We saw the entire top 8, the top 16, all of these battlers back and forth, back and forth. And in this final battle, we saw Elam, the only player to take Doonbug down in Houston, take the crown.
I'm telling you, Alex, I mean, we were back here talking, but I was biting my nails. I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to Game 5. Doonbug might just reset it, and he came very, very close. So much of Pokemon Go competitively comes down to predictions, and I really feel like the Licky Licky was a bold choice in the end. It spent most of the weekend on the bench. He brought it out there, tried to make a difference, but it just wasn't enough. And Elam, persevering through thick and thin, Clodsires, Weather Balls, Alola Ninetales, whatever he came up against, Elam found a way to weather the storm.
Yeah, those were some of the best battles. I think just seeing those highlights, seeing the plays from either side, that was some of my favorite battling of the entire series. The Wigglytuff into the Corviknight, we saw that back and forth. Is it going to boost? Is it not going to boost? All those debuffs. The Clodsire was such a huge pick for Elam. It was able to win him in the winners finals, and it was able to get him up 2-0 in the grand finals. That was, I think, the pick that was kind of the off-meta decision factor, but it paid off huge in the end.
Welcome to the Highlight Zone, everybody. This is a look back at our grand finals where Elam was able to jump out to an early 1-0 and then 2-0 lead before Doonbug started storming his way back into the series. Gourgeist, Politoed, Alola Ninetales, what a diverse and dynamic team. Meanwhile, Elam, he leaned heavily on that Galarian Corsola. He knew Wigglytuff was the truth, and he piloted his team to perfection.
Yeah, I think he just knew exactly what he was doing in terms of the matchups, in terms of the timing, the Clodsire even fighting back into the Politoed. That was beautiful to see. And the Wigglytuff winning that charge attack priority into that Gourgeist, I think, was a huge pivotal moment in that series because it allowed Elam to win Game 2 and put him up 2-0. And Doonbug really did his best to fight back, but at that point, it was too little too late.
Exactly, just a road too far to travel, right? And I really think the momentum was building so strongly for Elam at the end of that Game 2. Clodsire poison stinging and flopping its way to a win. But Doonbug wasn't done. We talked about how difficult it is to sweep a player like himself, and he proved that he is no slouch, even when he's down.
Yeah, piloting that Politoed is actually incredibly difficult because everyone knows the Shadow Quagsire matchups, but Politoed just plays a little bit differently, right? It's able to build up energy just as quickly, but it doesn't do as much damage and has slightly different typing. So knowing that matchup against things like that Corsola, being able to catch that that Nightshade right there was so beautiful to see.
You know what, Alex? We got everything we asked for and more in this tournament this weekend, and especially in the grand finals. But if there's one thing I would have loved to see, I would have loved to see an Ice Beam from the Polytoad connected to an Altaria. That would have been so cool.
That would have been poetic. Yeah, I agree. But unfortunately, we didn't see that. We saw so many other great battles, though, and I'm very, very happy to have been a part of it. It was just so much fun to see this 10-head level play from Dunebug, understanding that he needed the energy on the Guzzlord rather than letting the Polytoad hit it, maybe get a simultaneous KO against that Corsola.
Exactly, and Elam recognizing as well that he could not fire off charge attacks quickly enough to break the shield and get the knockout. So Dunebug picking up his first win in game number 3, but he wasn't done there. Corviknight menacingly staring down the fortress, connecting so many charge attacks. Guzzlord swap, counter swap again. We're moving around the pieces like it's a Texas two-step out here, and the Alola Ninetales gets the better of the Clodsire.
Yeah, that was the time when it was doing circles around that Clodsire. We love to see that. And then the catch, Dunebug just styling on Elam in the grand finals. We love to see that. And of course, Guzzlord being so good, but the Alola Ninetales picking up the KO against that Fortress, that was what brought Elam back into that game number 5. And unfortunately, he lost the lead, and it was really tough to come back from that point.
Yeah, also really tough lead for Dunebug in general, Fortresses, because he swapped in the Gourgeist, got some early damage on, but as you look at the rest of Dunebug's team, what does he really have that beats a Fortress up energy? It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, you would think that that's like a really tough Pokemon to deal with, but he was able to navigate all the way to the grand finals, even without having 2 true answers to that Fortress, and I think that's a testament to how skillfully he was able to play all weekend.
Let's be honest, everybody. You can melt your brain trying to build the perfect team. It's just not possible. Every team has some kind of weaknesses, and to Alex's point, if you do have a weakness, you have to learn it and learn how to maneuver around it, and that's exactly what Dunebug had been doing all weekend long as we see that beautiful sportsmanship on stage. Elam taking the crown here in Houston. He is your new regional champion in North America, and what a stacked top 8 this turned out to be.
Yeah, not only did he win this tournament, but he cemented his spot in the World Championships of 2026. That is a huge achievement, and huge congratulations to him. We see the top 8 here, all fantastic battlers, all the way from top to bottom, and all weekend we had incredible gameplay, incredible battlers, people like Jello Too Good and Andy coming out of nowhere to run some off-meta picks, and now we see our top 3, Elam, Dunebug, and Nighttime Clasher. What a stacked group.
Absolutely stacked. You have an international champion in Nighttime Clasher, a 6-time regional champion in Dunebug 97, and a brand new champion adding another medal to his trophy cabinet in Elam. Incredible players, incredibly well done. I cannot say enough about the talent that we had here this weekend in Houston.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, his third, I believe Elam's 3rd regional championship. We've seen Dunebug win 6. We've seen Nighttime Clasher win not only an IC, but also a regional championship. All 3 of these players were absolutely stacked, and I loved seeing that there were new players coming in too, into our top 8, sneaking into our top 16, and I think that's great for the future of Pokemon Go.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alex, there's a lot to play for at these Championship Series events. There's prize money, there's packs, there's glory, and there's some hardware. So let's take it over to the stage and award our medal earners.
Thank you so much, Will. Houston has certainly given us an incredible tournament. This has been a Texas-sized tournament full of wonderful battles, but we have to honor here 3 of the brightest and biggest stars here in North America. Let's go ahead and give it up for our 3rd place challenger, Nighttime Clasher. Congratulations, Nighttime Clasher, on 3rd place. Your tournaments are always very impressive, but I have a question for you. Out of all of your tournament run, maybe you were watching in the crowd, or maybe it was someone who you played, you're so impressive, but who is someone that really impressed you this weekend?
I was really impressed by Jello, kind of coming off of a couple of subpar performances and really just showing everyone how talented he is. It's always great to see some of the younger trainers be up and coming and kind of take on some titans in the scene. So really impressive. Have to drive him back in a couple hours, but always great to interact with him and so proud of what he's done.
That's so fantastic. I love how our trainers are carpool buddies all the time. I absolutely love that. But Nighttime Clasher, you've been flying all around the world, collecting championship points like some people collect Pokemon or even Pokemon cards, I could say. So you're clearly far and away top of the leaderboard still. What is your goal for the rest of this season, considering you are far and away the top trainer in North America?
Honestly, just place as high as possible at all the tournaments, try to win more booster packs so I can build up my sealed collection. But honestly, just looking to like stay consistent and stay strong before the World Championships. I'm always looking to make that Deep Worlds run. Had a rough couple ones in the last few years, but maybe this one will be it.
This could definitely be it. Everybody give it up for Nighttime Clasher.
Thank you.
And Texas has been very, very good to our silver medalists. Everybody give it up for Dune. Dunebug, Texas has been so good to you. This is your 4th tournament in Texas and your 4th time having an incredible performance. What makes this one in Houston stand out?
I'd say this one, Houston, stands out because we're another spicy team. And I will say, even though it ended, a way to describe the way it ended, in the words of Master Axon, haha, RPS, baby. But yeah, I'm very proud of my performance here.
You definitely have a lot to be proud of, Dune. And I think a lot of trainers look to you as one of our most consistent trainers in the entire championship series. If there's maybe a newer trainer or a trainer who's working on their skills and is thinking, I want to be as consistent as Dunebug is, what would be the advice that you would give to that trainer?
Keep practicing, try to get comfortable with Pokemon that you feel like are going to be good. And if you just keep practicing, keep going at it, you'll eventually achieve your goals that you're looking for.
Everybody give it up for Dunebug. And finally, after a victory here today, he is claiming his 3rd regional championship title. Everybody give it up for Elam. Massive congratulations, Elam, to be standing up here again. Was there a moment in that grand finals that you knew and it had sunk in that you are now the Houston regional champion?
Oh yeah, when I saw I think he like shadow bowled with the Gore guys against my Corsola, so I knew I would get the farm down. I think at that point I knew I was gonna win.
And how does it feel now? It's been a little bit since you've been on this grand final stage. It's been since your back-to-back regional championships in 2025. How is this feeling now to claim title number 3?
It feels great. I did the 2 wins and then 2nd place NAIC, but then after that, it was like kind of like downhill. Not like terrible because I still got a couple top 8s, but I still want to, I want to be one of the best in the world. So getting these titles is what matters most, even though I probably would have qualified through points. So I'm pretty happy.
You have so much to be happy about, and I don't think anyone can doubt that you are certainly one of the best in the world. Now that you've claimed this title, what is next for you?
I don't know. So this weekend wasn't even going to happen. I was watching Seattle regionals, and then I was like, man, I really want to compete, because that's what happens every time I watch a regional that I don't attend to. So after I watched that, I booked this, and originally I was just going to attend Orlando because it's my local regional. So I guess that's gonna happen, and then after that, I'm not really sure. We'll find out. Yeah.
All right, so definitely be looking forward to Elam in Orlando. And Elam, do you have any last thoughts for the crowd before I send you off to enjoy your victory?
Well, I want to thank everyone that supported me. And yeah, I don't know, I just want to actually give a shout out to Samip. I stayed with him this weekend. And Ed, because I forgot to do it earlier. And I think that's it, yeah.
Fantastic, Elam. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and please go enjoy your victory.
Thank you.
We have had such a great tournament here today of Texas-sized proportions. Let's go ahead and send it over to the lounge to wrap this tournament up.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Home/Henry joined here by the one and only Speediest Chief, the one and only House Stark. What an absolutely unbelievable tournament we had here in Houston. I'll start with you, Stark. What are your thoughts on what you've seen this weekend?
Oh man, I've had just so much fun, not only because of the battlers were so good, but also because of how wholesome they were, right? It's like every single time they were thanking people, it was 17,000 people at home, right? And I love seeing that. I really do.
Now, Speedy, I want you to kind of walk us through the winners side of the bracket here. How did we get to Elam claiming his third title?
Hey, I've got one word for you, Henry. It's Fortress. So many Fortress across the board. But let's get serious for a moment. We'll lock in and look at these players. E4, Sankey, Laura, Andy, Dunebug97, Jello, Nighttime Clasher, It's Axon, as well as Elam and his opponent as well. We had so many talented players, but that run by Elam, I mean, first of all, taking down, I believe it was, I can't ever remember how to say the username there, taking out him, then Nighttime Clasher as well as Dunebug, and then rematching versus Dunebug in the grand finals.
What an unbelievable winner side of the bracket, but the loser side of the bracket, the competition was fierce. So many top trainers like rise to occasion, starting in the loser side of the bracket, making a huge run as well, and it culminating with the Axon versus Nighttime Clasher showdown, which set up a losers finals where Dunebug was able to emerge victorious and climb back to the winner's side of the bracket. Now, Stark, you're a bit of a meta analyst, aren't you? I want you to give me your thoughts on the day 2 usage here, because there was quite a dramatic shift from day number 1.
Absolutely. I think there were a lot more Medicham, and I think there was a lot more Shadow Quagsire. So I think those were the 2 big winners. Obviously, we saw Wigglytuff as the #1 Pokemon in the meta in general, but we also see a lot more Guzzlord in the second day than we did in day number 1. And actually, the non-Shadow Fortress overtaking the Shadow Fortress. I think that's a big deal because Elam had that Shadow Fortress, or the regular non-Shadow Fortress, on his winning team, and I think that was a big deal.
Now, I know Speedy's got to be overjoyed to see 2 Fortress in the top 12, and I believe Fortress was actually one of your favorite Pokemon, so it's got to be a pretty good feeling to see the Fortress right there. But we also picked, at the start of today, MVP picks of trainers and individual Pokemon that we thought were going to succeed. Now, I think you, Speedy, may have picked someone, and it ended up turning out pretty well.
Hey, look, let's start with the points where we agreed, right? Fortress across the board. I don't know if we've ever had that, but yes, all 4 of us picking that Pokemon, and rightfully so. But we thought other Pokemon would succeed. Medicham, I want to argue that I saw the vision a little bit earlier than other folks, but House Stark, I got to call it out too, man. Your Shelgon pick, that's a nice choice.
I don't think the Shelgon actually made it too far. I believe it made it into the top 8. But look at DeFi with the Gorgeist, Politoed, Altaria. I think all of those Pokemon were in the top 2. That was really well caught.
Yes.
Very nice predictions from DeFi. We also had the most valuable Pokemon. Me personally, I went with Axon and the Togekiss, but oh my goodness, I see someone picked Elam and Galarian Corsola. Talk to me about that, Speedy.
Well, actually, House Stark and I were catching up last night. We were looking at all of Elam's tournament runs, and we tried to see what the common denominator was. And the Galarian Corso is actually used quite a bit by Elam throughout the seasons and throughout the events that he's competed in. He also won another event with Galarian Corso, and we said, you know what? If that is his key Pokemon, why not just put it on the list? And Alex, you had a really good choice as well with your Alola Ninetales and Dunebug pick.
Yeah, Dunebug came up just short, but he was the second place finisher, and I think that Alola Ninetales, Home/Henry brought it up earlier to me, and I realized that it had like a really nice defensive training to it. So because of that, I was definitely picking that as my pick, and Dunebug almost took it all the way.
Now, as we've crowned a Houston Regional Champion, we get closer and closer to Worlds. Now, Speedy, what event do we have coming up next year?
No, absolutely. Keep your eyes on the schedule here. I can't believe we're already over halfway through. There's only a few more chances to compete, so if you're on the fence about Orlando, Los Angeles, or Indianapolis, go ahead and make that decision as soon as you can. And of course, here in North America, the North America Internationals are waiting in New Orleans.
Now, I'm very excited for Orlando. Like, look at that. Orlando looks beautiful. April 3rd through the 5th, only a few short weeks away. And I believe that you can still register for that tournament as well. And taking a look at the sign-up numbers, it looks like a lot of trainers are looking to show up to Orlando. We also have the European schedule as well. Stark, why don't you walk us through that?
Yeah, we have Neville, we have Prague, Utrecht, and Turin, all beautiful places to visit in the late spring and early summertime. I believe that's the best time to go to Europe. That's what I've heard.
And I think Seville, Spain is the next one up, though.
And Seville, I mean, look at that. That's just absolutely breathtaking. March 28th through 29th, that's next weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
So some of Europe's best are going to be competing to try and claim another title there. So the Pokemon action never stops. Week after week, champions get crowned and trainers get to punch their tickets for the World Championship. That's absolutely unbelievable. But before we have to get to the World Championship, it's all going to be about the North American International Championship, and we still have that promo, Beat the Crowd. Speedy, tell us how these trainers can reserve their hotel today.
I got to be honest with you, I lived a large part of my life close to New Orleans, the best food, the best fashion. If you want to compete, you got to get out to NAIC, and those hotels fill up fast. So make sure to scan that QR code, see if Pokemon can help you get a deal.
And after you get a deal, as you're watching these regional championships over the next few weeks, you're going to want to follow along with all of the action. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcast so you can stay up to date with the Pokemon Go action, as well as making sure to follow us on our socials. Why don't you walk us through them, Star?
Yeah, that's going to be on Pokemon.com. Actually, at the bottom of your screen, look at that. It's all actually available for you. So check us out on X, check us out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram. Did I miss anything?
You missed the hashtag.
Oh, what's the hashtag?
Play Pokemon.
Hashtag play Pokemon. There you go.
So from all of us, massive thank you for tuning in. It was an unbelievable weekend. Amazing to get to work with these incredibly talented individuals. And that's it from us. Houston, we have crowned a champion, and we cannot wait to see you in 2 weeks' time in Orlando.